Preface and Chapter 1 of The Cruise of the Falcon by E. F. Knight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephen Seitel. The Cruise of the Falcon by Edward Frederick Knight. Preface. In this volume, I have told the story of the voyage extending over a period of 20 months of my yawl, the Falcon, 18 tons register, 30 tons RTM, in South American and West Indian waters. We left Southampton on the 20th of August, 1880, the crew being composed of 4 amateurs, 3 of whom were barristers and a cabin boy. The narrative includes the description of a 5 months' cruise in the yacht up the rivers Parana and Paraguay, and of a ride across the Pampas to Tucumán. The number of miles traveled over by land and sea was roughly 22,000. The author. Chapter 1. The Results of a Fish Dinner at Greenwich. It was one of those beautiful, lazy July days that even London is occasionally blessed with, and which tend to inspire a busy man with profound misgivings as to the truth of that trite old lesson that unremitting toil is his destiny and sole object here below. My friend, Arthur Jerdine, and myself, urged by the glory of the weather, concluded that a holiday would be to our moral, physical, and mental advantage, and thereupon, acting up to our laudable determination, walked away from the narrow city streets and took boat at the Temple Stairs for the ancient port of Greenwich. A favorite trip of both of us this, but one that never wearied and seemed ever new. To come out of the confined city and to steam through the fresh breeze down the grand old river, among the big ocean-going ships, by the stately storehouses and quaint waterside wharves and slips, has a peculiar fascination of its own, with its manifold suggestions of enterprise in many a strange land and sea. We enjoyed the orthodox fish dinner, had another stroll through the models of antique ships of war and relics of many victories in the hospital, and then lingered, lazily smoking, on the sea platform of the palace, as we waited for the boat to take us back to the unquiet town. It was indeed a lovely evening. A Tamside evening, as Turner loved to paint, with just that suspicion of haze in the golden atmosphere to tone down all the hardness of outline and crudity of color, and glorify all. We looked over the waters, saw the barges dropping down with the tide, their tan sails gleaming like red gold in the western light. A big vessel passed us, an Australian clipper crowded with emigrants who raised a farewell cheer as the last shore boats left her side. A smart yacht of some 60 tons lay at anchor close in front of us. We looked on all of this, silent for a time, but our thoughts were very similar. The surroundings influenced us in like manner. In all the restless air moved the spirit of travel and adventure. Each sound of chain rattling through hawse-pipe, each smell of tar and odorous foreign wood, each sight was full of reminiscence of far lands, warm seas, and islands of spice. All seemed to say, "Go out on the free seas." We were both vagabonds, I fear, in our disposition, with nomadic blood in our veins, and our previous wanderings had not been few. So far this summer, various causes had kept me in London, so I was more than usually thirsting after a change from city life, and lo, already there was an autumnal beauty in the sky. It would soon be too late, a summer wasted. All these months of glorious sunshine and breeze, winter was near. The weariness of the city, the sigh of the autumn wind, the surroundings of travel, all combined to wake a restlessness and a regret in me. So, too, was it with my friend, for when one of us awoke from the reverie and spoke, the conversation was on that of which our hearts were full. We admired the beautiful yacht riding at anchor. "How well," one said, "to set to work now and fit out with all stores a vessel like that, and with a few good friends sail right away from the coming northern winter, right away for a year or two into summer seas." In 5 minutes though before leaving London the faintest shadow of such a plan had not fallen on our minds, we decided to follow this impulse, and at the very idea of what we were about to do, all our discontent vanished like a smoke, and a most joyous enthusiasm succeeded it. As is the custom under such circumstances, we retired to the ship, with solemn ceremony uncorked a bottle and poured out a libation to propitiate the sea god and Aeolus of the winds. Then we returned to London, light-hearted and full of our plan to commence preliminary work on that very evening. Thus it was that the cruise of the Falcon came about. My friend Jerdine, I must tell you, has been a sailor, an ex-officer of the Royal Mail and P&O companies. I myself am an amateur mariner, having had many years' experience of fore and afters. As skipper, cook, steward, mate, and crew of my little yawl, the Ripple of Southampton, in which I used to make periodical descents on the coast of France, I had gained a fair knowledge of practical seamanship. Now what we proposed to do was to find 2 or 3 friends to join us in a lengthened cruise in a small yacht, say of 20 tons burden. The idea was that we should sail her ourselves and dispense altogether with a professional crew, an advantage in a small vessel. On our return to town, we exposed ourselves to some chaff when we revealed our grand scheme. Those who did not doubt our sincerity were dubious of our sanity, and unhesitatingly expressed their opinion that both the boat and the crew would be found at about the Greek Kalends. But before many days had passed, we found the vessel, and very lucky we were in her. Had we searched all around the British Isles, we could have discovered nothing so perfectly adapted to our purpose. I had written to Mr. Pickett of Stockham and Pickett, Southampton, who had built the Ripple for me, asking him if he knew of any vessel that would suit us. He wrote back and told me that there was the very thing for us laid up for sale in his yard alongside the Ripple. So Jerdine and myself took the next train to Southampton to inspect her. We found the Falcon to be a yawl of 18 tons register, 30 tons yacht measurement, a boat of exceptionally strong construction, for she had been built in Penzance for a fishing lugger, and the Penzance luggers have the reputation of being the strongest and best sea boats of their size. She had a square stern, which did not perhaps improve her beauty, but gave her a character of her own, and pole masts. Her length was 42 feet, her beam 13, and her draught about 7.5. She was a most solid vessel, looking as if she meant business, perfectly sound and possessing a fair inventory, so it was not long before I had arranged matters with her owners and became the proud possessor of the gallant little craft that was to be my home for nearly 2 years. Jerdine and myself left London, and at once commenced to fit her out, for we were anxious to sail away into calm seas before the autumnal equinox was on us with its gales. There was plenty to do. We had her coppered well above the waterline, fitted her with water tanks and biscuit lockers, reduced her canvas, and ordered spare and storm sails. Besides her main, jib-headed mizzen, fore-staysail, and jib, she carried a sliding Gunter gaff topsail and a spinnaker. We procured all the necessary charts, directories, nautical instruments, stored away some 9 months' provisions, decorated the main cabin walls with arms for defense and sport, Martini Henry rifles, cutlasses, and revolvers, and purchased a small brass swivel gun with grape and canister. No one who has not undertaken to fit out even so small a vessel for a cruise of years over tens of thousands of miles of ocean can conceive how much there is to think of and provide for. The report of our proceedings spread in Southampton. Longshore loafers, yachting men, and others took an interest in the curious expedition of an amateur crew in so small a craft, and there was generally a small crowd watching the preparations that made Pickett's yard noisy with sound of hammering, sawing, and caulking. Jerdine and myself were employed for 3 days in unpacking and storing away bales of tinned meats and other stores. Hearing that we did not intend to take professionals with us, many affected to disbelieve in us, jeered at our plans, and prophesied we should be weary of the trip before we got out of the chops of the Channel. put into Cherbourg, stay there a week or so, and then return. By some ill-omened soothsayers, we were advised to paint the vessel's name conspicuously on her keel, so that she would be easily recognized when found floating upside down on some sea or other. West Quay, however, believed in us, and Pickett was enthusiastic on the subject and sanguine as to our success. But he and others, too, would often inquire, "Here are you and Mr. Jourdain, but where's the rest of the crew? We have not seen them yet." With great difficulty we found two gentlemen to join us, Mr. Andrews and Mr. Arnaud, but unfortunately neither of these had the slightest idea of sailing a boat. They knew nothing whatever of nautical matters. At last they turned up in Southampton, and Pickett's yard came out to study them. The yacht sailors looked on with interest as one of these bold would-be circumnavigators, in top hat and kid gloves, with gingerly steps carefully ascended the ladder which lay against the Falcon's side, reached the deck, and looking around remarked with quite a nautical air, as he hitched up his trousers, "What a lot of strings there are about this boat! I shall never know the use of them all." West Quay likewise studied bold circumnavigator No. 2, smiled, and shrugged its shoulders. This was certainly not a promising crew to take across the Atlantic, and no one knew this better than Jourdain and myself. Thus we were bound to add another member to our crew, who was of much more use, though small in volume. This was a small boy, a very small boy of about 15, homeless and characterless, who was loafing about West Quay in search of odd jobs, a half-starved, melancholy, silent little wretch, who had been the recipient of more kicks than halfpence during his short existence. On questioning him, we found he had been 2 years on board a North Sea fishing boat, no gentle school. When we offered him a berth on the Falcon, he gladly accepted it. He never smiled then, that boy. He does now. When we first engaged him, Jourdain catechized him thus: "What is your name?" "Arthur." "Can you steer by compass?" "Yes." "Can you make a bowline knot on this piece of string?" He satisfactorily accomplished this feat. "Do you ever get drunk?" "Ain't often got the chance, sir." "Do you ever smile?" "Yes, sir." This response came out doubtfully, and forthwith he tried to screw something like a smile out of his despondent features. It was a ghastly failure. His muscles were unaccustomed to the necessary movements, and worked rustily and with effort. Perhaps it was well for him that he could not smile during the early stages of our voyage, for there were things to smile at, deeds of eccentric seamanship on the part of some of the crew, at the which, were he to have smiled, a box on the ears might have brought him back to his normal melancholy. Others now volunteered to join the Falcon. Stewards and French cooks, reading of a proposed lengthy cruise in the papers, came for engagements, beheld the vessel and her crew, shook their heads, and vanished. As far as the provisions were concerned, the Falcon was well supplied. We had stores sufficient for 5 men for 9 months, consisting, among other things, of 400 pounds of biscuits and nearly 1,000 tins of preserved meats, vegetables, and etc. A supply of lime juice was, of course, not forgotten, and an ample cask of rum was securely screwed down in the main cabin. We carried about 250 gallons of water, which we reckoned would last us 3 months with proper precautions. On our long passages, as across the Atlantic, all washing with fresh water was, of course, forbidden. We did not omit to take with us some tin plum puddings, wherewith to keep up in orthodox form the Christian days which we should spend on the Falcon. We shipped yet another hand before we sailed. Mrs. Pickett presented us with a little kitten to take with us. Poor little thing, it purred merrily and romped about when it first came on board, little knowing what was before it. Before starting, the discipline of the ship had to be arranged, and the duties of each apportioned out. Jourdain was officer of the port, I of the starboard watch. Andrews was on Jourdain's watch, Arnaud on mine. The boy Arthur was on no watch, as he had a good deal of lamp cleaning, etc., in the day. He used to turn in for the night, only steering now and then in the daytime, especially at meal times in fine weather, when he was left in charge, while we four sat down to table together. We used to keep 4-hour watches, watch and watch, in the usual way, with dog watches from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. The plan of our cruise was as follows: to sail by easy stages to Buenos Aires, and then navigate the great tributaries of the River Plate, the Parana, and the Paraguay as high as we could in the yacht. We had heard much of the glories of these huge streams, and of the abundant sport to be found on their wild banks. No yacht had ever ascended the Paraguay before, and we anticipated a good deal of novelty and excitement in those fair regions, should we, as we little doubted, effect our purpose. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Cruise of the Falcon by E. F. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Voyage to Madeira. We appointed 4 p.m. on the 20th of August, 1880, a Friday too, for our departure. That morning the Falcon, ready from truck to keel, lay at anchor off West Quay. The Blue Peter was at the masthead, indicating to all friends that we were off at last. West Quay took a holiday, and a crowd of small boats rowed around us all the morning, filled with many who wished to inspect the craft. At 2 p.m., we stretched the awning on deck, and a lunch was spread out for a few friends, a boisterous lunch in which many toasts were drunk, and our success warmly wished. At 3:30 p.m. the bell was rung, the mainsail hoisted, and as the last shore boats left our side, up came the anchor, and with cheers from the spectators, we dropped down the river on the top of a good ebb. Almost all the yachts we passed knew us, and their crews cheered us lustily. We still had a large company on board, who insisted on seeing us safe to the chops of the channel. 2 friends from town, Captain Forbes, who had rubbed up our navigation at Southampton, and a pilot. At midnight we were outside the Needles and commenced to feel the swell of the channel. The weather was very favorable for the voyage. A light northeast wind was blowing, which continued until we dropped our anchor in Falmouth Harbor on the following midnight, that is, 32 hours after leaving Southampton. We were now enabled to judge more or less of what stuff our crew were made during our trial trip. The philosophic calm which distinguished Arnaud commenced to declare itself. He reclined in his cabin smoking and thinking during the greater part of this voyage, turning out only at meal times and evincing no inclination to undertake his due share of the work. On the afternoon after leaving Southampton, while we were passing the Eddystone Lighthouse, he did crawl slowly out on deck, to our great surprise, with a blanket over his arm. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, looked around with a lazy smile at the smooth sea and cloudless sky, stretched his blanket on the deck, lay down on it, lit a cigarette, and with a half-yawn, half-sigh of extreme content, said, "I could go around the world like this," and resigned himself once more to his beloved dolce far niente. Andrews, though more active and willing than Arnaud, was equally incapable of mastering the very elements of fore and aft seamanship, and caused Jerdine, the officer of his watch, as much trouble as Arnaud did me. There was a good deal of hard language to be heard occasionally on board the Falcon, sounding above wind and waves, when such an incident as the following, for instance, would occur. Time 2 a.m., dark and squally night steering, Arnaud smoking and pondering, supposed to be looking out. Night, observing squall coming up, loquitur, "Arnaud, just run forward and scandalize the mainsail, will you? Begin by tricing up the tack." Arnaud creeps deliberately forward and disappears in the darkness. 5 minutes elapse. Night, impatiently, "Now then, have you not finished that yet?" Arnaud, In a minute. Another 5 minutes elapse. We are now in the middle of the squall, which does not prove so violent as was anticipated. Night, very impatient, "You are a nice, useful fellow on board a yacht. 10 minutes, and you have not triced up that tack. If that had been a serious squall, we might have gone to the devil while you were fiddling about there." Arnaud, very indignant. I do not care. I will leave the beastly thing alone. I will not be sworn at. In the daytime I can find the strings. In the night I cannot, and I shall no longer try. Follows a prolonged and very noisy discussion, whereon the face of Jourdain appears above the hatch. How the blank do you think we can get a wink of sleep down here when you are kicking up such an infernal row? Etc., etc., blank, etc. This little episode occurred months after leaving England, so the reader will perceive that the education of my friend progressed but slowly. So, too, it was when Jourdain and Andrews were on deck. I was awakened one night by a tremendous row, a banging about of ropes, and, far louder than all, the stentorian exclamations of the wrathful Jourdain. On coming on deck, I found that, on being ordered to let fly the jib-sheet, that the ship might go about, Andrews had got rather mixed up among the strings, and had let go, in succession, the jib-halyards, the bowsprit shrouds, and the peak-halyards. A very nice crew this, to cross the Atlantic with. And here is another little adventure of Arnaud's. On one fine day, the wind being steady, light, and right aft, and our spinnaker and topsail set, he was left alone on deck for a few minutes to steer. Suddenly I heard a great flapping of canvas, and on hurrying on deck, perceived that all our sails had been taken aback. The mainsail, topsail, and spinnaker were bellying out the wrong way, and the vessel was slowly traveling stern first. The booms, being guyed, had not swung aft. I looked at the compass and perceived that Arnaud had steered the vessel right around so that she was heading away from her course. And then I looked at the culprit. He was sitting, with his legs crossed Turkish fashion, on the locker aft, placid, calm as a Hindu idol. He was deliberately rolling himself another cigarette, the while professing to be steering with his elbow, and evidently unconscious of having done aught wrong. "Well, Arnaud," I said. "I think," he remarked in a weary, careless voice, looking at the burgee of the masthead, "I think the wind has changed." We passed 2 days in the quaint old Cornish seaport. Some yachting men called on us, and were somewhat surprised to behold our arrangements. "Where does your crew live?" they asked, after going all over the vessel, for we were at the time in our shore-going togs, and not to be recognized as the 4 seamen our friends had perceived in the morning swabbing decks. "Where do your men live? There seems to be only room for yourselves on board." We pointed to the solemn small boy sitting in the forecastle, with his perpetual huge quid of tobacco in his cheek, and his chum the kitten on his lap. "That is our crew." "But the others?" "There are no others." I think these gentlemen looked upon the Falcon, with its amateur crew, as being one of the most eccentric craft that ever wandered about the oceans. We lay in a quantity of soft-tack, bottled beer, and vegetables at Falmouth, so that we might enjoy the wonted luxuries of the shore for some few days of our first voyage. On the evening of the 24th of August, we bid adieu to the friends who had accompanied us down from Southampton. The anchor was weighed and catted. The last link between us and home was broken, and under all plain canvas the Falcon glided out of the bay, bound for Madeira. Well off at last, we 4, the boy and the kitten, and it was with a curious mixture of sensations that we sailed out into the dark, cloudy night on the choppy waters of the Channel. The last we saw of old England was the lizard lights gleaming from the darkness. From these we took our departure and steered a course straight across the Bay of Biscay for Finisterre. At 8 o'clock we lost sight of the light, and from that moment the routine of the shipboard commenced. 8 bells was sounded. The patent log, one of Walker's taffrail logs, was dropped overboard, and the watches set. For from now our life was no longer to be divided into days and nights, but into spells of 4 hours up and 4 hours down, rather trying at first. There was usually a strong contrast between the expression of the faces of the watch coming down to turn in, and of that about to turn out. To the latter, the jovial and noisy way with which the former would rouse it from its slumbers was disgusting in the extreme. Arnaud's face, for instance, when he was turning out at midnight, wore anything but a happy expression. He did not seem to see any fun in Jourdain's boisterous Now then, you sleepers, now then, starboard watch, up you get. We met splendid weather all the way to Madeira. Too splendid, indeed, for we were becalmed 2 days in the Bay of Biscay, rolling helplessly in the long swell, the redoubtable Gulf treating us kindly and sparing us all its terrors. We were also becalmed for nearly 3 days in the neighborhood of Madeira. Notwithstanding these 5 days of enforced idleness, we accomplished the voyage of 1,200 nautical miles in 14 days, for the wind was right aft all the way. It is off the south coast of Portugal that the mariner may expect to fall in with a northeast trade wind, but we carried the wind from that quarter all the way from Southampton, a great piece of luck. It would be tedious, I think, for my readers were I to give the narrative of these voyages in log form. I will therefore but briefly jot down the particular events of each, especially such as may prove of interest or of service to yachting men. The little Falcon gave great satisfaction on this, her trial trip, and we got a much higher speed out of her than we anticipated. On some occasions she has logged as much as 9½ knots an hour, running before a heavy sea. We were enabled to carry our spinnaker and gaff topsail throughout the voyage, 2 days excepted. On approaching Finisterre we got into a confused and nasty sea, in which the vessel rolled heavily, and these lively Penzance luggers do know how to roll. Durdine and myself had now to take all the steering through our watches, as Arnaud and Andrews could as yet only be trusted at the helm in fine weather. On the evening of the 29th of August, we sighted the lofty cliffs of the Spanish coast, and at dusk made out the light on Cape Finisterre. This day we spoke the Maria, a Spanish bark bound for Corunna. In the night we lost a hand overboard. We could not recover him, as it was very dark, and there was a heavy sea running. The sad event occurred in the middle watch. I was steering, with Arnaud standing by my side, when we perceived the kitten crawl out of his lodging under the dinghy which lay upturned on the deck. The poor thing had been pining ever since we sailed. The terrible liveliness of the little craft had made him very seasick, and perhaps tinned meat and preserved milk did not agree with him. Anyhow, he was a melancholy object, becoming thinner and sadder every day as his chum the boy grew fatter and more contented looking. This particular afternoon the kitten had sighted the smiling downs of Spain, had smelt the land, so he plucked up a bit, tried to purr, and evidently entertained hopes of soon setting foot on terra firma again. But now that he saw us bearing away once more, and the Finisterre light fading away behind us, despair seized him. He climbed onto the bulwarks, and stretching out his neck, looked yearningly out towards the receding land. Now he gazed down shrinkingly at the black water, now back at the deck, evidently in doubt. And just as the light became quite invisible, with a piteous mew and one last reproachful look at the cruel Falcon and her crueler crew, resolutely leapt overboard, a deliberate suicide. Death, he thought, was to be preferred to this life of misery on the ever-heaving seas. On the 1st of September, being in about latitude 38 degrees north and longitude 14 degrees 12 minutes west, off the mouth of the Mediterranean Sea, we encountered our strongest breeze, a moderate gale from the northeast, before which we ran nearly 100 miles in 12 hours. On the 29th of August we ran 142 miles. On the 30th of August, 118. On the 31st of August, 108. On the 1st of September, 180. On the 2nd of September, 150. Dead before the wind, so that we had no reason to complain. We were, on the 2nd of September, only 168 miles from the Madeira Islands, but we did not drop our anchor in Funchal Roads until the 7th of September, for we now encountered calm and light baffling winds, progressing but slowly under a leaden sky across a long, smooth-swelling leaden sea. Tepid, uncomfortable weather it was, with the thermometer standing at 85 degrees in the shade. Early in the morning of the 6th of September, we sighted a rugged, rocky coast right ahead of us, which we soon made out to be the island of Porto Santo, the northernmost of the Madeiras. It appeared to be a wild spot, a small isle not 6 miles long, with an iron-bound coast on which the Atlantic seas perpetually broke with a thunderous roar. It seemed to be barren in the extreme, merely a tumbled mass of rugged black mountains, in some places running sheer into the foaming sea, and others fringed at the foot by beautiful beaches of golden sands. Strange did these lofty mountainous islands of the mid-ocean appear to us, after the low, verdant shores of old England. There was but a light wind blowing, and it was not till midnight that we sailed between the group of barren rocky islands known as the Desertas, only distinguishable this dark night by the roar of the surf on them, and the east coast of Madeira. Then we bore away to the westward until we were abreast of the lights of Funchal, some 4 miles from the anchorage, and hauling the foresheets to windward, hove to till morning. The next day was cloudless, sultry, and with scarcely a breath of wind to fill our sails. But with the assistance of the sweeps, we brought the Falcon by about midday to the roadstead of Funchal, and came to an anchor within hailing distance of the shore under the walls of the Loo Rock fort. And now, indeed, we could perceive that we had come to a summer land. On the shore in front of us was the white Portuguese city, and behind it the island rose in swelling domes of luxuriant vegetation and dark forests, up to the barren rocky mountain tops 6,000 feet above the sea. It was pretty hot, too. The Lesta was blowing, that hot wind from the African Sahara, which brought the thermometer up to 90 degrees in the shade. As soon as the customs and health boat had come off, and we were free to hold intercourse with the natives, a bumboat came off to us from the shore, the regular old traditional bumboat of Marryat's novels, laden with oranges, bananas, figs, mangoes, fresh butter, fish, soft tack, and other unwanted luxuries. But the bumboat woman, the sweet little musical Buttercup, was wanting. In her place was a shifty-eyed, grave, dark man of unprepossessing countenance, one Marco, who undertook to supply us with water, stores, look after our washing, and so on. He could speak some English, and was laden with certificates from all the English yachts that had visited Madeira for years. There are no ship chandlers here, so one is left to the mercy of these irregular land sharks. Marco is perhaps no worse than the rest. Jardine said, "He may prove to be an honest man, for he did not wince when swallowing the very strong tot of whiskey I gave him. I have some doubts myself as to the general efficacy of this ordeal." The town of Funchal we found to be very dull and uninteresting, but like all who visit the island of perpetual summer, we were astonished at the beauty of the surrounding country. From the steep, paved, narrow streets of the suburbs, over whose every wall hung large bunches of purple grapes, to the tops of the swelling hills, the land overflowed with an exuberant and lovely vegetation. Myrtles, large trees of grand geraniums in full flower, roses, vines, oleanders, bananas, covered the hillsides, while every lane was shaded with festoons of vines. Mr. Falconer, our host of the excellent English hotel known as Miles Hotel, a beautifully situated place built in the center of a lovely tropical garden, made arrangements for us to visit the world-renowned view of the Grand Corral. He procured good horses for us. The Grand Corral deserves its reputation, and we had a most pleasant ride to the Sublime Gorge by a road which winds along the sides of mountains, sometimes precipitous and barren, but generally covered with verdure and flowers and noble forests of chestnut. The broad blue Atlantic was always a feature in the scene. So high were we above it that we could see the light clouds skimming over it below us like phantom ships. On our return to the city, we went to the circus, for dull Funchal just now boasted this excitement, a Yankee circus that was traveling among the Canary Islands and up and down the west coast of Africa. We were already provided with tickets for the performance, for the shrewd American had already pounced down on us as likely people to be looking out for entertainment. We had made the acquaintance of some of this queer crowd of light-hearted wanderers in the following wise. We were sitting in a cafe, indulging in glasses of strong red wine in which cream ices had been stirred up, a pleasant combination in vogue here. At another table was sitting a man who eyed us silently for some time, mentally taking our measure. He was a shortish man with close-shaved head and keen Yankee features, with an eye ever twinkling with good-natured fun, and a mobile, nervous mouth. After, no doubt, having pretty well gauged the character of the Falcons, and having detected some Freemasonry of Bohemianism in the appearance of these great navigators, he came boldly up to us, and with Yankee twang burst at once in media res. "Wall, strangers, and so you've come all the way from England in that little craft in the harbor, eh? Proud to make your acquaintance. I'm the finance man of Feely's Circus, that's who I am. Now I guess you'll want a dash of moral recreation tonight after all those days of hauling and heaving, eh? Here you are," producing an envelope. "Just 4 places left. 4 box tickets for tonight's grand representation of Feely's American Circus. Right. Yes, I'll take a little agua pura with whiskey. Eviva, señores." We visited the circus and enjoyed it, too, for the little company was clever. We all lost our hearts to a pretty and merry-eyed little Yankee girl who gracefully did La Oitacola on a fine bay horse. I think our friend, the finance man, saw this, for he considerately spared us any further wounding of these 2 susceptible hearts. He came off in a boat to call on us the next morning, and brought with him his boss, Mr. Feely, and the Neapolitan clown, but none of the fair artistes. "They are liable to seasickness," he diplomatically explained. This trio stayed to lunch, and we turned them out our best curry and minced collops, stimulating their appetites first with the world-renowned Falcon fog cutter, a terrible beverage of the cocktail species, invented by Jourdain in the early days of the cruise, but much improved by further research and experiment as we progressed. It contains manifold ingredients, of which whiskey and Angostura bitters form the base. What comes on the top of these depends much on the products of the clime the Falcon happens to be in. Thus, a detailed recipe is impossible. If you ask a denizen of British Guinea what a swizzle is, his reply will be a demerara tipple. He will not condescend to analyze further for you that delicate pink foaming draught. So be it with a Falcon fog cutter. It is a Falcon tipple. For 2 years, this company had owned a small schooner yacht in which they traveled with all their paraphernalia from island to island of the West Indies and up the Spanish Main. Then they were wrecked. Many a curious yarn these 3 Bohemians spun us of their roaming life on the warm western seas among the pleasure-loving people of the Spanish Main. Mr. Feely was the gravest of the 3, as became his responsible position. Circus proprietors always are more or less solemn. It must indeed be hard and delicate work to keep in order the curious little world of a traveling circus, with its artistic jealousies and squabbles. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Cruise of the Falcon by E. F. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Cape Verde Islands. In the afternoon of the 13th of September, having got a clean bill of health for St. Vincent, and laid in a good stock of vegetables and Colares wine, we weighed anchor and sailed out of Funchal Bay before a light breeze. We did not get out into the strength of the fresh trade wind until past midnight, as is generally the case on the lee side of this island with its lofty mountains. Our next port was to be Porto Grande, in the island of St. Vincent, Cape Verde Islands, a distance of 1,026 nautical miles. This voyage we accomplished in 7 days and 20 hours, notwithstanding that we had in all about 40 hours of light winds and calms and 12 hours of headwind. But during the rest of the voyage we had strong northeast trade winds. In 3 consecutive days we made the following runs: 169, 166, and 183 nautical miles, which is not bad work for a tubby, jury-rigged craft like ours. We were now sailing over a lovely sea. The old Spanish discoverers named this vast region of the northeast trade wind, that extends from almost 36 degrees north to the equator, the Ladies' Gulf. Well named it is, too, a tropic sea where storms are very rare, where there is a perpetual summer, tempered by the fresh, strong trades. In these warm latitudes, the 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. watch is the pleasantest of the day. There is, first, the matutinal coffee and pipe, for on the Falcon, smoking on duty is not absolutely forbidden. You steer the gallant little vessel as she reels off her 8 knots an hour before the steady breeze, rolling and heaving gently as the great green seas pass under her, sometimes playfully dropping a bucketful of salt water over the bulwark. You watch the gradual approach of dawn. There comes a pale flush with bright emerald streaks in the eastern sky, and far quicker than in our northern climes, the sable night is driven back and the stars put out, and gloriously the tropical sun rises from a throne of rainbow clouds over burning Africa. During our voyage to St. Vincent, the thermometer ranged from 80 to 85 degrees in our cabin. On September the 14th, it rained for the first time since we left Southampton, but not for long. On the evening of September the 16th, 4 full-rigged ships were in sight of us astern. The following morning the wind freshened from the southeast quarter. We held our own against 3 of the 4 ships, still keeping them astern of us. Only one could gain on us, and at 2 p.m. she was alongside. She was a magnificent British ship with all sail set. We were in company with her for some hours, during which we kept up a conversation with her by means of the International Code of Signals. She hoisted her number, HFSR, and we found she was the well-known fast London clipper, the Parramatta of 1521 tons, bound from Plymouth to Sydney. Her passengers crowded her decks to look at us, the sight of so small a craft as the Falcon in mid-ocean evidently surprising them. The flag conversation went on in an animated manner until we bade each other farewell, dipped our ensigns and separated, she taking a course considerably to the westward of ours. This pleasant little encounter was in latitude 26 degrees 24 minutes north, longitude 20 degrees 30 minutes west. The other 3 ships did not overtake us. On September the 18th, we boomed along merrily before a fresh breeze. It was Saturday, so at 8 p.m., as is the old sea rule, we drank to sweethearts and wives and even found occasion for another toast, so merry were we at our luck and prospect of a smart run. This was to the tropics, for it was this evening we entered the torrid zone, crossing the Cancer at sunset. This night the wind freshened considerably, but blew steadily. At daybreak, as I was steering, it being my watch, the spinnaker outhaul carried away, so I had to call up the watch below to muzzle the sail and repair the damage. A curious and undignified spectacle the port watch presented as they hurried up in deshabille. Andrews was arrayed in a blanket and a pair of hideous blue spectacles which he considered to be necessary for his eyes when he was in tropic seas. On the 19th, we had reeled off another 166 knots, and now the gallant northeast wind blew fresher and fresher still. At times we made 8.5 knots an hour, driving showers of spray from our bows as we plunged like a frightened steed from one great sea to another. Topsail and spinnaker were stowed in the afternoon. By evening the wind had increased to the force of a gale, and we close reefed the mainsail and shifted the jib. Jardine and myself had now to do all the steering, as was usual when the tiller required delicate handling. The old boat behaved splendidly, and in 24 hours we had made another 190 miles on our course. On the morning of the 20th, we sighted a brig steering west-southwest with topgallant mast gone. Nearly every morning about this time we had a little fresh fish for breakfast, for many flying fish would jump over our low bulwarks by night, attracted by the glare of the bull's-eye and sidelights when we carried them. On the night of September the 20th, we knew that we were in the close vicinity of the Cape Verdes. As the weather was very thick, we first shortened canvas, and later on, during the middle watch, hove to, so as to keep off the land till daybreak. At 4 a.m. I relieved Jardine on deck, made sail, and proceeded on our course. we were unfortunate in having an exceedingly uncomfortable morning for making a landfall. It was squally, drizzly, thick weather, in which it would be impossible to distinguish the highest land at the distance of 2 miles. A not uncommon state of things to encounter off these lofty, cloud-collecting islands. At 7 a.m., we perceived through the drizzle a dark, undefined mass on the port bow that might be a lofty coast, so we bore down towards it. Then a violent squall came down on us, which compelled us to lower the mainsail. At 8 p.m., of a sudden, a great rift opened out in the thick atmosphere, and lo, right ahead, for a moment only, appeared a mass of inky rock filling the rift, its edges and extent not yet discernible. Then the rift in the mist closed, and we were left again in uncertainty for a while. But soon, with the strengthening sun, the thickness cleared once more, and we perceived before us, not 3 miles off, a dark, threatening mass of mountains, which we recognized as the island of San Antonio. This is the most northward of the Cape Verde Islands, and is one of the most fertile of the group, though it looks barren and inhospitable enough from the sea. These islands lie at the southern limit of the northeast trade winds, and are about 200 miles from the Senegambia on the west coast of Africa. They belong to Portugal, and are for the most part inhabited by a fine-looking race of Negroes, giants of their kind, who are good sailors and farmers. The whole group is volcanic, a congregation of curiously serrated, dark mountains that look as if vomited out from hell itself, so weird some of them appear. The island of San Antonio presents a fine appearance from the sea. It is a grand volcanic mass of dark rock, whose peaks rise above the clouds. It attains an elevation of 7,100 feet, and at whose feet is a perpetual white line of heavy surf. Bleak and uninhabited as it appears to be, this island has a considerable Negro population, and they say contains fertile vales between its precipices, where vines, coconuts, plantains, indigo, and cotton are cultivated by a mild and industrious colored people. The island of San Vicente is separated from that of San Antonio by a channel 7 miles wide. After close hauling the Falcon on the port tack so as to double the northeast cape of San Antonio, we then bore away down the channel for Porto Grande, the harbor of St. Vincent. This is the most important island of the Cape Verde archipelago, having been selected as a coaling station and place of call for several lines of ocean mail steamers. But of all the group, none, I imagine, is so barren and burnt up a desert as is this little islet. As we approached, we could easily distinguish its volcanic origin. It is merely a burnt-out volcano. From the golden sands that divide it from the blue tropic sea, it rises a confused mass of utterly bare, fantastic mountain peaks. Steep and profound ravines descend to the sea in places, black and lifeless some of them, as if they had been cloven but yesterday with a great pickaxe out of a mountain of coal. This arid African crag is not a cheerful-looking place. At midday, we dropped our anchor in Porto Grande Bay, close to the wretched little Portuguese town. This is a splendid and well-sheltered harbor, capable of holding at least 300 sail. The entrance, which looks out toward the island of San Antonio, is about 2 miles wide. Once within the bay, one finds himself in clear, smooth water, surrounded on all sides by shores of beautiful yellow sands and coral rocks, from which rises the amphitheater of barren, tooth-shaped mountains. The only objection to this landlocked basin is the almost daily occurrence of furious squalls which sweep down on it from the ravines. Twice during our stay here we dragged our anchor in consequence of these. The little town on the beach, with its whitewashed houses and bright red roofs, looked cheerful against the dreary background, for from the dome mountain tops to the shore sloped down the couloirs of black lava and debris of old volcanoes. Travelers have likened this aspect to that of a raked-out coal fire of giants, a titanic heap of cinders, and this exactly describes it. One could almost imagine that the fire still smolders below, so intensely hot is it in this landlocked bay. An atmosphere of a furnace at times envelops the town. On the desolate land, there is no green to relieve the eye, no trees to keep off the burning rays of the tropic sun. The health officer came off in a boat rowed by sturdy Negroes clad in white, and gave us pratique. Then in his turn came off the Marco of St. Vincent in his bumboat, a merry little Portuguese with a ne'er-do-weel twinkle in his eyes and cock of hat, Jose by name. He spoke English fluently and offered to find all we wanted in the way of provisions during our stay. Very well he did it, too, and to our surprise, without swindling us in the least. Let me recommend little Jose to future callers at this port. It is easy to procure any quantity of bananas, mangoes, coconuts, and other fruits here. They are brought over from the other, more fertile islands in small craft by the Negroes. These same islanders appear to be a merry, prosperous people, perpetually jabbering and grinning like so many monkeys. Some of these islands, they tell me, are very Negro and half-caste utopias. Each man owns his little plot of land, which produces more than suffices for his needs. Coffee, papayas, sugar, bananas, etc., are cultivated in the fertile vales beneath the volcanic crags. Yankee schooners carry on a brisk trade with these people, bartering cheap and gaudy cottons, knives, and such goods for agricultural produce. San Vicente is not self-supporting, even in the way of water. Of this necessary, there is very little, if any. Some is brought over from San Antonio in schooners, but the shipping is chiefly supplied by Miller the Coal King, who condenses large quantities of seawater in giant tanks. San Vicente is one of the stations of the Anglo-Brazilian Telegraph Company, so there are about 15 young Englishmen in the company's employ resident here. It was chiefly owing to the companionship and hospitality of these gentlemen that we lay at anchor off the cinder heap for so long as 9 days. Every naval and Royal Mail officer knows the telegraph station and the telegraph men of St. Vincent. These all live together in one large building, by far the most luxurious place on the island, with a spacious veranda surrounding it, libraries, reading rooms, billiard rooms, and all the other luxuries of a club. Were it not for the number of the company's employees and this pleasant system of half-club, half-college fellowship, I should imagine their life in such a hole as Porto Grande would be intolerable, so utterly destitute of all society or amusement is it. As it is, they live jollily enough. They give their little dances to the officers and passengers of passing mail steamers, play at cricket on the blazing sands, keep their 4-oared boat, and so on. The arrival of a steamer with a good supply of first-class passengers of the fair sex is generally the signal for a ball, for St. Vincent can turn out little in the feminine line, save negresses and mulattoes. Sadly were the telegraph men, and we mariners of the Falcon too, for the matter of that, disappointed when the SS Cotopaxi called here on her way to Australia with a full complement of passengers. We had eagerly looked forward to her arrival. There would be English papers, the faces of English girls again, a jolly ball. But alas, there was a case of scarlatina on board, so she was put into quarantine during her stay. A great disappointment for all parties, the passengers perhaps not least. The immigrants hung over the bulwarks all day, gazing sadly at the forbidden terra firma. One fine morning, Arnaud and myself started off in our Berthon collapsible boat to explore the other side of the bay under Washington Head, where the sands, piled up in huge dunes, glittered like pale gold under the vertical sun. The outward journey in the little 10-foot canvas boat was smooth enough, but on nearing the land we found what we could not perceive from the Falcon's deck, a heavy surf breaking on the shore. The edge, too, of the beach was thick with sharp, ugly-looking coral rocks. Anyhow, here we were, and land we must to explore those great slopes of glaring sand. As soon as we had reached the breakers, and were, as we imagined, in sufficiently shallow water, I gave the order to jump overboard so that we might lift the boat safely on shore without running a hole in her bottom. To Arnaud's astonishment, the water was well over our heads. So, when we had at last successfully landed and carried the boat out of reach of the breakers, He upbraided me sadly. "You told me we were in shallow water. Do you call that shallow water?" We sat down on the burning sands under the sun to dry, and forthwith entered into a fierce discussion as to whether 10 feet was shallow water or the reverse, I holding the former, Arnaud the latter view. Shallow, I said, was a purely relative adjective, and in these circumstances 10 feet was shallow. Arnaud held that water could not be shallow for walking and fording purposes when there were 3 or 4 feet of it above your head. In 5 minutes the tropical sun had dried us, so we postponed the discussion and wandered about collecting shells and specimens of coral, enjoying this amusement, I verily believe, as much as we used to do when we were small imps with spade and bucket in the olden times. The trade wind blows all the refuse of Porto Grande across the bay to this beach, and so stalking about on the sands, greedily gobbling, were the ugliest and most mangy-looking vultures I have ever cast eyes on. They were quite tame and allowed us to approach them within a yard or two. These useful scavengers are protected by law, and a heavy fine is inflicted on anyone who kills one of them, hence their tameness. They are evidently quite aware of this law, and insult you with impunity. They are most insolent beasts, worse than Barbados Negroes. Arnaud and myself now proceeded to re-embark. No easy matter, for the surf had increased considerably. Our naked feet suffered a good deal during the process, for the shore was covered with sea urchins, whose hedgehog-like bristles pierced and broke off in them. We waded in quickly after a returning wave, carrying the boat with us, jumped nimbly in, and paddled out. But alas, we were not sharp enough, for before we had got beyond the second line of breakers, a roller caught us, slewed the boat around, capsized her, rolled us out, and we had to draw her up on the shore, bail out, and start again. 5 times in succession we were thus capsized, but always managed to save the boat and keep her off the coral. We knew that there were ground sharks in this part of the bay, not a pleasant matter to think about. The 6th time we altered our tactics and succeeded. We followed a breaker, carrying the boat with us. Arnaud jumped in, seized the paddles. I held on to the stern and managed to guide her safely over the next breaker. Then he rowed with all his energy till he was well outside the surf and deep water. It was now my turn. I swam out till I came to the boat, put a hand on either side of the stern, and jumped in between my hands. My weight pulled her under and half filled her with water, but she did not capsize, and we soon bailed her out. I have mentioned this to show what can be done with a Burthon's boat. No wooden dinghy could have got off from that shore then. She would have most certainly been stove in. But 2 men, with practice and a little activity, can carry this light little canvas tub through the broken water and safely embark as we did on this occasion, without scratching a particle of paint off her fragile sides. Sunday, the 26th of September, was a hot day, a day of oppression and irritability, which found vent, as far as the Falcons were concerned, in 2 fashions. The morning was too sultry to do anything. We lay about the cabin, lazy and sulky, sleeping and wrangling alternately. First, we entered into a most fierce discussion on some subject of dynamics, in which all parties waxed savage. As a matter of fact, none of us knew anything about the question in point. Then came lunch, curry and Colares wine. This mollified us somewhat, and the talk veered around to a more gentle discussion as to the comparative beauty of the fair sex of different nations, over our pipes. But, alas! From that we go on to some profound metaphysical question, which stirred up all our latent irritability again. At last, unable to convince each other, we went to sleep. In the evening we were engaged to dine with the telegraph men. Arthur put us on shore, then pulled back to the Falcon. When we reached the veranda of the telegraph station, just as the sun was setting, Jourdain's sharp eye detected a suspicious circumstance. A boat with 3 men in it was rowing off to the Falcon. Yes, there could be no mistake. They were now alongside, now they had boarded her. Then the rapid night of the tropics fell, and all was obscure. Jourdain and myself ran down to the beach, found a boat with 2 Negroes, and engaged them to row us off. We told them to go quickly but noiselessly, explaining our plans to them. They greatly enjoyed the situation. We found a boat made fast to the Falcon, but no one suspected our arrival. Our foemen were all in the forecastle, where we heard them laughing boisterously. Jordan and myself jumped down the companion, passed through the main cabin, and so into the forecastle, where we surprised 3 Portuguese sailors. Without parley, we proceeded to belabor these fellows. There was a fine scrimmage. They were driven on deck. One fell into the boat they had come in, and alone managed to escape with her. The other 2 we knocked overboard, to find their way to their vessel as well as they could through the sharks. The latter, by the way, are too delicate in their taste to feed on Portuguese mulattoes unless very hard-pressed for a meal, so I suppose they returned safely to whence they came. Arthur told us that he was below when they came on board. They paid no attentions to his remonstrances at their uninvited appearance, but seized him, prevented him from going on deck, and commenced to inspect the vessel for grog, and anything else, I suppose, that might come in handy. After our victory, which proved a fine safety valve for the irritability caused by the sultriness of the day, we handed over a loaded 6-shooter to Arthur in the presence of our 2 grinning Negro boatmen, with injunctions to challenge once and then shoot any other visitors who might come off that night. The boy was proud of his post. He took the revolver with a grin and meaning gesture that made the Negroes shudder. I did not think that we should be troubled any more after this. He is a bloodthirsty boy, this Arthur. He has, I think, fed his youthful mind with literature of the penny dreadful class. At every port he would ask such questions as, "Be there savages here, sir? Be there Indians in these parts?" He used to appear very disappointed on receiving an answer in the negative, but used to solace himself with dreams of future bloody encounters. "With all these guns and cannons, we ought to do for them when we do see them, eh, sir?" he would say. He used to look at our little brass cannon with great respect and admiration, as being a wonderful piece of ordnance. He was very fond of it, indeed, save when he was set to polish it. When, later on, we did come across his long-looked-for Indians and savages, I fear one of the cherished illusions of his life vanished. A fragment of his youth was gone. For lo, they were not cannibals. Neither did they scalp him. Neither were they, as a rule, even naked. Simply a drunken, dirty, very ugly set of uninteresting ragamuffins. Tomorrow, after this night of wrath, was a busy day for all hands. We were employed in oiling spars, taking in stores and water, in short, preparing all for the sea. But after all this work, we did not sail on the following day after all, but indulged in a holiday. For the SS Thales was in the harbor, with the latest English papers on board. So we went in for a grand read at the telegraph station. The same steamer had also landed in St. Vincent a small quantity of that unwonted luxury, ice. One of the storekeepers near the beach had obtained a supply of the precious article, so most of the white population were in and out of that store a good deal during that day. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Cruise of the Falcon by E.F. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Bahia. Our first long run was now before us. Bahia dos Todos os Santos in Brazil, across the broad Atlantic, was to be our next port. The time this voyage might occupy was rather uncertain, for we were now towards the southern limit of the northeast trade winds. We had to traverse the region of the southwest African monsoon, which blew in our teeth, and that broad belt of equatorial calm so terrible to sailors, the sultry doldrums, where a ship may lie for weeks on the hot, smooth water under a cloudless sky, with the pitch oozing from her decks, a region of unbearable calm, broken occasionally by violent squalls, torrential rain, and fearful lightning and thunder. All these difficulties conquered, we should be in the pleasant realm of the strong southeast trade wind, the trade wind of the southern hemisphere, which blows fresher and steadier than the northeast trade, and under whose favoring breath we should be able to reel off the knots right merrily. We steered so as to cross the equator in longitude 24 degrees west, which Jourdain considered to be the best route at this time of the year. As this voyage will be of some interest to yachting men, I shall, contrary to my usual custom, narrate it in the form of a diary. It will be observed that we were 13 days reaching the equator, that, for the greater part of that time, we encountered calms and southwesterly monsoons, so that, sailing as we generally did, close-hauled on the starboard tack, we were driven considerably to the eastward of our course, on the 10th day being as far east as 21 degrees 30 minutes west. Not till we were on the equator did we fall in with the southeast trades, which then stood by us pretty steadily till we reached Bahia. Throughout the voyage, the thermometer ranged between 85 degrees to 90 degrees in the shade. In the following diary, I divide time in the civil fashion for convenience, but the positions and distances are extracted from the log and given at midday, nautical fashion. October 1st. Weighed anchor at midday. Light northeast wind. Ran down the San Antonio Channel under all canvas. On our left were the bare volcanic masses, the forbidding gorges of San Vicente, a thundering line of breakers dashing against the shore everywhere. On our right, the more smiling mountains of the Isle of San Antonio. The lofty summits of both islands were hidden in clouds. At night, wind dropped, calm and vivid lightnings. October 2nd. Dead calm, nasty drizzle, hot, debilitating weather. Vessel rolling uncomfortably in the swell. Through the haze perceived the lofty mountains of Brava, the southernmost and most beautiful of the Cape Verde archipelago. Toward evening, an east-southeast wind sprung up, which enabled us to average 6½ knots an hour during the night. October 3rd. Glorious sunny weather, wind east-southeast. 11 a.m. one of the crew was caught in a serious breach of discipline. Man at the helm, too, at the time. He was sitting down to his work, was wearing blue spectacles, and worst of all, was reading a play of Sophocles in the original. Fancy a man at the wheel reading Sophocles. He was seriously rebuked by the officer of his watch, Jourdain, who was a martinet in his way, and who gazed at him for fully 5 minutes, speechless with dismay, ere he could find voice for vituperation. October 4th. Wind east-southeast. At midday in longitude 25 degrees 1 minute west, latitude 10 degrees 32 minutes north. Distance made this day 152 miles. During the day the wind came round till it was quite aft. The glass fell rather suddenly, more than 1/10 in a few hours. In the evening there was a wild appearance in the sky, slight squalls of wind and rain, and signs of worse weather coming. Then followed a magnificent sunset, ominous of a storm, and a calm for a while. So threatening was the appearance of the heavens to windward that all hands stayed on deck to see what was coming. Right aft we perceived an inky mass of cloud rising from the horizon. It had huge, rugged black streaks diverging from it in all directions, like the claws or arms of some great monster crab or polypus. Bigger and bigger the threatening mass swelled, and the evil-looking arm stretched half round the horizon and to the zenith, as if the monster was about to enclose the whole world in its grasp. A wonderful and awful appearance. Our sails flapped as we rolled in the calm. We lowered the mainsail, made all snug, and waited. First, constant and vivid sheet and forked lightning of a blue color came out of the cloud, and then down burst the squall upon us, and such a squall! The cloud had enveloped all the sky, had blotted out all the stars. Never have I experienced so complete a darkness on the seas. The wind blew with great fury, and we could not turn our faces to the stinging rain, so smartly it struck. We scudded on before the heavy gusts. As I steered, I had to keep the vessel right before them, judging the direction by the feel of the wind on my neck, for the binnacle light was blown out. The roar of wind and rain rendered even our loudest shouts inaudible to each other across the decks. It was, as I said, pitch dark. As I steered, I could only see two whirling masses of foam on either side of our bow, like two great wings thrown up by our speed. Our sidelights were lit. On the foaming mass on our port side fell the red. On that of our starboard side fell the green light, lending a spectral horror to the scene. With this exception, the occasional lightnings alone threw a fitful light on the noisy darkness around. Above the roar of the wind and water, but one sound was heard. Our bell pealed forth loudly with each exceptional pitch of the vessel, a deep funereal tone that added to the solemnity. This squall lasted nearly an hour. Others succeeded it throughout the night from various quarters, but none coming nearly up to it in fury. October 5th. Cloudy, warm, no wind. We were in that most uncomfortable position for a vessel, becalmed in a heavy sea. For last night's weather had raised a confused tumult of choppy waves, in the trough of which we rolled and pitched horribly with all sails stowed. It was a lazy day for all, our chief employment being eating bananas and vainly attempting to catch a large shark who was prowling round us, a wary old ruffian who refused the most tempting bait. The calm continued throughout the day. As usual, ill temper resulted. Two of the crew entered into a fierce discussion as to whether the plantains, which were to serve as one of the courses for dinner, should be cooked and eaten with salt like potatoes, or be treated with sugar like fruit. At 8 p.m. there were signs of squally weather in the sky, so the crew waxed hopeful and good-tempered again. During the night we had occasional showers and light squalls from south to south-southwest, at which we put the vessel close-hauled on the starboard tack. Then came the calm again. We were now having an experience of that tantalizing, wearisome region where the doldrums and southwest African monsoons fight for mastery over the equatorial sea. All this time we were being drifted a considerable distance daily out of our course to the eastward, for we were now in the Guinea Current, an equatorial stream of hot water, its temperature is about 84 degrees, setting into the gulfs of Benin and Biafra. So warm is the water that the morning douse with the bucket, which took the place of the tub, was no longer refreshing as it used to be, for the temperature of the sea was of course higher than that of the night and morning air. When a sea came on board in the night, it felt like hot water to our faces and bare feet. October 6th. Again a dead calm, 88 degrees in the shade, a high sea running, a fearful rolling, creaking, and groaning of ship. All our canvas was stowed, a bark in sight in the same situation. For 40 hours we did not lose sight of her, though we were bound in different directions. Latitude 9 degrees, 14 minutes north, longitude 24 degrees, 30 minutes west. As no sharks seemed to be near, I jumped overboard for a short mid-ocean swim. At midday there came on us a slight squall with rain. We hoisted the canvas, but in half an hour it was as calm as ever. October 7th. A light northerly air and a very heavy equatorial rain. We stripped and enjoyed a freshwater shower bath. Also blocked up the scuppers and collected enough water to refill some of our empty breakers. We only made 17 miles this day, so light was the wind. October 8th. Calms and light northerly airs. There was a haze to the southeast, as if portending our entrance into the region of the trades. This day we made 72 miles on our course. October 9th. Tacking very slowly against head variable winds, divided from each other by hours of dead calm. In the afternoon we came to a disturbed sea, where it had evidently been recently blowing. 87 degrees in the shade. Spoke an English bark homeward bound. At night passed very close to another vessel. Neither of us were carrying sidelights, and the night was dark, but we showed them our bullseye, to which signal they responded by showing another. A night of calm with occasional squalls from every point of the compass. October 10th. A strong and squally southwest monsoon sprang up. We sailed close-hauled on the starboard tack. The vessel was very lively, but not wet. At noon the wind freshened to a half-gale from the southwest, with heavy squalls at intervals. We sailed under close-reefed mainsail, foresail, and storm jib. In the night it was blowing a moderate gale of wind in our teeth. The Falcon was livelier than ever. The way she jumped, first her head and then her stern, into a sea was a thing to experience. At midnight the vessel was laboring so heavily that we hove her to, for it was a shame to tax too much the endurance of the brave old boat. October 11th. At dawn the great seas looked most imposing, with a fiery sunrise lending a weird color to them as they charged on toward us. At 8 a.m., as the wind was moderating, we proceeded on our voyage. We put the vessel on the port tack, for the wind was south by west, and we had been driven considerably to the eastward of our course. At midday our position was latitude 4 degrees 58 minutes north, longitude 21 degrees 49 minutes west. All hands were now well weary of this southwest monsoon blowing in our teeth, with its heavy, confused seas and squalls. October 12th. Fine, sunny, but disagreeable day, for the wind, though still as a rule from the southwest quarter, seems to come at times from everywhere and anywhere, hence a troublesome sea. There was a curious, hazy appearance today to the southeast, which cheered us somewhat as indicative of change. We had now reached a locality between the southwest monsoon and the southeast trade, where the winds contend continually for the mastery. They certainly have plowed up their battlefield with their rival artillery into short, choppy furrows, very nasty for small vessels like ours that have to cross them. At midday we were in latitude 3 degrees 56 minutes north, longitude 22 degrees 50 minutes west. October 13th. A marvelous sunrise. On the eastern horizon lay a bar of bright gold with a mass of fiery red above, like a coast of golden sand lit by an intense light and backed by mountains of half-molten iron. The wind blew fresh today from south by west to south by east. At noon our position was latitude 1 degree 47 minutes north, longitude 23 degrees 8 minutes west. Distance made in 24 hours, 146 miles. During the night, of a sudden, with a squall, the trade wind burst down on us at last, then settled down strong and steady. So we rejoiced exceedingly. October 14th. A glorious morning, no cloud in the sky, and a fresh trade wind. At 7 a.m. we crossed the line. At midday we had reeled off 160 miles on our course, and at lunch were glad over our last 2 bottles of Colares wine from Madeira, which we had reserved for our arrival at the equator. Our luck had changed as we entered the southern hemisphere, after 13 days of calms, squalls, and headwinds. Jourdain reported a most curious phenomenon in his morning watch. The sea, about a mile from us, became suddenly disturbed, boiling up violently as from a subterranean spring. This lasted for about 2 minutes. He said he thought it would have been dangerous had we happened to be over the spot. Throughout the day we observed great patches of discolored water, having exactly the appearance of shoal water. These and similar phenomena are frequently observed in this part of the ocean. Often a ship reports that hereabouts she has experienced a violent shock, similar to that which is felt when a rock is struck. Sometimes a great rumbling is heard like that of a heavy chain running through the hawse pipes, and the vessel quivers like a leaf in the wind. Another time, in smooth water, a vessel has been known to heel right over suddenly, as if she had run on a sandbank, for this is a region full of most uncanny apparitions for the mariner, a sort of haunted corner of the sea. Before this ocean had been as thoroughly sounded and surveyed as it is now, these phenomena were attributed to the presence of unmarked sandbanks and rocky shoals, and are thus put down as vigias in the old charts. But it must have astonished the mariner somewhat to find that he got no soundings with his deep-sea lead immediately after experiencing one of these shocks. It is now known that there is no less depth than 2,000 fathoms anywhere in this neighborhood, and submarine earthquakes are acknowledged as the true cause of these convulsions. So frequent are these manifestations of suboceanic disturbance that this is now termed the volcanic region of the Atlantic. Fearful indeed must be the forces that can transmit such violent action upward through 3 miles of water. This afternoon we noticed that the sea changed to a light green color, and the thermometer suddenly fell 6 degrees. These, I believe, are also usual phenomena on this mysterious tract of ocean. October 15th. We sailed today through an enormous fleet of Portuguese men-of-war, Nautilus, under full canvas. Pretty, these little creatures. I don't suppose I can call them fish, and creature is a safe term. Pretty they appeared, with their delicate pink fairy sails spreading to the favoring wind. This day we logged 160 miles. Position at midday, latitude 3 degrees 15 minutes south, longitude 24 degrees 39 minutes west. October 16th. Day's run 175 miles. Latitude 5 degrees 45 minutes south, longitude 25 degrees 55 minutes west. Spoke a full-rigged ship bound for the Cape of Good Hope. October 17th. We generally hold our own against the trading vessels we come across, and on many occasions have shown some bark or ship a clean pair of heels. But this day we were ignominiously beaten, but by so beautiful a vessel that we forgave her. She was a clean, bright Yankee bark, the Golden Cross. Her sails were as well cut as a yacht's and as snowy. By noon we had added another 169 miles to our score. October 18th. The wind was now so much to the east of southeast that we were enabled to hoist our spinnaker with advantage. A very hot day. The wind was lighter, so our day's work was only 141 miles. October 19th. Wind still lighter. Day's work 118 miles. Passed a jackass-rigged craft. October 20th. Thermometer 90 degrees in the cabin, 125 degrees on deck. Wind light and variable. Day's work 89 miles. October 21st. A light breeze from the southeast. Barometer fell a tenth. We observed 3 interesting phenomena this day. The first was a huge waterspout, which crossed our bows at about 2 miles distance. The second phenomenon was America. The third, a bottle of Colares wine. I was at the tiller. Arnaud was sadly contemplating a small whale which was floundering about near us. Arthur was, as was his wont, at the masthead, looking out for passing vessels, this in fishing for flying fish with a bullseye at night being his chief diversions on board. Suddenly the boy cried, "Land right ahead, sir." I was incredulous, for I did not expect to sight the coast for some hours. On going aloft with the glasses, I saw that the boy was right. There was no mistake about it at all. There before us lay a long line of low sandy dunes, fringed with coconut trees. I rather surprised Jourdain, who was sleeping below, when I touched him on the shoulder and remarked quietly, "Here is America." It was a dreary coast, and so it is, all the way from Bahia to Pernambuco, low and monotonous, but strange, and of the tropics to one coming from the northern lands for the first time. A treble belt of striking color clove the vast blue spread of sea and sky. First was a band of bright white, the foam of perpetual breakers on the coast, then a long strip of golden sand, and above, a broader green belt of waving cocoa palms dark against the pale blue sky. The third phenomenon I spoke of was a bottle of Colares wine. Having had a good look at the American coast, our storekeeper took a dive below and soon reappeared on deck with a smile and this same bottle. He was greeted with a shout of surprise. The existence of such a treasure on board had not been in the least suspected by the rest of us, but this wary member of the crew had secreted this last bottle of our Madeira cellar in order to produce it on a first sighting of the New World. It was formally uncorked, and with its assistance we saluted the western continent. We had made the land about 100 miles to the northward of Bahia. October 22nd. A hot sun and a light breeze. We slowly followed the coast at a distance of about 2 miles from it. A line of sand fringed with coconuts and, visible from the masthead only, dense black masses of forest behind, unrolled themselves before us in monotonous panorama as we sailed by. We perceived no signs of human life on the shore, save here and there what appeared to be a negro hut. At last we sighted the lighthouse of San Antonio, and the scenery changed. Gently sloping hills came down to the shore, all covered with all manner of tropical forests and garden, among which nestled the villas and palaces of the wealthy merchants of Bahia. A wonderful sight, this brilliant tropical verdure, to us fresh from the barren seas, a luxuriant growth pouring right down to the narrow merge of sand, where stretched the long line of graceful coconut palms, casting dark shadows on the clear water. We rounded the point of San Antonio with its picturesque fort, and sailed into the smooth waters of the beautiful Bay of Bahia. At 7 p.m., our chain once more rattled out through the hawse-pipe, and we came to an anchor off the city. We were 21 days and 7 hours out from San Vicente, a much shorter voyage than we had anticipated. The distance by the route we had taken is 2,538 nautical miles. As soon as we had stowed our canvas, we brought out from hidden places white shirts, neckties, clothes, boots, and other articles of civilization, for our sea costume was barbaric in the extreme, and we awaited the authorities. 2 boats soon came off. First, the Pratique boat. The doctor was satisfied with our hygiene and gave us permission to land, as far as his department was concerned. Then came off the steam launch of the captain of the port. The officer informed us that we were anchored in a prohibited spot, and must move farther in. And now, for the first time, we experienced that universal courtesy which so pleased us in all the authorities we had dealing with in Brazilian, and indeed in all other South American ports. As we were flying the Blue Ensign, man-of-war rights were granted to us. The captain of the port gave us permission to anchor in the man-of-war ground, and to land with our boats at the naval landing stage at the arsenal. As the wind had now dropped, he very kindly towed us up to our anchorage with his launch, and offered to give us every assistance in his power. The above privileges are of the greatest value in a Brazilian port, where the custom regulations for merchant vessels are so strict. One cannot go off or on one's vessel, if she be a merchantman, after 8 p.m., without a special permit from the custom house. Now, we had the privilege of rowing to and fro at any hour. We could leave our boat alone and in safety at the arsenal steps. All we had to do when coming off late at night was to call the sentry of the arsenal gates to open them for us, telling him the name of our vessel. Again, an insolent negro guard is put on board every merchantman by the custom house. There he has to be fed, lodged, bribed, and made much of generally during the vessel's stay in the port. A horrible nuisance, which we were also excused by virtue of our blue ensign. Ours was a nice snug anchorage in 4 fathoms, under the antique fortress of Fort Lamar, a round gray mass built on a rocky islet. We were close to the beach and could see all the busy life of the praia from our decks. Bahia is a picturesque place viewed from the sea. First along the shore is the sea.The Baja, or lower town, the more ancient portion of the city. Here are the lofty stone houses of the old colonists, with antique churches of massive and quaint architecture. For Bahia is one of the most antique cities of South America. It was founded in 1511 and is now the second city of Brazil. The lower city is built on a narrow strip of land along the water, at the foot of a steep, black cliff some 240 feet high. One great street stretches along the beach, known as the praia. It is 4 miles long, with a tramway running down its length. This praia presents a very animated appearance, for here are the huge stores, magazines, and warehouses, and along the quays are moored the native craft, the queerest imaginable, with their gaudy paint, lofty sterns, strange rig, and semi-nude negro crews. Here are to be seen the giant blacks with glistening ebon skin, rolling down the bales of cotton, coffee, and sugar, and other produce of this rich province. At first sight, this is evidently one of the busy marts of the world. Along the front of the praia is a fruit, vegetable, and odds and ends market, where at their stalls sit the fattest and most voluble of negresses, with the gaudiest and most voluminous of turbans on their heads, and a rather liberal display of their large charms. This praia is a hot place, and somewhat malodorous at times, for the fresh breezes are kept off by the steep cliff. Here the English sailor, too, rolls about, red and sweating, drinking the vilest of new white rum and eating half-rotten fruit under the tropic sun, till of a sudden a sickness and a dizziness comes upon him, and in a terribly short time he falls, another victim of the invisible fiend Yellowjack. Behind this praia, as I said, rises a cliff, but not a smooth, bare cliff, but rugged, with quaint houses let into it, and rich vegetation filling each crevice. The contrast between the two is most striking, for the houses are antique, with gloomy arches, dingy many of them, as if they had stood through centuries of London smoke, whereas the vegetation, who can describe its freshness, its marvelous exuberance, its youth, its fairy-like beauty? Graceful palms, luscious-leaved bananas, wonderful creepers of rainbow colors overflow the cliff, forming a luxuriant curtain of tropical verdure, flower, fruit, depending from the upper to the lower city. On the summit of this cliff is a plain on which is built the Ciudad Alta, or Upper City, with its crowded, narrow streets, nearly each with its tramway line, its broad squares, and the cathedral. On either side of the town, on the hillsides overlooking the bay, are the most beautiful suburbs imaginable, with palatial villas nestling in gardens of such color and aroma as intoxicate the senses. No wonder if the Brazilian is voluptuous and lazy, living as he does in such a paradise as this. A steep road winds from the praia to the upper city, but there is also another means of ascent prepared for an indolent population that will not walk 10 yards if such exertion can be avoided. From the sea, an imposing-looking tower is observable, built from the lower town to the upper, along the cliffside, and terminating in a broad platform on the summit. This is the elevator, or parafusa as it is called here, being merely one of our now common hydraulic hotel lifts on a large scale. A smart Yankee hit upon this speculation, and it has proved successful. Any invention that can save a Bahian 10 minutes' walk must pay well. The network of tramways in every Brazilian city is almost incredible. Even small villages inland, like St. Amaro, have their tramcars, and fine dividends the directors show, too. There is in Bahia another means of locomotion which I have never seen elsewhere. Nothing less than the good old-fashioned sedan chair of Queen Anne's day, carried by 2 stout Negroes. The model is exactly that of the queer box in which our great-grandmothers were wont to be carried to rout and ball. Such is Bahia, a city of about 230,000 inhabitants, of whom nearly 3/4 are mulattoes, native Negroes, and Africans, the remainder Brazilians, Portuguese, and foreigners. On the morning after our arrival, we prepared to go on shore to stretch our legs after our long confinement. So here we were at last on the shore in South America, with plenty to see and wonder at. I am afraid the first thing we did was to enter the Freitas and Wilson store and indulge in the unwonted luxury of English beer. And now that I am on the subject, let me strongly recommend this firm of ship chandlers to any yachts that may come into Bahia. I shall not soon forget the courtesy and kindness they showed us. A ship chandler's store in a foreign port offers no small opportunity for the study of character, for it is the loafing place of the merchant captains. Here they sit, drink, and gossip through half the tropic day. Quite at home, sitting astride his chair, is the Yankee skipper of the smart schooner, with broad Panama hat and long cigar. That bluff gentleman who sports a white helmet is the captain of the fine English bark that came in yesterday. The jovial German in the straw hat is the master of the ship Fraulein from Hamburg. Somewhat savoring of shop is their talk, as a rule. Freights are discussed, the best longitude to cross the equator in, and the law is laid down with a thump of a horny hand on the counter. Then crews are disparagingly overhauled, somewhat in the manner of women talking over the much vexed subject of domestic servants. We were introduced to an old American skipper with a snowy goatee who hailed from Virginia, a tough old sea dog of the Spanish Main and the southern seas. He had been a whaler in the great South Pacific, and was full of strange yarns of islands where one white lives alone, a king of savages. He was a walking pilot directory, and gave us a long string of directions as to where we should go and what we should do. Said he, "I guess you should go to the Solomons. They are fine. If you do, don't land at such or such an island, for they air a queer people are. They'd treat you just as they would a fat bullock and walked on board your vessel. No, you visit the little bit of an island just south of that, so-and-so Isle. Now, you mind me. Keep the big hut in the East Bay in one with a tall palm, and you'll see all by itself on a hill, east by south, and steer bold in, and bring up in 4 fathoms, 2 cables off the shore. There you land. Tell the people you want the white man, say Jake. They'll know that you smelt him out, and they'll fetch him for you. For he is shy, is Jake. Rather queer. Can't bear a white man, ain't accustomed to him. When you see him, you say you know me, and he'll show you round that thar island, I bet. You'll have high old times. Shouldn't wonder as you'll stay there altogether, you'll like it so much. I guess you'll take a 6 wives each, and fix. And they are fine women, young men. For that there island is a paradise, what with the fruit and the flowers and the women. Whitish too, whiter than I am, with long black hair. Why, Lord, see Jake sitting under his palm trees, smoking all day, while his wives do all the work there is to do. Do it willingly, too, singing all the time now, not like them darn sailors we was talking of just now. We start for an expedition to the upper town. We take our tickets for the elevator and enter a half-dark sort of wild beast cage, where we sit down beside several of the gorgeous fat negresses, for the production of which Bahia is celebrated, and a few dark gentlemen smoking huge Bahia cigars. A strong and not delectable aroma pervades the cage, which strikes me as being somehow familiar, and seems in some strange way to call up reminiscences of my innocent childhood long ago. I have it. It is castor oil. The machinery of the elevator is evidently lubricated with this horror of my youth. The pretty tree from whose berries this useful drug is extracted grows in great profusion in Brazil, and this oil is here the cheapest of all lubricators, and is therefore extensively used for this purpose. At last our smooth, well castor-oiled journey is completed, and the cage stops suddenly. We effect our exit, and find ourselves on a platform on the summit of the cliff, an extensive square open on the seaside and surrounded by lofty hotels and houses on the other 3 sides. We pause a while by the railing on the edge of the precipice to admire the marvelous scene that stretches before us. The cliff, with its curtain of tropic verdure, falls perpendicularly from our feet. Below are the rooftops, the narrow streets of the lower town, the busy praia, the shipping. And then beyond, a great blue inland sea, with islands of waving palms and dense mangoes scattered over it. A sea indented with many a beautiful sandy bay, and with many a forest-clad promontory jutting out, noisy with the cry of parrots, and bright with many jewel-winged birds. On the further side stretch ranges of great purple mountains, scarce visible even in this clear air for the distance of them. And many a great river is seen pouring in from the inner lands, and many towns and picturesque whaling villages are scattered here and there around the wonderful coast, which is one ever-changing tropic garden. For this is the world-renowned Reconcagua of Bahia, surely one of the wonders of the world. A bay 7 miles broad at its mouth, then opening out into this landlocked sea of more than 100 miles in circumference, where all the fleets of the world could find safe anchorage, free from any danger, and opening out with its many tributary rivers one of the richest regions of Brazil, that wonderful country of tropical prodigality, with a gulf which seems as if formed by nature to be the emporium of the universe. All these shores are famous for the production of tobacco. for Bahia is the great tobacco port of Brazil, just as Rio de Janeiro is the coffee and Pernambuco the sugar port. Interesting it is for a stranger from the Old World to stroll for the first time through the Cidade Alta of Bahia. The streets are narrow, some of the houses are of antique architecture built of solid stone, the gloomy mansions of the old merchant princes of the land. The more modern are plastered, gaudily painted, pseudo-classic and Byzantine gingerbread, which, however, harmonize well with the brilliant air and vegetation. Most of the buildings here are 5 stories high, thus utterly differing from the patioed, one-storied, flat-roofed houses in the cities of the Spanish people to the south. A busy life, too, throngs these narrow streets. Tramways rattle down the principal thoroughfares. A mongrel crowd of black and white and yellow jostles and jabbers. Toward evening, it is the custom for the women to come out on the balconies to enjoy the fresh breezes that then spring up. Up and down a long street, at every balcony, up to the 5th story, they hang over. Mulatto and Negro bells, orange, green, white, scarlet, every gaudy color, fanning, flirting, laughing, chattering vigorously. Above the shrill scream of the tram whistles rises their shriller babel, a bewildering pandemonium of extreme light and sound and color and motion, mellowed slightly as a rule by an all-pervading, mysterious, heavy odor. On the morrow, Arnaud and myself took tram to a certain ancient convent whose nuns are famous for their skill in the manufacture of feather flowers. All manner of precautions are taken to keep the male sex from intruding on these gentle recluses. We were not admitted within the precincts at all, but had to stand outside a stoutly gated window and hold parley through it with the caged inmates. Indeed, one grating was not deemed a sufficient barrier between them and the outer world. The wall was about 7 feet thick, and there was a double grating in the recess, one at each side, so that a partition 7 feet deep was between us. An unnecessary precaution, inviting sarcasm, I should imagine, to the poor nuns, for in carnal attractions they were sadly, hopelessly deficient. They passed the flowers through the gratings to us in long-handled ladles. Very beautiful some of these flowers were, of metallic-lustered, rainbow-hued feathers of hummingbird and parrot. Very keen at a bargain were the ladies. They jabbered and wrangled and pushed each other aside in the excitement of the rivalry. It was an unpleasing sight, so we purchased a few flowers and departed. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Cruise of the Falcon by E. F. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Rio de Janeiro. During our stay in this port, we organized several pleasant expeditions up country, but to describe all of these would swell this work to a size far greater than I mean to trouble my readers with. I should like to tell you of the pretty village of Rio Vermelho, where the fresh trade wind blows full on the shore, driving the great Atlantic seas till they break grandly on the rocky beach, scattering showers of spray over the bending coconut palms, whose leaves glisten like diamonds with the salt crystals. I should like to narrate, too, a 5 days' trip of Arnaud and myself, when we crossed the bay, steamed up a river through the jungle and forest, and then progressed higher still in a Negro dugout to the little town of Saint Amaro. How, on the muddy banks, the pink crayfish gamboled, and how the branches of the mangroves were thick with oysters hanging like fruit, and how, from Saint Amaro, we rode across 50 miles of roadless country to Feira Santa Ana, now by the palatial mansion of some rich sugar planter, surrounded by its slave village and sloping hills of waving cane, and now through virgin forest, where the tall palms rose high above the lesser growth of trees, linked by intricate creepers, lianas, and convolvuli. I should like to linger over the description of the wonderfully plumaged birds, parrot, hummingbird, canary, and 100 others, of the fruits growing wild and in profusion in the woods, pineapples, bananas, mangoes, yuccas, breadfruit, and all the rest. I should like to tell you of the people we met, the half-naked slaves standing outside their huts, with their curious little pot-bellied, wholly naked children, of the proud planter with poncho and massive silver spurs galloping across his lands. How we journeyed on from Feira Santa Ana to Cachoeira by train through plantations of sago and coffee, and thence by steamer again down a broad river to the Reconcagua. But all this would fill a volume by itself. Having been now a fortnight in port, we once more prepared for sea. We refilled our rum barrel with white rum, laid in a stock of pineapples, yams, and other vegetables, and on the 6th of November weighed our anchor and sailed out of the Reconcagua. Salvos of crackers and rockets and the tolling of manifold bells from all parts of the city seemed to be bidding us a farewell as we dropped slowly down the smooth bay. In Bahia, every day of the year seems to be a fiesta and dedicated to some saint or other. Keeping a saint's day here implies a terrible waste of fireworks and clanging of church bells. All day long, for they do not even await the shades of night, the rockets ascend. There is no place in the world like Bahia for these amusements. Far out to sea, you know when you are approaching this port by the sound and the blaze of the worship of its inhabitants. It is called Bahia de Todos os Santos, the Bay of all saints, of all of them, with a vengeance. It is the most religious and most vicious city of religious and vicious Brazil. The eve of our departure, there stood forth an omen in the sky, which, said the sailors on shore, is but rarely seen, and only when some terrible hurricane is imminent. Inside the thin crescent of the moon was one solitary bright star, the only one in the heavens. It was a curious appearance, but it seemed to me not likely to be connected with terrestrial storm. Our next port was to be Rio de Janeiro, the beautiful capital of this empire. We had fresh winds from the east to the northeast, and so completed the voyage in 4 days and 20 hours. We carried our spinnaker and gaff topsail nearly all the time. At 5:30 p.m. on the 6th of November, we were outside the Reconcagua off Point San Antonio. By midday, the 7th of November, we had logged 116 miles. The 8th of November, we made 174 miles. The 9th of November, 152 miles. The 10th of November, 167 miles. The 11th of November, 164 miles. It was glorious sunny weather, and bracing and pleasant was the fresh Atlantic breeze, after the rather debilitating climate of Bahia. The second night out would have seemed to some pilot of old as full of alarming portents. The mariner at times does encounter such nights, weird and awe-inspiring, that fill his breast with vague, superstitious terror as he keeps his midnight watches. It was an exceedingly dark night, still. The long ocean swell rolled on smoothly, only at rare intervals breaking into phosphorescent spray. The air was hot and stifling as before a storm. The clouds that passed overhead were utterly black and assumed fantastic shapes. Arnaud recognized Gambetta's head, and a fiend riding across the heavens on a black horse in the slowly floating masses of vapor. It seemed at times as if the whole sky was full of uneasy spirits, fixing up everything ready for a good old hurricane. The moon only appeared at intervals through rifts in the cloud. It was surrounded by a beautiful triple halo of green, yellow, and pink circles. In the middle watch the sky cleared somewhat, and Arnaud and myself became the amazed spectators of several most remarkable phenomena, meteoric or electric, I cannot be certain which. We saw first, in the midst of a cloud, an appearance like that of a great shell bursting. It illuminated the whole cloud and the sea for a moment, and its explosion was accompanied with a dull thud. Again, we observed several meteors that sailed across the sky like rockets, with bright trails of fire, and then burst. A mysterious night this, on the warm tropic sea, ominous of tempest, which, however, did not overtake us. On the 4th night out, we kept a sharp lookout for Cape Frio, in whose neighborhood we knew ourselves to be. There is a lighthouse on this point, with a powerful light. We made it out about 2 a.m. As we neared the Cape, the thermometer fell rapidly, till we really felt quite cold for the first time since we had left England. This sudden fall of the temperature is always experienced near Cape Frio, hence its name, the Cold Cape. I believe the phenomenon is attributed to the presence of some oceanic current of cold water which comes to the surface hereabouts. This cape is also famous for the furious squalls that sweep down from it seawards. When daylight came, we discerned land once more on the starboard bow, a distant range of blue mountains which we recognized from their sharp spire-like peaks to be the Organ Mountains, which lie to the back of the Bay of Rio. On approaching the entrance of the gulf, the water shallowed and became light green in color. The sea, as is not uncommon on this bar, was coming in heavy breaking rollers, which would have proved dangerous to many a yacht of the Falcon's tonnage that I know of. We heard that a heavy pampero had been blowing for 3 or 4 days to the south of Rio, hence the exceptionally disturbed condition of the sea when we arrived. Who can describe the grandeur of the gates of the Bay of Rio and the wonderful beauty of the bay itself? I thought nothing could be so beautiful as the Reconcagua of Bahia, and lo, here is a gulf that transcends all one's wildest dreams of the magnificence of tropical scenery. Not here are the gently sloping hills of the Reconcagua. The entrance of this bay is between stupendous and fantastically serrated mountains. Steep and forbidding domes of granite fall sheer into the boiling surf. The aspect of this coast from the sea is grand and terrible in the extreme. But once within the bay, all changes. One moment we were running before a cool, strong breeze rolling heavily in the steep seas. The next moment we had passed between 2 walls of rock. We had entered the inland sea. Immediately the water fell smooth as glass. The wind died away, and the bracing sea breeze was changed for the sultry atmosphere of the tropic harbor. We came to an anchor inside the island and fortress of Villagagnon. What a scene was there round us! What a variety of beautiful form and color! To give any adequate description of this bay is quite impossible. It is as extensive as the Reconcagua of Bahia, and it is studded with the most beautiful islands, whose beaches are lined with coconuts and stately palms. All around the bay rise the stupendous mountains, some covered with gorgeous colored forests, others of barren crags and lowering precipice. And there, stretching far along the shore, is the Empire City, Rio de Janeiro, the Queen of South America, lying at the foot of an amphitheater of great mountains. There is the huge granite crag of the Sugarloaf, seeming ready to fall down on the suburbs at any moment. There is the Gavia, a square-headed mass of rock with a flat top like Table Mountain. There is the Tajuca and the forest-covered Corcovado, with its springs of sweet water. And all around the inland sea are little sheltered bays, the most beautiful imaginable, with beaches of silver sand and wonderful tropical forests covering the mountainsides, where the guava and mango grow in wild profusion. And there are islands in these bays too, like the little gardens of Eden. Our first stroll through the city gave us a very favorable impression of it. We were evidently in a civilized and luxurious capital, where we could recreate and relax very pleasantly for a few days. Rio de Janeiro is a fine city of about 500,000 inhabitants, and is thus much larger than Bahia. It is also much whiter than Bahia. The Negroes here are not in so overwhelming a majority as in the former city. Tramways, of course, are everywhere. Gas and tramways are the specialties of Rio. No town in the world is so well lit. Far beyond the city, up to the mountain tops, through the country lanes, are the tram metals laid and the lamps planted. Far out to sea is the city visible by night by the great glare of it. 5 minutes after landing, instinct led us to the establishment of Jimmy Graham, the well-known Yankee barman. A smart man is Graham. As you enter his place the first thing in the morning, uncertain as to what your eye-opener shall be, do not, if you be a wise man, tax your brains on the subject. Jimmy knows what will fix you up better than you do. Simply say, "Graham, I want you to prescribe for me." "Take a seat," he will reply. He will look at your face for a moment or so with his shrewd eye, then a gleam of intelligence will flit over his expressive face. He has diagnosed your case. "Well, I guess I can fix you up what you want." And forthwith He will arrange for you some iced, delectable poison, long or short as the case may be, which you find will exactly suit your disease and make a new man of you. But if you are the rare bird, a wise man, you will forswear strong drinks in this climate, and patronize Jimmy only for the prawn curries he knows how to prepare, and the delicate rock oysters from the bay. This first evening we went up to dine at the Hotel Vista Alegre, which is out of the close city on the healthy hillside. Thither we traveled partly by train and partly up a very steep, inclined plane in a car which is hoisted by a chain, just like the railway from Lyon to Croix-Rousse. It was now night, and the aspect of the city and the bay from the elevation at which we were was very strange and beautiful. Steep ravines and hillsides sloped from our feet to the city, mountains were around us, and all were lit by myriads of gas jets. Their crags were covered with the rich vegetation of the tropics. Tall palms towered above the houses. A most fairy-like view, a wonderful contrast of city streets and nature at her grandest. Rio is a lively town enough after dull Bahia, for here we have theaters, an opera house, an alcazar, concert gardens like those of Paris, and other dissipations. The Rua Ovidor is the Bond Street of Rio. Carriages are prohibited from traversing it after dark, for it is then that the Brazilian ladies promenade this narrow thoroughfare to do their shopping. 10 p.m. is the fashionable hour. The Negroes here live a very out-of-door life, and one thus acquires a very fair insight into the habits of their private life, or rather what would be the private life in the case of a white man. The Negro barber carries on his profession in the middle of the street. When a customer comes, he simply sets him down on the pavement, if no other seat be at hand, and lathers his chin and shaves away, undisturbed by the crowd of little Negroes that generally admiringly surround the artist. Here, sitting in a long string on the curbstone of a crowded street, are Negro slaves weaving straw hats. Listen to them. That barbaric tongue cannot be Portuguese. No, it is an African dialect. For these are not Creoles of Brazil, like most of the slaves here, but Africans, men who have once known freedom. I had noticed that one of these half-naked hat weavers was always treated with great respect by his fellows. He was a giant in size, and had evidently been a man of uncommon strength. But he was now of great age, his back was bent, and his curly wool was white as snow. I was informed that he had once been one of the greatest kings of Africa, and that all Africans from his part of that continent, even over here in America after years of slavery, observed the same form of etiquette when approaching him as they perforce did in the old times, when he was every inch a king, and the life and death of his subjects were in his hand. Barbarous indeed these savage courtiers must be, thus to still revere their prince, and be loyal to him, knowing well that there is not the slightest chance of his ever again recovering his freedom and his kingdom, and being in a position to reward them for their fidelity. For it is not only by mere courtesy that they show their devotion. It is customary for them to quarrel among themselves as to who shall complete the aged sovereign's daily hat-weaving task, when their younger and nimbler fingers have completed their own. You can observe this amiable squabble among the poor fellows every afternoon, the old king sitting the while blinking sleepily, taking no interest in the proceedings, apathetic beneath the burdens of his many years, and now, I should imagine, hardly remembering and regretting those days when, at furious speed, he rode along the Niger's bank. 2 days after our arrival at Rio, we got up anchor and sailed up the bay to the island of Paqueta, a distance of about 10 miles. This is a pretty little wooded hilly island with a population of about 1,700. A friend of Jourdain, an ex-Royal Mail officer and now superintendent of that company in Brazil, was living here with his family, so we came to an anchor off his house and remained there until we sailed for the River Plate. A beautiful spot it was, nestling among the stately palms and bamboos, tamarids and almonds, and very pleasant it was for us, after our semi-savage life, to see once more in Mr. May's hospitable home the faces of English ladies and English children. The islet of Paqueta is a lovely little corner of earth to pass a lazy time in. Here we are, for instance, in the evening sitting in Mr. May's veranda, puffing at our postprandial cigars. The too short tropic dusk has passed, and it is night. All around us is the tropic garden of rare fruits and palms and creepers. The garden terminates on a sandy beach on which break, with gentle splashes, the small waves of the sheltered bay. Along the sand is a fringe of coconut trees, waving their great leaves gently in the evening breeze. A promontory of round boulders projects, a dark mass, into the water, gleaming in silver arrows under the moon. Beyond the rocky islets and palm promontories, across the broad bay is seen, looming dark against the sky, the opposite coast, with the mountains of the interior still further back, vague and misty. The faint lights of the charcoal burners' fires are seen here and there on the far-off hillsides, where the virgin forests are, and to return once more to the foreground, there within a stone's throw rides the stately old Falcon at anchor. Now add to this the still, warm night air, heavy with the odor of flowers and fruits and spices, the flight of bats, the perpetual shrill cries of cicadas, the sad splash of the waves on the rocks, and you have the very surroundings for an indolent man who loves to ponder silently over his cigars and coffee, or rather, not even to ponder at all, but sink into that reverie qui ne pense à rien, his mind intoxicated with the beauty of all that fervid yet lazy nature around him. But, after all, there are few lotus-eaters at Paqueta. Certain perspiring black savages, with a rag around the waist as their sole clothing, here pass anything but a life of dolce far niente. Above the cry of the cicada and the moaning of the sea and the rustling of the palm trees, all through the long night, from the time that the sun sinks into the fiery crimson clouds that crown the Organ Mountains to when he rises again from the Atlantic, you can hear a strange and melancholy song rising in wild bursts on the night air, a barbaric, monotonous, and sad chorus, such as Israelite bondsmen might have sung long ago in Egypt. And this, too, is a chorus of bondsmen, of African slaves, for there are lime works on Paqueta Island, and by night and day, unceasingly, the native blacks toil on in batches. The night watchers are obliged to sing this chorus at intervals, so that their master in his bed, if he chances to be awake, may know that they are toiling and watching and not falling to sleep with weariness. This lime is made from the shells of the oysters that so thickly cover every rock in the Gulf of Rio. About Paqueta can be seen daily a regular squadron of quaint native craft, manned by naked slaves, dredging for the bivalves. The process is a very primitive one, involving a great deal of labor and very little proportionate results. The slave has a long bamboo with a small cradle fitted to one end. This he scrapes along the rocky bottom, raising each time only a handful or so of shells, I should imagine. I will not inflict on my readers a description of the lions of Rio and its neighborhood, which of course we did. And what city on earth has such marvelous scenery in its immediate neighborhood? Why, even in the narrow streets of the city itself, you come suddenly on the most lovely little oases of tropical vegetation. Here, for instance, is a gloomy and ugly old mansion in a squalid lane. It has some pretensions to architecture, and it is the palace of some merchant prince, maybe, but it is as dingy and uninteresting looking as are the houses near Fitzroy Square. You are passing it, when suddenly the portal of it is opened, and there is revealed a glimpse of paradise itself. Under that dark door, as a frame, is seen a bit of bright azure sky above, and below a garden. But what a garden! What color, what form! Among the dazzling creepers and bushes, stone fawns and nymphs disport themselves, and fountains splash on cool marble and tessellated pavements. And down the great garden is a drive through an avenue of immense palms, smooth and straight as columns, with their leaves joining overhead like the aisle of a cathedral of giants. It is a glimpse into fairyland. Then the portal closes, and we might almost be in dingy London, save for the sky above and the negroes around. So pleasant was found our stay here that it was not till 40 days had passed unnoticed by that we sailed from Rio. We came in on November 11th and left on December 21st. It was the midsummer here south of the line, but the heat on the Brazilian coast is rarely oppressive. Our thermometer in the cabin only once, as far as I remember, registered more than 95 degrees. We found lots to do, sometimes in the city, sometimes making pleasant excursions into the interior, sometimes organizing cruises and picnics with the Falcon in the bay, and, best of all to my mind, sailing about in the dinghy among the beautiful islands near Paqueta. Those little exploring expeditions were most delightful. There is a little archipelago of islands near Paqueta, all beautiful, some large, with pleasant villages of peaceable mulatto folk, others uninhabited but overflowing with a glorious vegetation, others bare, mere boulders rising from the clear water with, maybe, a solitary cactus growing on the summit. Nowhere on earth is there an inland water so adapted for a cruise in a small boat. One could travel on for months and anchor each night off some new picturesque island or in some new bay, so extensive is this great winding gulf. Here is the log of one of these little cruises. One glorious morning I put the mast and sail in the dinghy, provisioned her with a keg of water, a bottle of wine, bread, oranges, pipe, tobacco, matches, and sketching materials, and started for a solitary sail. First, I circumnavigated Paqueta, keeping close to the shore, where the palms overhang the water, steering among the great boulders. These boulders that rise out of the Gulf of Rio are of interest to the geologist. They are smoothly rounded by the action of water into a dome shape, and nearly all of them are split down the middle as by wedges, so that they present the appearance of so many episcopal mitres. Then, passing several islets, I reached one, an uninhabited little paradise which I named Coconut Island from the multitude of those graceful trees that lined its shores, and to beach the dinghy in a sandy little cove. If that island could be transported, as it is now, to Kew Gardens, it would be one of the sights of Europe. It was hilly, and about a mile or rather more in circumference, and covered with a dense vegetation. Mangoes and tamarinds and the most gorgeous flowers grew on its slopes, all bound together by intricate network of lianas and purple-flowered convolvuli. Brilliant plumaged hummingbirds and rainbow-hued butterflies seemed to be the sole inhabitants. From the summit of the island, one looked over the broad many-island bay and the far mountains glowing under the blue tropic vault. In order to acquire an appetite for my picnic, I treated myself to a plentiful feast of oysters. All the rocks were covered with these up to the high water mark. Small and delicate they were, too, so I waded about in tepid water, cutting them off in clusters with my knife. Then came lunch, for which the mangoes on the island provided a dessert. Then off again to explore further islets, all uninhabited, till I felt like a sort of Robinson Crusoe of a half-dozen isles instead of one. And the sun was low, and it was time to beat back against the fresh sea breeze to where the Falcon lay at anchor by the stately row of palms. One of the things to be done by the visitor to Rio is Petropolis, a model highland village founded by the Emperor of the Brazil, and in the midst of which he has built to himself a summer pleasure palace. Thither one fine morning we proceeded, and a pleasant journey it was. First, a steamer took us across the bay to a point where a train awaited us. After but a short voyage on the line, we again changed our mode of conveyance, and entered one of the 6 coaches that were intended to carry passengers across the mountains to the imperial village. In single file they slowly ascended the pass, a fine road in sharp zigzags, reminding one of Les Echelles of the Mount Cenis. But the view around was somewhat different. Not the great crags and the snows and somber pines of the Alps on this tropical mountain pass. On either side of us were palms, tree ferns, lianas, and all manner of unknown plants and flowers, with colors such as no orthodox plant should have, stolen from the minerals. Great leaves of burnished copper strewed the ground, and the green and silvers and yellows and reds of the twining creepers and flowers were as of molten and incandescent metals. The parrots, hummingbirds, butterflies, and beetles gaudy-hued as they were not more so than this glorious vegetation they inhabited. From the summit of the pass, the view was grand in the extreme. A vast expanse of country lay beneath us like a plan. The mountains sloped down from our feet to a dark wooded plain. Beyond that was all the Bay of Rio with its islands and mountains, the Sugarloaf guarding the entrance, and then still farther the Atlantic horizon line. Descending again, we soon reached our destination, the luxurious village nestling in a hollow of the forest-clad hills. We rattled down the main street, by which flows a babbling river shaded by avenues of willows, and, dismounting, introduced ourselves to Mr. Mills of the comfortable English hotel, who forthwith proposed to mix for us the refreshing cocktail of the New World while dinner was preparing. Petropolis is built in the center of a large imperial estate. The emperor, who is, as everyone knows, not only one of the most hard-working monarchs in the world, but is one of the most active in every scheme of benevolence, is, if nowhere else, popular in Petropolis. Some years ago, some pseudo-philanthropists sent over to Rio a large batch of German colonists. When the unfortunates landed, they found they were not wanted, there was nothing for them to do. They lay about the quays, living on garbage, till yellow fever thinned their ranks woefully. They would probably all have perished, had not the emperor taken up the matter. He transported them en masse to his highland estate, where the cooler climate permits the white man to work without danger in the fields, and founded Petropolis. And now it stands as a model village in which there is no sordid house, no poverty. All is clean, tidy, and prosperous looking. For some miles around, where the forest is cleared, are little farms of happy and contented people. And so, as you ride along the well-made roads that traverse the little colony, you perceive about you everywhere comfortable-looking Teutons with blue eyes and yellow hair, and well-dressed children going to school, and comely matrons knitting at cottage doors, as in Europe, instead of the half-naked Negroes and the barbarism of the slave plantations which surround this little oasis of liberty. And now, in addition to all this, a further cause of prosperity has come to the village of Dom Pedro II, for a blessing seems to be on the place. The cool and healthy air has induced many of the wealthy citizens of Rio to resort here during the summer months, when the yellow fever is hanging about the hot city. It is rapidly becoming quite a fashionable little place, and several good hotels have sprung up around the imperial summer palace. We stayed at Mills's 2 days, visited the virgin forest, another thing we had to do, in a downpour of rain. I think we were done more than the forest was, for we did not appreciate its beauties under the depressing circumstances, though we had brought some canna with us wherewith to dilute the rain. Besides, the virgin forest was a fraud, though a beautiful one, for the vegetation of it was in no wise more magnificent than that of most portions of the neighboring country, though these gave themselves no high-sounding titles. From Petropolis, we took coach to Entre Rios, a drive of about 50 miles, along a very well-kept road. The coach mules were splendid animals and carried us on in grand style, past the coffee plantations and the uncleared forest. From Entre Rios, we traveled about on the Dom Pedro Railway in a rather unmeaning way from one uninteresting place to another. On the 15th of December, we sailed from delightful Paqueta to our old berth off Rio, under Fort Villagagnon. The weather was now becoming oppressive, 95 in the shade with no cool nights as a relief. The calm water in the harbor began to stink horribly, and far from odorous was the vegetable refuse that lay about the markets. So Yellow Jack found his opportunity, and there were 5 vessels in the harbor with the ominous yellow flag flying at their main. While we were at anchor here, the emperor came off to the Falcon in the Wanderer's launch. He was interested in our cruise, and, as I understand, intended to honor us with a visit. Unfortunately, we were all on shore at the time, so he merely steamed around us, and remarked that we must be very uncomfortable and very foolish to wander about the oceans in such a cockleshell. If I were an emperor, I think I should be of the same opinion, and prefer something a good deal bigger if I cruised at all. But after all, would it be half so enjoyable? Maybe not. For several days in succession during our stay, a violent squall arose every afternoon in the bay. The weather would wax sultrier and sultrier from sunrise till about 3 p.m., when suddenly a mass of black cloud would sweep over the sky, pouring down rain in such torrents as only tropical clouds can, accompanied by thunder and lightning. These squalls blew with very great force, lashing the bay into a mass of foam. On 2 occasions we had to put down 2 anchors, with 50 fathoms on each, to prevent driving. One day, during the squall, 2 large vessels near us fouled each other in consequence of the anchors of one dragging. Signals of distress were hoisted, and 2 men-of-war's boats' crews were sent to their assistance. After considerable damage had been incurred by both, they were cleared. This is the old-fashioned Rio weather. Once this daily storm was so regular in its coming that it was customary when one made an appointment with another to say, "I will meet you after or before the storm," as the case might be. But of late years the climate of Rio has changed considerably, as has that of every part of the world, it seems, more or less, and the 3 p.m. storm is not as punctual as was his wont of old. One of our crew here left us, Andrews, so we were now rather undermanned and determined to pick up someone else in the Plate. It was now about time for us to leave Rio. 2 of us were down with slight attacks of fever, and we all felt as if the fresh winds of the Atlantic would be beneficial as a change. We had made the acquaintance of the officers of the SS Norseman in Rio, the telegraph vessel of the Anglo-Brazilian Telegraph Company. She was bound about this time for Maldonado in Uruguay, and the captain kindly offered, if he met us out at sea, to give us a tow if we were in want of one. Maldonado Bay, he told us, was a pleasant spot with lots of sport on shore, and in every way preferable to Flores Island as a place to spend our quarantine in. For into quarantine we were certain to be thrust as soon as we touched at any Uruguayan or Argentine port after leaving Rio. The River Plate people have the greatest dread of yellow fever. Their countries lie outside the usual limits of this pest, but they have a vivid reminiscence of the fearful epidemic at Buenos Ayres 10 years ago, when the whole city was put into rigid quarantine, all business was at a standstill, and the horrors of a medieval plague, such as that of Florence, were experienced to the full in the crowded South American city. No less than 1,000 people perishing in a day for several weeks. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Cruise of the Falcon by E. F. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Maldonado Bay. We sailed out of the harbor on December the 21st. The city looking very beautiful from the sea in the early morning. There was but little wind, and we progressed but slowly. It happened that the Norseman steamed out on the same day, so 10 hours after our departure she came up with us. The captain stopped his vessel and repeated his invitation as to the tow, adding, as a further inducement, that we should thus reach Maldonado by Christmas Day, and we could all pass that festive season together. We gladly accepted his offer, so the Norseman lowered a boat, and we soon got a tow line to each of her quarters. It was as well that we did get this tow, for now that Andrews had left, we were only 4 on board. Of these, Jourdain was laid up below with a slight fever, I was far from well, recovering from the same, and the boy had also been suffering from a sort of bilious fever for some days. Under these circumstances, Captain Lacey sent on board of us one of his black sailors to lend a hand at steering. He and the boy took one watch during Jourdain's illness, Arnaud and myself the other. Steering a small vessel when towing fast requires some care, so, as usual under similar circumstances, I had to do all of the steering in my watches. Arnaud, however, was not allowed to be idle. He was kept very constantly at the pumps, for we were towing so fast through the short seas, 10 knots an hour at times, that much water came on board and found its way below through the hatch of the sailroom. We had not been towing long before we parted one of the warps. The steamer stopped and lowered a boat with another. This boat was manned by crewmen who kept time to their oars as they came off with a queer dirge-like song. The words of this song were delightfully simple, consisting of a constant repetition of the monosyllable bow. Some of my readers may not know what crewmen are. Well, they are a superior race of black men who inhabit a certain strip along the west coast of Africa. They are all boatmen by profession and are engaged by European vessels for service in the unhealthy oil rivers and other parts where work in the sun is perilous for the white man. Excellent fellows they are, with far more intellectual cast of countenance than any of the West Indian or Brazilian blacks. These they despise and will hold no communion with, for the crewman boasts that he is not only a freeman, but the descendant of freemen. He is certainly a superior being to the ordinary Negro, faithful and honest. Curious names these jolly blacks take to themselves. On the Norsemen we had Silver, Maintop, Rope Yarn, Jibboom, and Zulu. This latter was so called because he was taken to London to impersonate one of the Zulus exhibited at the aquarium. He there enjoyed himself amazingly and still receives letters from an antiquarian barmaid. Zulu was the man sent on board of us by Captain Lacey. Rather funny that we should ship an antiquarian Farini Zulu as a hand on the Falcon. As the sea increased a good deal on our second day out, it became necessary for the Norsemen to diminish her speed to 8 knots, so as to avoid straining the yacht, which towed very heavily. We had now crossed Capricorn and were once more out of the tropics. The difference of latitude soon made itself apparent. The wind blew from the south, cold and bracing after its passage from Antarctic seas. It was a very great change after sultry Rio, and we found pea-jackets necessary for the first time. The distance that the Norsemen proposed to tow us was above 900 miles. The experiences of the voyage were such as to make me resolve never, under any circumstances, to undertake anything of the kind again. The Norsemen had been compelled to go easy, and stopped so often in order to enable us to put fresh chafing gear on the hawsers, and to get a new tow line on board when one was carried away, an incident which occurred thrice, so violent were the sudden jerks at times, that on the 24th of December, Christmas Eve, we were still so far from Maldonado as to render all chance of eating our Christmas dinner in port very remote. This day a nasty short sea was running that was continually filling our deck fore and aft. The vessel pitched about with extraordinary quickness. Showers of spray came over the bows constantly, half drowning the man at the tiller, who alone stayed on deck. Everybody and everything was wet through. Poor Zulu, unaccustomed to the cold and wet, looked very miserable indeed when his turn used to come around to steer. No doubt he regretted his native wilds in the well-warmed London aquarium, where he was wont to raise his terrific Farini war cry and hurl his assegai into the targets, surrounded by admiring pale-faced damsels. The poor fellow was laid up for 3 days after his experience of falcon life. About 2 p.m. I was at the tiller. A confused sea was running at the time, so that it was very difficult to steer the vessel. And now a serious accident that I had for a long time foreseen as probable occurred. I must explain that the Falcon's bowsprit runs straight over the top of her stem amidships, and that the forestay leads to the bowsprit gammoning iron, an exceptionally strong one, of course, instead of to the stem, as is the usual method. I do not know whose idea this arrangement was, but it is obviously a very bad one. Not only is the most important support to the mast, the forestay, fitted in an insecure fashion, but the bowsprit cannot be taken wholly on board, as the mainmast is in the way of so doing. Thus we had a good many feet of bowsprit overboard when the heel of it was jammed up against the mast. The result was, after one heavier pitch than usual, and a shower of water that half blinded me and took away my breath for a moment, I saw with consternation that all the main rigging and shrouds were flying about quite slack. I knew in a moment what had occurred. One of the hawsers had got under the bowsprit close to the bow and wrenched the gammoning iron and stout iron band right out of the stem, thus carrying away our forestay as well. I called all hands on deck and hailed the Norsemen, which at once stopped and lowered a boat to lend us assistance. We found that a large piece had been wrenched off our stem, in addition to other damage, so we were in a fine pickle. The bowsprit itself was not broken. But a more serious mishap was now to follow, which all but put a termination to the Falcon's cruise altogether by sending her to the bottom of the South Atlantic. The Norsemen had stopped. Being to windward, we drifted on to her. Seeing that we were getting too near, we shouted to the officer in charge to take a few revolutions ahead occasionally, so as to keep clear of us. As soon as he attempted to do so, it was found that one of the tow lines had got round her screws, so that she could not move, but lay helplessly rolling about in the seas. In a few moments we had drifted right down on her, and we were foul of each other. Our rigging then got entangled in the stock of her anchor, and thus having secured us, she locked us in her embrace, and, like a great sea monster as she is, deliberately proceeded to crush us to pieces. She was rolling heavily at the time, and with every roll the stock of her great anchor and her iron sides came down on us with pitiless weight. First, our mainmast was nearly wrenched out of us. Then the great black mass of the ocean steamer leaned over us, bending in our davits and crushing our beautiful dinghy into matchwood. Then another great lurch, and the stock of her starboard anchor coming down between our port shrouds carried away all the ratlines, about 10 feet of bulwark, and threatened to stave in our decks. Then our bowsprit went. We were now right across her bows, a most perilous situation, for over the bows of a telegraph vessel hangs an enormous iron machine weighing many tons, used, I believe, for winding in the electric cable. This rose and fell above us like a battering ram as a steamer pitched in the great seas. It was indeed a bad quarter of an hour for us, that. Not a merry way of passing Christmas Eve. We tried our best to disentangle our rigging from her anchors and to shove clear of her, a difficult and even dangerous undertaking. One plucky crewman was very nearly crushed while helping us. At last, almost miraculously, we fell clear of her, and setting a bit of sail, drifted some half-mile away to leeward, where the poor old Falcon lay a dismal and disheveled wreck upon the waters. The remains of our dinghy oars and other articles were floating away, visible at times on the summit of the waves, a pitiable sight. But it was no time for lamentation. It was important to repair the damage as far as possible without delay. On inspection, we rejoiced to find that, to all appearance, only our upper works had suffered. The body of the vessel was as sound as ever. We passed our chain through the 2 hawse-pipes, set up our forestay to it as well as we could, and got everything shipshape again. In the meantime, the Norsemen managed to get the hawser clear of her screw, so, steaming down to us, took us once more in tow. We had a most uncomfortable time of it this Christmas Eve. The wind and sea had risen considerably, and it was very dark. I remember well what curious work it was when steering that night by the rising and falling sternlight of the heavily pitching steamer. The motion of the Falcon was at the time the most violently quick I have ever experienced. We were constantly jumped off our feet while steering. At regular intervals the vessel would take 5 or 6 terribly rapid rolls in succession, rolling her gunwales under and filling her decks right up with water, heeling to such an angle as made even capsizing seem quite a possible contingency at times. Then she would pitch as violently as she had rolled, and we expected to see the mainmast chucked out over her bow at any moment. Water breakers and other articles broke adrift, floated on deck, and flew about wildly with the frantic leaps of the little craft. Down in the cabin, the water was a foot over the flooring and washing over the bunks, drenching everything, notwithstanding that someone was always at the pump. Everyone was wet, cold, and miserable, and bruised, too, with banging about against which no sea legs availed. It was rather an anxious time, for had the weather been a little worse, the steamer would have been obliged to slip us, no agreeable prospect in our half-wrecked state. So passed our merry Christmas Eve. But when Christmas Day broke, there came a change. It was a lovely morning, bright and bracing. The wind had moderated considerably. The sea, too, had gone down, so the Norsemen increased her speed to make up for lost time. Towards dinner time the steamer stopped, and Captain Lacey sent a boat with a fresh hawser to us and an invitation to partake of the orthodox roast beef and plum pudding on board his vessel. He lent us 2 Madagascar negroes to steer the Falcon in the meanwhile. After the wet and cold of the last few days, we thoroughly enjoyed our Christmas dinner in the comfortable saloon of the steamer. In the evening, we returned to the Falcon once more to renew our duties. Throughout the night, the sea was smooth, and all went well. On the morning of the 26th of December, we perceived the loom of land on our starboard side, the coast of Uruguay. On nearing it, we were enabled to discern what manner of country this was that we had now reached. The climate, the color of the clear sky, and the aspect of the vegetation showed us that we had indeed left the tropics. Very different all appeared after torrid Rio, 1,000 miles to the northward. It was a low shore, with sandy dunes and hills of no great altitude in the background, a desert-looking country where thistles and aloes seemed especially to thrive. Of ill repute, too, is all this wild coast from here to the Brazilian frontier, and a terror to mariners. The currents of the ocean hereabouts are powerful and inconstant. There are few landmarks, and disasters to vessels are frequent. On the shore, among the surf, one can perceive the skeletons of many ill-fated ships as one coasts along the dreary sandbanks. And woe betide the mariners who are wrecked on this inhospitable land, for the only inhabitants of it are wild gauchos, professional and skillful wreckers when not employed in the almost as lucrative pursuit of pillaging and ravaging all over their native country under the banner of one or the other of those rival guerrilla chieftains who are ever contesting who shall next be the chief magistrate and arch-robber of poor revolutionary Uruguay. These land sharks are bold in the extreme in their malpractices, and of course commit all sorts of atrocities with absolute impunity, for the government cannot be troubled with inquiry into such little peccadilloes as wrecking and piracy. These brave gauchos must be humored, or they will join the other side in politics and lend their lances to a rival cutthroat. At about sunset, we were in sight of our port. As we approached the land, the whole vessel was enveloped in a dense cloud of dragonflies, which completely covered our rigging. That very common phenomenon in the River Plate, a mirage, was observable along the whole coast. All the inland hills seemed to have turned upside down, and these floated at some height above the plain, midway in a band of lovely pink sky. We rounded Point Este, and sailing inside Lobos Islands, famous for its many seals, entered Maldonado Bay. This little harbor seemed but little protected, should the wind choose to blow hard from seaward. It is but a shallow bay, surrounded by sandbanks, with one little island called Goriti, overgrown with wild asparagus, and inhabited by rabbits alone in the center of it. It was here that HMS Agamemnon, Nelson's old vessel, was lost. The town or village of Maldonado is situated a few miles from the shore and is hidden from it by the sandhills. Only a few little houses are to be seen on the beach at the extremity of the bay. Not a very prepossessing spot, but Captain Lacey promised us plenty of sport on the shore by the lagunas which lie beyond the sandhills. Partridges, snipes, teat, geese, etc., are to be found here in amazing numbers, at times, he said. Just before sunset, we perceived a dismasted vessel far out to sea, a derelict, evidently, for she had no signals flying. Unfortunately, a mist came on just then, or the Norsemen would have steamed after her and brought her in. A wind arose in the night that carried her far away before morning. The Norsemen put to sea again the day after our arrival and proceeded towards Chuy, as the submarine cable required repairing somewhere thereabouts. She did not return for 2 days. This time we spent in repairing as much as possible the damage the collision had inflicted on us. We naturally were desirous of going on shore and having a look at the country, but of course could not do so until we had received pratique. We waited 12 hours and no one came off to us. There was no sign of life anywhere. There were 2 small craft anchored in the bay, but no one was on board of them. The shore might be a bit of the central Sahara for loneliness. 24 hours passed and still no one. At last a solitary horseman appeared on the summit of a sandhill and looked at us. Hope revived in our breasts, but after remaining a few seconds only, he galloped away again. 48 hours passed away, and we waxed impatient. We hoisted all manner of signals, but no one paid the slightest attention to them. Where were all the Maldonadans? Had they gone away revolutionizing, or seeing from afar that imposing brass gun of ours, had they taken the peaceable Falcon for a pirate, and betaken themselves in terror to the inner wilds? These 2 days a southwest wind blew fresh and squally right into the bay and brought into it a sea that made us far from comfortable at our anchorage. Waxing impatient, I took the collapsible dinghy and went off to the desert island of Goriti to shoot rabbits. Here I made the acquaintance of the only inhabitant, a sociable horse, who followed me about everywhere, walked on when I walked on, sat down when I sat down, and, standing on the beach, gave me a plaintive farewell neigh when I ultimately rode off. Of rabbits I saw no traces save their habitations. They, too, I suppose, had gone revolutionizing. There were several old iron cannons lying about on the island, for it was strongly fortified in the days of the Spanish, when there was a viceroyalty of Buenos Ayres. On the 3rd day the Norsemen came in again, and at last the inhabitants took notice of us, for a boat came off with a gentleman most gorgeously uniformed and much sabred, who politely told us that he was the captain of the port. Hearing that we had come from Rio, he gave us 2 days' quarantine. "But," I suggested, "we have already been 2 days here." "Ah, indeed," he replied. "Then it is well. Your quarantine is over." We went on shore, scampered up the sandhills, and were surprised, on reaching their summit, to behold on the other side a wild but pleasant-looking country. An undulating pampas of grass and thistles, aloes, and cactus lay between us and the distant hills, diversified with little lakes, bogs, and sandy wastes. In the foreground was Maldonado town, a small congregation of whitewashed, flat-roofed houses, with a street or two in which it seemed as if no man ever walked. We were introduced to the aristocracy of the place. First, to a storekeeper, who was also a commandant or something of the kind. Next, to a portly major general in the Uruguayan army, who was also a butcher. And to an ex-high admiral of the Uruguayan fleet, who is willing to pilot us to Montevideo in consideration of a small gratuity. Truly a republican country. The latter grandee is an ex-admiral at present because his politics are not those of the party now in power. For with a change in the government of a South American republic, everyone goes out of office. Admirals, generals, telegraph clerks, policemen, crossing sweepers, to make room for the friends of the new presidents, and the friends of those friends, and the friends of all their sisters, their cousins, and their aunts, and so on. One rises and falls pretty rapidly out here. Admiral today, ordinary pilot tomorrow. We stayed 2 days more in Maldonado Bay and had some pleasant rides over the country with the officers of the Norsemen. But I cannot say that we shot quite so many partridges, snipes, etc. as we anticipated. However, we had a very good time of it, thanks to our friends on the Norsemen and on shore. On December the 31st, we got up anchor and sailed for Montevideo, which is about 70 miles from Maldonado. We took the ex-admiral with us as a pilot, not that a pilot was really necessary, but the old gentleman seemed anxious to come with us, and was very companionable and jovial in disposition. We were now in the estuary of the Rio de la Plata, for the limit of the river in the ocean is held to be a line drawn between Maldonado and the Cabo San Antonio, 150 miles across. At Montevideo, the river is 64 miles wide. At Buenos Aires, 210 miles higher up than Maldonado, it is 34 miles wide. All this gigantic estuary is obstructed by shoals and sandbanks. The depth of water is hardly anywhere upwards of 3 fathoms. Luckily, the bottom is generally of soft mud. Hence, there is little risk to a vessel that runs ashore unless the weather be bad. But, unfortunately, bad weather is very common indeed off the River Plate. It is a region of storms and extraordinary electric disturbance. The pampero, the storm wind from the Pampas, is frequent, and blows with great violence, often being, indeed, a true hurricane in its fury. The ocean tides do not affect to any great extent the waters of the River Plate, but strong sea winds cause it to rise considerably. The water is fresh almost as far as Montevideo, where indeed it is occasionally drunk on the vessels in the roads, so slightly brackish is it. A desolate waste of choppy, muddy waves flowing between dark mud banks, with here and there a little floating islands of lilies and trees drifting seawards from the great rivers of the interior, such as the mouth of the La Plata, the widest river of the world, and the one which, with the exception of the Amazon, discharges the greatest volume of water into the ocean. At daybreak on the 1st of January, we were in sight of Montevideo. From afar off, we observed that there were many men of war of different nations and sizes in the harbor and in the roads, some 20 at least. Farthest to seaward of all, we perceived a British squadron of 5 huge vessels at anchor. These we soon recognized as the Bacante and the 4 other men of war composing the flying squadron, now bound on a voyage around the world with the 2 sons of the Prince of Wales. Montevideo presents a very pleasing appearance from the sea, looking very much like an eastern city with its whitewashed, low, flat-roofed houses. Like an eastern city, it looked very clean and bright from a distance. We afterwards found that, unlike an eastern city, it proved as clean and bright on closer inspection. We came to an anchor well up the little bay which answers as an apology for a harbor here, a very poor harbor in bad weather, as we afterwards found, and hoisted the yellow flag for the health officer. When that functionary came off, he expressed great dissatisfaction at the conduct of his colleague in Maldonado. 2 days' quarantine is insufficient for a vessel coming from Rio. You must sail to Flores and pass 3 more days off that island before I can permit you to land here. But now a steam launch with some other gorgeous officer came off, and, hearing how matters stood, took our part, and argued that in the case of so small a vessel with so few men on board, it was hardly necessary to inflict the full allowance of quarantine. After some parley, the first doctor gave in, and we were granted pratique, to our great delight, for 3 days off Flores was not a pleasant prospect. Montevideo was having a good time of it with all these men of war in the roads, no fewer than 9 of which were British. Bullfights, masked balls, hells, and other dissipations were not wanting to relieve the mariner of his hard-earned cash. They told me that there were frequently 5,000 men of war's men and marines on shore at a time. A walk through the streets and squares of the capital of Uruguay soon showed us how very different were these people that we were now among from the Brazilians in every respect. No 2 cities could be less alike than these 2 capitals of neighboring states. Not here were the lofty houses of Rio, but clean streets of 1-storied, glaring white houses built in the style of a Pompeian dwelling. A square, flat-roofed building with an open courtyard or patio in the center, onto which all of the rooms open, a fountain and a flower garden in the patio. Towards the street, the windows, if any, small and heavily barred with iron. Such is the residence of a South American Spaniard, a retiring sort of a dwelling, shutting itself jealously from the outer world with a Mussulman-like love of seclusion. The populace, too, how different from that of a Brazilian city. No Negroes here, and no ugly-looking Portuguese, but handsome and dignified Spaniards, with a good deal of Indian blood in the veins of the lower orders of them. Cleanest of cities is Montevideo, with straight streets cutting each other at right angles in the American chessboard fashion. In the evening of New Year's Day, we visited the fine Plaza de la Independencia, where an excellent military band was playing. Here we were enabled to study the different orders of the populace. The ladies floated by with stately Spanish walk, looking well in their black silk dresses and mantillas. But why will every South American lady so besmear her face with powder, however good her complexion be? Officers of the army strutted by in gorgeous uniforms and with a clash of sabers on the pavement. A motley crowd of the lower orders loafed about, Basques, Italians, Greeks, and the native gauchos in their barbaric but becoming costume. Here was a group of British bluejackets slightly overcome by cana. The native soldiers were everywhere, dressed in their hideous parody of Zouave uniforms, and here were two of the Spanish bullfighters in their picturesque off-duty dress and pigtails. Smart, wiry, neat-cut fellows they were, and rather foppish in their general get-up. The young native swells hung around them admiringly, were proud of their acquaintance, were delighted when allowed to sit at the same table as the matador at a cafe and treat him to champagne. In short, courted them and made much of them, much in the same way as English gentlemen did prize-fighters not so long back, and the young Roman patrician, the crack gladiators of his day when he wanted to be considered as a fast man about town. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Cruise of the Falcon by E. F. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Montevideo and Buenos Aires. The climate of the River Plate is exceedingly changeable and trying. The day we came in it was quite cold. The day before, the thermometer registered 102 degrees in the shade. When the south wind blows from over the cold Antarctic seas, the weather is bracing and cool. But with the north wind, coming as it does from over thousands of leagues of parched pampas and tropical jungles, the atmosphere is hot, dry, and oppressive as that of North Africa when the Khamsin blows. All skippers that have been unfortunately compelled to put into Montevideo for repairs to their vessels anathematize it, and we were not exceptions to the rule. A wretched German, who called himself a ship's carpenter, undertook to repair the damages to our stem and bulwarks. He not only made a miserable job of it, but detained us 17 days and finally presented us with a most exorbitant bill. Never having been a witness to a bullfight, curiosity led me to visit the arena one Sunday. It was a glorious day, true River Plate weather, that is, with a cloudless, pale blue, and peculiarly clear sky overhead. The clearness of the atmosphere in this land of the Pampas is very remarkable, and it causes the vault of the heavens to appear to be much farther off and vaster than in other lands. The stars, too, at night shine with an exceeding brightness. They seem to be at a far greater distance than those over our hemisphere, and one can see more of them, further up into the heavens, as it were, so pure is the sky. Stars behind stars, archipelago behind archipelago of them, to infinity. On this day, a great slaughter of bulls and horses had been promised to the populace, so the glaring white streets that led out of the town to the amphitheater were thronged with thousands of pleasure-seekers who were on their way to the cruel games. It was like the road to the Derby without the rowdyism. In carriages, trams, and on foot the crowds poured on, while over the balconies of the houses leaned the pretty Montevidean girls, fanning and laughing and flirting as they looked down on the human flood. We entered a tramcar, for, of course, being a South American city, Montevideo has scarce a street down which the tramway rails are not laid, and drove some miles through the pretty suburbs of town, where, nestling in lovely gardens, are gaudy villas of pseudo-classic and Italian style, generally painted outside in delicate tints of pink, yellow, and blue, which suits the climate well enough. At last we reached the amphitheater, gay with the flags of Uruguay and Spain. We paid our $1.50 for a sombra seat, that is, one on the shady side, and entered the huge structure. It was just the Roman amphitheater all over again. Uncovered to the blue sky was the great circus, with the flights of bare stone steps sloping down to the arena on which the common spectators sat. And there, too, was one scarlet-draped box in which sat a bloated grandee in bright uniform and much bemedaled, president or great minister, I know not which, with the sycophants all around him, just as bloated emperor or consul sat in his purple-draped box long ago under as blue Italian skies, while beneath him the gladiators fought to the death, or Christians fed famishing lions. And no whit less brutally savage was the spectacle, and no less cruel and ready with a polis verso were the spectators on this fine Sunday afternoon in this civilized city of Montevideo in the year of grace 1880, than in the Roman circus of 2,000 years ago. There was a very full house, and there was no small number of our ruddy blue jackets and marines among the sallow Spaniards. I was pleased to see that, contrary to my expectations, only 2 women were present, and these were foreigners, and evidently members of the demi-monde. Constant communion with strangers has possibly softened the manners of the women of this branch of the Spanish race, for it is certainly not the thing in Montevideo for a lady to assist at a bullfight. But on the other hand, there were a great many young children of both sexes present that had been brought hither by their fathers, and the bloodthirsty little dears enjoyed themselves amazingly. I had never seen a bullfight before, and, in my ignorance, imagined that there might be something more in it than mere cruel brutality, some good sport or display of skill. I do not know that such may not be the case in Spain, but in Montevideo this amusement is merely the ordinary business of an abattoir glorified by music and gay costumes and a strong spice of unnecessary cruelty. Danger to those engaged in the fight is reduced to a minimum. After waiting about a half an hour, there arose a martial fanfare of trumpets, a door opened, and there galloped forth a picturesque procession. First rode the proprietor in his black velvet dress, mounted on a fine coal-black horse. Then came the toreadors, picadors, and matadors in the gaudy and beautiful costumes peculiar to their respective duties. And lastly came 4 horses drawing a yoke, this to drag out the carcasses of bulls and horses that were to be massacred during the games. 3 times, to the lively strains of the band, this procession galloped round the arena and then went out again. The door closed, and there were left alone in the center 2 picadors on their horses, each with his long lance, and a group of footmen with scarlet cloaks over their arms and the cruel little darts in their hands. Then came a suspense, and a pause in the chatter from the stone steps for a few moments, and quickly another door opened, and out rushed, head down, a savage little bull of the Pampas, who made it pretty lively for everyone for a short time. But between his wild rushing hither and thither, the being dazed by the scarlet cloaks that were thrown across his head, the loss of blood from lance wounds, and the 8 little darts that were sticking in his flanks, the poor beast after a few minutes became weak and showed disinclination to continue the unequal combat. But this was not what was intended by his cowardly foes. He must kill a horse or 2 ere he be permitted to gasp out his life on the blood-stained sand of the arena and be at peace. The people wanted the smell of more gore, and the pleasant spectacle of prolonged dying agonies before they could let him go. It was now the duty of the picador to place the horse on which he was riding across the path of the bull as much as possible, and no longer to avoid him. It was a disgusting spectacle. The picador himself, with his legs thickly padded with lead and cloth, could suffer no injury from the animal's horns, while his wretched horse had bandages over his eyes that he might not perceive the infuriated bull that charged him, take alarm, and run away. Neither horse nor bull were quite up to the scratch, for the former heard and trembled, though he could not see, and the latter was now weak and faint. So we enjoyed the elevating spectacle of attendants whipping up the poor horse, and others stabbing and torturing the dying bull into one last infuriated charge. maddened by his tormentors, at last he did charge. The picador kept his horse broadside on to the attack, and loud cheers of "Bravo, toro!" saluted the bull as he ran his horns into the belly of the poor animal, that then thrashed wildly away, almost unseating his rider in his agonized plunges, with his bowels dragging over the ground as he went. The bull had yet the horse of the other picador to disembowel, or blind, or tear asunder in some other way, before his turn came to die. He lay crouching in a corner, with the blood pouring out of his nostrils with every heavy gasp, still at bay, though, and ready to stagger to his feet and defend himself on the approach of an enemy, only to fall again with half his life gone out with the exertion. Then came up the matador with a scarlet cloak on his left arm and rapier in the right hand. He came deliberately up to the bull, and after a little dodging, deftly ran the long steel into his brain, and the poor beast was free at last. The work of the matador is the most merciful to the bull, and the most dangerous to the man of the whole performance. For when the bull, as often happens, has still a good deal of life left in him, the slightest divergence in the rapier thrust might be fatal to the unskillful swordsman. 7 bulls were tortured and slain this fine Sunday afternoon, and some 14 horses, till the white sand was red and reeking with the blood and entrails of the poor beasts. When a horse was not killed outright by a bull, only disemboweled or with his shoulder ripped up or the like, he was taken out, doctored and patched up, his wounds sewed up and plastered over to stay the flow of blood, and then he was brought on again half an hour afterwards, weak and staggering, to face and ultimately be killed by another bull. During the course of the afternoon, one incident gave great pleasure to the spectators. A savage little yellow bull charged with such fury that he tossed a horse and picador clear into the air. The man fell, half stunned, with the horse on the tops of his legs. The bull then stood over them and commenced to deliberately gore his prostrate enemies to death. It was splendid sport for the people, and a loud cry of "Bravo, toro! Bravo, toro!" went up. No horror, no sympathy for the wretched man was expressed on any face of that large crowd of Spaniards, merely fiendish delight in the horrible scene. The people stood up and shrieked with frantic joy, and laughed to see the cruel horns bury themselves in the soft flesh. The picador was not killed, for his comrades diverted the bull and rescued him. I am sure that many of the spectators looked on this as very unfair, that they had been defrauded of the best part of their entertainment. How exciting to have seen a man slowly gored into shreds! Brutal our prize ring was, no doubt, but what can be said of this torturing of the noblest of dumb animals that I have attempted to describe as I saw it myself this day? Throughout our stay at Montevideo the weather was abominable. Violent squalls occurred daily, and it blew a gale of wind 3 days out of 4, an exceptional state of things in midsummer. We rolled and pitched so much at our anchorage in this unprotected port that the carpenter was unable for 10 days at a stretch to get his stage alongside in order to fit on our new stem post. Indeed, we were occasionally running our bows right under in the short, nasty seas. Nor was he able to effect the repairs on deck during this time, for the wretched fellow got seasick as soon as he stepped on board of us. Thus, it was not until the 20th of January that we got all straight again. On the 21st of January, we weighed anchor at noon and proceeded out of the harbor under all plain canvas to sail to Buenos Ayres. It is customary for strangers to take a pilot from Montevideo to Buenos Ayres, but we did not consider this necessary in the case of a small vessel like ours. There was a fresh east-southeast wind blowing, so that we were enabled to set our spinnaker and kept up an average speed of 7 knots throughout the voyage. At 10 p.m. we made the Chico lightship, and then, keeping the lead constantly going, sailed over the flats in about 3 fathoms of water until, at 7 a.m. on the morrow, we reached the guardship, which is moored about 12 miles or so from Buenos Ayres. From here, we could see the long line of the houses of the city and the vessel in the inner roads. We hove to off the guardship in order to await the doctor's boats and obtain pratique before sailing into town. Many large vessels were at anchor around us, rolling heavily in the rough pea-soup-colored water, for no vessel of considerable draught can approach nearer to the shore than this. Indeed, none of our big men of war could come anywhere near Argentine waters. The Royal Mail steamers have been known to ground even so far out as these outer roads, as they are called. For where the vast plains of the Pampas terminate in the sea, so gradual is the incline that it is really difficult to say where the sea begins and the land ends. The gnarled mangroves grow far out into the water from the swampy shores. So flat are these alluvial plains that a rise of 1 foot of water only will overflow the land miles inland in many places. At 10 we received pratique and proceeded towards the city. As we sailed in, the water very gradually shoaled until we reached the inner roads, where lay a large number of vessels whose lighter draught enabled them to come thus farther in. We proceeded still further, and came to an anchor in 14 feet of water off the Catalina mole, in the midst of a crowd of lighters, shallow coasting schooners, river steamers, and other small craft. Still, however, a considerable distance from the shore. We got into our dinghy and proceeded to sail toward the end of the pier. So shallow became the water, long ere we reached it, that even our little boat bumped continually against the bottom. For half a mile or more we sailed through a large fleet of carts and horses, for in this extraordinary port of Buenos Ayres, merchandise has to be transshipped 3 times between the vessel 14 miles out in the outer roads and the railway trucks on shore. From vessel to lighter, from lighter to carts drawn by amphibious horses, and so to the railway. This port, if it can be called such, of Buenos Ayres, is a very unpleasant place to lay in, whether one be in the outer, inner, or small craft roads. For this coast is quite open to the Atlantic on the southeast, and when the wind blows hard from anywhere near that quarter, a very short, dangerous sea soon rises on these shallow waters. The Argentine Republic is very unfortunate in the matter of its ports. Save far south in Patagonia, where there is little if any commerce, there is no harbor worthy of the name. Just to the south of the city of Buenos Aires, a small river runs into the sea, the Riachuelo. This has been dredged sufficiently to admit small craft. It is the headquarters of the Italian river schooners which are here built and fitted out. A large town has now sprung up around this port, the Boca, inhabited almost exclusively by Italians and Greeks, a rather cutthroat place by reputation. North of Buenos Aires, and some 10 miles from it, is another river, the Lujan, one of the many channels of the intricate delta of the River Plate. Near one of its mouths is the little town of San Fernando. Here the Argentine government has constructed docks, and here are the naval stores and workshops. It is a sort of Argentine Cheatham, but unfortunately the entrance of the river is impeded, like all others hereabouts, by a bar, and there are times when the water is so low that a vessel drawing only 8 feet has to wait weeks before it can cross it. Once within the river, there is plenty of water. To lie up Buenos Aires was, of course, impossible, so we had to choose between these 2 harbors for the Falcon during our stay here. We decided on the latter, or rather on the River Tigre, which is a branch of the Lujan. On its banks, and close to the Tigre railway station, is the boathouse of the English Rowing Club. Our friends recommended us to drop our anchor close to it, as being a quiet spot where we would be unmolested and where we would have the advantage of trains running into the city at short intervals. We lay at anchor off the Catalina mole during the night, tossing about very uncomfortably in the short seas. On the morrow, the 23rd of January, we weighed anchor at 1 p.m. and proceeded in charge of a pilot to the River Tigre. A fresh wind was blowing from the east by south, and we sailed rapidly along the low coasts. The pilot kept the lead constantly going. As we approached the mouth of the Lujan, the water gradually shoaled, for here the alluvial matter brought down by many great rivers of the delta have formed a great bank known as Las Palmas that stretches far out to sea. From 2 fathoms we shoaled to 10 feet, then to 9, then to 8. The pilot looked anxious. "How much did you say you were drawing?" he asked. 7 feet 6 inches, was the reply. "Well, we may do it. We'll hit the channel soon and be in deep water. Besides, the mud is soft here. We can drive through it." Another cast of the lead showed us we were in 7 feet of water. Bump, bump the vessel went as she sailed over the mud before half a gale of wind with all canvas set. "We shall be in deep water soon," said the pilot, "but the river is precious low. There should be more than 8 feet here by rights." Another cast of the lead indicated the depth of only 6 feet, and the Falcon, after vainly attempting to force her way a little further, stuck firmly, to the great disgust of the pilot, who seemed to be surprised that a vessel drawing nearly 8 feet of water could not sail when there was a depth of 6. We quickly lowered all the canvas on deck, while Jourdain, who had promised himself a pleasant evening in town with some old friends, admonished that unhappy pilot with his usual eloquence. There was no particularly pleasant evening for anyone that night. We got 2 anchors down and proceeded to wait until some sea wind or flood or other phenomenon should cause the waters to rise, an event which might be in an hour or in a month as far as we could tell, and the pilot could not enlighten us. The water was still going down, for in 3 hours after we struck, we found that there was a depth of only 5 feet around us. The wind now freshened considerably and howled and whistled through our rigging. It was a weird and melancholy scene from the Falcon's deck. A few miles to the port hand was the low, leaden-colored shore of mud, a leaden sky was above, and the choppy seas of dirty water that were around us were of still more dismal a shade. Towards evening the rain commenced to fall heavily, and the wind increased till it blew a gale from the southeast. This made matters look rather serious for us, for this coast is a lee shore to this wind, which blows straight from the Atlantic. The seas became higher and higher, and occasionally washed over us, and had we bumped about throughout the night in the manner we did at first, Falcon, strong though she be, might possibly have broken up. But this southeast wind blowing straight into the estuary from seawards is the wind of all others to cause the waters of the plate to rise rapidly, for it stops the currents from proceeding out to the ocean and drives them back toward the delta. In about an hour the water had risen upwards of 2 feet, and we were afloat once more, riding safe to our 2 anchors, only striking the bottom with our keel at long intervals after some higher wave than usual had passed by. We remained at anchor during the night, rolling about very heavily, but we had good holding ground under us and good ground tackle to hold on by, else we should have felt more anxious than we did, riding out a gale of wind on this lee shore. In fact, we got off very well, considering everything, and much better than some others did, for we afterwards found that 2 schooners had been driven ashore at Buenos Ayres that night and broken up. At daybreak the wind moderated and came round from the northeast, while the water commenced to fall again. We weighed anchor and proceeded to cross the bank towards a buoy that marks the entrance to the channel, not without touching the ground occasionally. At last we found ourselves in deep water once more, and sailed into the Lujan, which we found to be a narrow river with low banks overgrown with forests or willows. After ascending the stream for about 2 miles, we reached the junction of the Tigre and the Lujan, and proceeded up the former river a few hundred yards till we reached the rowing clubhouse. We brought up alongside the bank, put out an anchor ahead and one astern, and took a warp to a tree on shore. On looking around us, we were very contented with our new berth. It was the snuggest that the old Falcon had known for a very long time. The banks of the river were thickly grown with graceful willows and other trees, while handsome villas were scattered here and there, with beautiful gardens of subtropical shrubs and flowers stretching from them to the water's edge. The captain of the port of the Tigre came off to us, inspected our papers, gave us pratique, so we were free to take train into Buenos Ayres. On landing and looking around us, we found that we were in a very different sort of country from any we had yet visited. The delta of the Parana is one vast flat jungle, scarcely raised 2 feet above the level of the water and intersected by innumerable creeks and channels that flow sluggishly between islands of every size, only a few of which have been inhabited, or, for the matter of that, have even ever been trodden by the foot of man. The richest portion of this mosquito-infested labyrinth, and the most thickly peopled, is in the neighborhood of the Tigre. This, indeed, is a beautiful region called the Venetia of South America. Here the many islands are covered with a prodigal natural vegetation and very forests of peach trees, for the fat alluvial soil is as rich as that of the Nile banks, and the river is constantly overflowing it to leave fresh deposits. French and Italian immigrants possess many of these islands, and cultivate on them millions of peaches and splendid vegetables of all kinds. Very pleasant little farms these are. Each family has a little island to itself, surrounded by narrow creeks, a secluded little paradise among the drooping willows. The house is built invariably on piles, so as to be above the level of the waters in time of flood. The most lovely roses and other flowers grow luxuriantly around the homestead. The only means of communication is by water, and every morning can be seen canoe after canoe laden with fruit and flowers floating slowly down the willow-shaded canals to market, the light-hearted owner singing merrily as he stands up in the stern, propelling his little craft with one long oar, as they do in the Venetian gondolas. There is a particular dreamlike beauty about this enchanted region that strikes all visitors to La Plata. The citizens of Buenos Aires are very proud and fond of the Tigre. Its banks are a favorite resort on Sunday, and many a pleasant picnic party and fete champêtre enlivens the isles in the summer days. Before anyone decides to purchase land and settle among the channels of the delta, he should first consider one or two rather serious drawbacks. In the first place, the mosquitoes are terrible. In the second place, real property hereabouts is by no means unimmovable. These islands and creeks are ever changing. If you buy an island one year, it may have grown to double its original size by the next, or it may have disappeared altogether. Where houses once stood, deep waters now roll, and on the other hand, the peach trees grow thickly where the river schooners were wont to sail a few years back. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Cruise of the Falcon by E. F. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The Rio de la Plata. And now, my readers, I am going to take you with me far away from the salt seas, not to return to them again until you have followed me over many thousands of miles of inland travel, extending over 9 months of time. For the Falcon was now to sail up the great freshwater rivers to the central wildernesses of the continent, where no yacht had ever been before. And again she was to be left for months at anchor, while her crew changed their sailor life for that of the gaucho, and rode across the great Pampas, through the arid Montes of Santiago, to the great Cordilleras and tropical forests of Tucumán. A few months before our arrival, Buenos Aires had passed through one of these periodical revolutions, without which no South American republic is long happy. The bumptiousness of the province of Buenos Aires provoked the contest, for the porteños, as the Buenos Aires termed themselves, wished to raise by force their own man to the office of president, in despite of the votes of the other 13 provinces. These revolutions are a great nuisance to the estancieros, cattle farmers, in the camps, for while they last, the country is overrun by irregular troops and marauding gauchos who requisition and rob in a most promiscuous fashion. Robbery is, after all, the whole object of these civil discords. The two parties fight their little game out, and the winner enjoys the monopoly of swindling the nation for the term of the presidential office. Bloodshed is avoided as much as possible. This time, however, one serious engagement was fought in Buenos Aires, for the rival armies met by accident, and about 2,000 of the Buenos Airians were slain by the wild Indians and half-breeds of the provincial army. This battle, so they say, was entirely due to bad generalship, for all the rival forces desired was to keep apart and plunder in different directions. Unfortunately, it came to pass that the two armies came across each other and were plundering at the same time in the same locality. It was exceedingly awkward. They could not very well wink at each other and continue to plunder on different sides of the street. They could not ignore and cut each other dead, so were obligated, if only as a matter of form, to do a bit of fighting. I suppose they got warmed up when they once commenced, for it was a serious business as long as it lasted, and the butcher's bill was longer than the government liked to confess afterwards. We loafed about Buenos Aires until we were bored. We were welcomed on change, Anglo-Porteños will know what that means, visited several estancias in the southern camps and elsewhere, acquiring an insight into the unnecessarily brutal way in which horses are broken in and cattle worked in this part of the globe. We're interested in the ostrich farms, which promise to be as remunerative here as in South Africa, and then considered whither we should next go. Our chief object in coming out of this part of the world was to ascend some of the tributaries of the Great La Plata as far as was possible in the yacht, for from all we had heard and read, such a voyage would not fail to repay us with the enjoyment of strange and marvelous scenery and splendid sport. Nor were we altogether disappointed in our expectations. But for the present the river voyage was not to be thought of. It was now midsummer, and even as far south as Buenos Aires, by the shores too of the refreshing sea, the thermometer did not rarely indicate 100 degrees in the shade. Those at Buenos Aires who knew the Parana and Paraguay advised us to postpone our cruise till the winter, and drew alarming pictures for us of the intolerable torment of the mosquitoes that would render our life a misery to us in the inland waters at this season. We therefore determined to leave the Falcon at her safe moorings in the Tigre in charge of the boy, purchase a horse each, and undertake an expedition into the interior of the continent of about 2 months' duration. Our plans were rather vague when we left the capital, but Cordoba, the ancient Jesuit city in the heart of the Republic, was to be our immediate destination, and Rosario, the second city of this country and 280 miles higher up the river than Buenos Aires, our starting point. From Cordoba we would journey either to the tropical provinces of the north or westward to the Andes, as we might consider best. Jardine, Arnaud, and myself met at the Estación Centrale one delicious February morning. Our luggage was simple and businesslike. Each took with him a saddle, saddlebags containing spare flannel shirts, etc., top boots, a blanket, a revolver, a poncho, and a wide native belt of carpincho hide, while a broad-brimmed felt hat was on each head. After a 3 hours' journey in the comfortable American cars of the Campania Railway Company across treeless, dusty plains of pasture whose monotony the rare agave and cactus alone relieved, we reached Campania, a small port on one of the many channels of the great delta of the La Plata. This is the terminus of the railway, and here we had to embark on David Bruce and Company's steamer Proveedor. These steamers run between Campania and Rosario, a distance of about 200 miles, thus connecting Buenos Aires with the Central Argentine Trunk Railway, whose southern terminus is at Rosario. We were enabled to form a good idea of what was in store for the good ship Falcon from what we saw on this short voyage up the Great Parana. We steamed all that afternoon and through the night up a broad stream of muddy water, winding across an alluvial plain flat as a pancake. This stream was broad and deep, as a huge river should be, and yet this was but one minor branch of this tremendous watercourse, which, with its sister the Amazon, drains the huge southern continent, and whose headwaters are in the unexplored tropical forests and savannas in close proximity to those of that other mighty river. The Paraguay, the Parana, the Uruguay, and a dozen other mighty streams pour their waters into the common estuary of the Rio de la Plata, and it is estimated that the volume of water brought down hourly by this river exceeds that of all the rivers in Europe put together. As we steamed up, we could perceive the main land on neither side of us, for this was but a comparatively narrow channel between two huge islands, And what a strange country was this intricate network of island and channel. On our starboard hand, for instance, the mainland was 30 miles away. Between us and that were islands numberless, rising not more than 2 feet or so above the average level of the water, an unknown wilderness of swamp and jungle, uninhabited save in rare spots by the shores of the more commonly navigated channels. The islands are thickly overgrown with a rank and ever-verdant vegetation. Willows, great reeds, the gnarled ceibo tree with its bright green leaves and scarlet blossoms, strange bushes, all interwoven with rich convolvuli, render these wilds impassable save to the carpincho or river hog, the tiger and the lion, as the natives call the jaguar and the puma, and deadly snakes of resplendent color. Near Rosario, the islands are frequently inhabited. Enterprising foreigners cultivate rice successfully on some of them, and on others, as I read from the Buenos Aires Standard, certain not desirable people are to be found. Gauchos who have given up the horse to take to the canoe, a lawless set who make frequent raids on the estancias of the mainland, fishermen by profession but pirates and banditti by practice. For these good old-fashioned ruffians, the buccaneers, are by no means extinct on the tributaries of La Plata. There are districts on the banks of the Parana, for instance, near Corrientes, 1,000 miles from the sea, that have acquired a very evil reputation. Cutthroat crews have often come out in canoes from the secluded riachos of the Chaco, seized and plundered the passing Italian trading schooners, and murdered the men. Most of these trading schooners now carry a small cannon in addition to their muskets. The Falcon, though much smaller than any of these vessels, would, I think, be quite as capable as any of them of resisting the pirates successfully, for we are incomparably better off as regards arms. On the following morning, we found that we had reached the main stream of the Parana. On our port hand was the mainland, on our starboard a string of islands about 3 miles away. The river itself is still very wide, for the Entre Rios shore is quite 40 miles off, an unexplored wilderness of shallow streams and long green isles intervening. There is now a considerable navigation on the Parana. Vessels from North America and Europe load with hides, bones, and alfalfa, a sort of lucerne, at the quays of Rosario. But the navigation above this is almost exclusively in the hands of the Italians. Their vessels are handsome schooners of little draught but great beam, with an enormous spread of canvas and great square topsails high aloft to catch the wind above the trees. The running gear is generally of plaited hide, a very excellent substitute for ropes. They go up against the stream, laden with wines and European produce, even as far as the center of the Brazilian province of Mato Grosso, about 2,400 miles from the sea, the voyage there and back occupying about a year. They returned to Buenos Aires and Montevideo with cargoes of cedar and valuable hardwoods from the virgin forests of the Chaco, of oranges from Paraguay, and other produce of those rich but little cultivated countries. At last we came to an anchor off Rosario, the second city of the Republic, stretching along the banks of a river which, even here, so many hundreds of miles from the sea, is so broad that from a ship's deck the horizon between the many islands is of water, the further coasts being invisible. Such are the sea-like expanses that stretch between isle and isle. Mr. Keenan, the popular host of the English hotel at Rosario, soon made us at home in his comfortable hotel. He already knew us by reputation, having read about our wanderings in the papers. If you study any old atlas, and not so very old either, you will not be able to discover such a place as Rosario on the map of South America. Yet you will most probably see Santa Fe, its neighbor, marked in prominent letters, though this is but a little village to the first-named large and wealthy city. For Rosario is one of those mushroom cities that rise so rapidly in this new Western world. Its prosperity is of yesterday. It is brand new, painfully new from an artistic point of view, a money-making, tramwayed, prosperous place that has doubled its population in 10 years and will, in all probability, double it again in another 10 years. for it cannot but always be a most important place, being as it is the terminus of those great railways that will, in time, open out all the rich regions between the Bolivian forests, the Pampas, the Pacific, and the Atlantic. Now that the influx of foreigners into the Argentine Republic is augmenting so amazingly, and revolution is waxing feebler and feebler before it, who can foresee limits to the increase of the commercial enterprise and wealth of these wonderful countries? Even now, the produce that lies on the quays of Rosario, ready to be put on board ship, will give us an insight into what is yet to be. There are the sugars, the valuable cabinet woods of Tucuman, the hides and beef from the estancias of the Pampas, wines from the eastern slopes of the Andes, the vintage of Mendoza and San Juan. Minerals, too, from the Cordilleras and from the Sierras of Cordoba, where gold and silver and copper abound, and only wait the adventurous miner. There is but little to say about these modern Spanish South American cities. They are very uninteresting. In describing one, you describe all. The same straight streets drawn at right angles to each other, with the dismal one-storied, flat-roofed houses. Tramways everywhere, a square or two. A cleanly prosperous look about the whole, inhabitants included. Here you have everything. This chessboard-like block system of laying out cities produces one effect that eminently strikes the stranger. In any of these long straight streets, one has an uninterrupted view right through town. At Buenos Aires, and more especially at Montevideo, the sea terminates the view as a rule. Here it is the Pampas. If you stand in the center of Rosario, where any two streets cross, and look up and down them, you will see that each abruptly terminates far off in a sort of mist, for no straggling suburbs surround the town. At the end of each street is the desert. The mist you perceive is the dust of the immense plain that commences at the verge of the city and stretches unbroken for 1,000 leagues. The suddenness of the exit from the thickly thronged street into the roadless wilds is very remarkable in many of these cities, and is doubtless a relic of the old days when Indian raids were frequent, and the first few founders of the pueblo crowded their habitations together for mutual protection, and surrounded them with a common stockade. It is indeed a marvelous contrast. A wilderness untilled, inhabited by wild half-breeds clad in a barbaric costume, coming up to the very streets of cities where every article of European civilization is to be found, and whose citizens are delicate in their lives and fastidiously dressed in the height of the latest Parisian fashion. It is curious to see the gaucho from the Pampas strolling through the busy streets, so out of place with his striped poncho, his lace drawers, and his hide belt ornamented with coins. He does not evince any interest or curiosity, but from his looks evidently hates and despises towns and their pale inhabitants. Life in the saddle, on the Pampas or in the monte bush, is the only life he knows or cares for. Horse stealing and cattle lifting, in his opinion, are the only pursuits worthy of a man. One more day we pottered about the glaring hot city and its environs. In the morning we visited an ostrich farm on the river bank. In the evening attended a public ball. For the carnival was approaching, and South Americans only requiring an excuse to commence their favorite pastime generally open the masked balls weeks before the orthodox time, so as to get into full swing for that fearful Terpsichorean orgy which they celebrate once a year. The Indo-Spanish race, lazy in all else, is certainly indefatigable in dance. For nights in succession, these people will tread unwearied their graceful native figures with supple limbs. The head, every limb, indeed the whole being, seems to be entering into the measure, inspired with a species of frenzy. At 3 theaters here, there were public masked balls, this night attended by all classes, from stately white ladies in Parisian costume to the simple little copper-colored chinas with pink dresses of common stuff and black mantillas, ever-laughing faces, and perpetually shaking fans. There are, by the by, some not uncomely faces among these dusky half-breeds, the Indian blood producing a much handsomer type than the Negro when crossed with the Spanish or Portuguese. Before starting on our expedition, We had to exchange the notes we had brought from Buenos Ayres for the money current up country. Every province of this republic has a circulation of its own, not current in the other provinces, which accounts for the enormous number of money changers one comes across in every city. There is a common standard throughout the whole country, called the patacon, which is about the value of 4 shillings. But this patacon has no real existence. It is a purely imaginary quantity. There is no coin or banknote which professes to be 1 or more patacones, or any fraction of the same. But I suppose it serves as a standard whereby to compare the variously fluctuating provincial monies. In the province of Buenos Ayres, gold or silver is unknown, paper money being the only currency. The original paper dollar was intended to represent a Spanish silver dollar or peso, but between revolution and whatnot, this paper peso gradually depreciated till it reached its present value of about 2 pence. This seeming somewhat unsatisfactory to the sage rulers of the country, they issued another superior sort of paper dollar, which they called the peso fuerte or hard dollar, to be of the full value of the original 4 and 2 penny silver coin before mentioned. This is now current in Buenos Ayres by the side of the 2 penny paper dollar or peso corriente. But alas, the peso fuerte has also terribly depreciated by this time. Whether the government will issue an extra fuerte, and then when that goes down, a fuertissimo, and so on, is beyond my power to say. The government of Santa Fe, the province in which we now are, issues a paper dollar of the value of about 3 shillings. The Cordoban paper dollar is worth a little more, and does represent some fixed value, the silver dollar of Bolivia. In the remoter and poorer provinces, there is no paper money, but quaint old silver Bolivian coins, Peruvian and Chilean dollars, and the like foreign money are the sole currency. I have said enough to show how confusing this system is, and how the unfortunate traveler must lose in the frequent exchanges while traveling through this republic. It is rather a curious fact that in the wealthier republics of South America, metallic currency is quite unknown, while the poorer countries like Paraguay and Bolivia have nothing else. I suppose the fact is that no one would have anything to do with the paper of these untrustworthy states had they the impudence to issue any. About 7 leagues from Rosario, on the Central Argentine Railway, is the small town, I must not risk offense by calling it a village, of Carcañal. Hearing that this was a likely place to purchase horses in, we took train thither on the 2nd morning after our landing at Rosario. This railway is carried in a perfectly straight line without curve or gradient for hundreds of miles across the Pampas, and strange these vast plains seem to us as viewed today for the first time from the windows of the car. We saw an interminable pasture, roadless, treeless, stretching all around. Here and there a great cattle farm, either unfenced or surrounded with a wire fence. Vast herds of sleek cattle and troops of half-wild horses roamed over the plain. Here and there were partial deserts of burnt-up earth and sand. Here muddy lagunas, while at long intervals, like oases in the treeless waste, rose small isolated clumps of eucalypti marking the sites of the estancias. Under the intense blue sky the horizon seemed to be infinitely far off, trembling and rolling like the waves of a distant sea with a mirage, while the distant eucalypti were raised by it and seemed to be rooted in mid-air. At Carcañal we found a little inn kept by a hospitable dame from Old Gaul, who made us very comfortable. A curious little camp town this, merely a straight row of clean, flat-roofed, one-storied houses, in front a lane of small acacias, all around and beyond, glaring under the cloudless, implacable sky, the arid plain with its short, dried-up grass. A cloud of dust over all, dust of the finest and most penetrating nature, dust that will find its way through all your clothes to your skin in no time, dust that is as bad as an Egyptian plague, irritating, blinding, pore-closing, parching. Stay, let us at least give it its justice. It did prepare us to thoroughly enjoy the brimming cups of caña and water, flavored with some delicate essence of fruit that our landlady mixed for us. There is use in everything, even in dust. A funny collection we were in the little hostelry after dinner. At one table was our party playing at euchre and shirt sleeves. At another, several natives and camp guard gambling desperately at monte with a very greasy pack of cards. In the next room we could perceive through the open door a merry wedding supper party. Gringos these, English, German, French, and Italian colonists. We had arrived here very opportunely, for as soon as these people had dined, they cleared the room for a jolly ball, which was energetically kept up all night to the merry music of a three-tuned barrel organ. As is the free and easy fashion of this country, all strangers were welcome to join them in their merrymaking. Wedding garments were by no means de rigueur, but it seemed the proper thing to take off one's coat while dancing. In the middle of the night, we heard in a lull in the revelry a shouting of many voices in the distance, and then the tread and lowing of numerous cattle. This turned out to be a vast herd of many hundred head that was being driven down to Rosario from some far northern province, where a long seca had been prevailing, and where all beasts were dying for want of water and pasture. As soon as the peons had rounded in these cattle outside the town for the night, the headman and a few others came in to seek hospitality. Attracted by the sound of the baile, they entered the inn and were soon dancing away with the rest of us, in despite of the fatigue and stiffness of a month in the saddle. They danced in their camp dress, top boots, silver spurs, chiripas, poncho and all, so that one might almost imagine oneself at a fancy dress ball at home, such was the variety of costume. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Cruise of the Falcon by E. F. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Pampas. Not being able to find what we wanted in the way of horses at Carcañal, we again took train to Cañada de Gómez, another camp town a few leagues higher up the line. We found this to be a typical little camp settlement, the mushroom growth of a few years, new and prosperous, with an astonishing amount of civilization, too, considering where it is. We entered the fonda, or general store, where the campman comes down to buy all he wants, groceries, powder, and especially caña, I fear. The proprietor, Schnack, is an old Dutchman, a sailor whose long service in British ships accounts for his perfect knowledge of our tongue. He put an upper room at our disposal to sleep in. He could not feed us, only lodge and drink us, he said, but there was a restaurant at the railway station opposite, so that mattered little. A wonderfully cosmopolitan continent this South America is. Having left our Dutchman for the restaurant over the way, we found the proprietor of this was an old French soldier of the Garde Imperiale and a maître d'escrime. Then we went to the barber to be shaved and found that he was a citizen of Naples. His razors, I imagine, came out of the torture chambers of the Inquisition. This is indeed a very civilized little town. We not only have our restaurant and our barber, but also our judge. Also a half-finished church. This the common condition of a camp town church. For the priests, after squeezing a certain amount of dollars from the pious, start building on an overambitious scale, run short of funds, and then comes a standstill in the work until the little driblets of offerings enable further progress. There is also a prison here, this being an imposing pair of stocks, considerately placed under the shade of the pretty sinacina trees in front of a grog shop. The courthouse where justice is dispensed, and which is also the residence of the judge, belongs to friend Schnack. The government is a bad paymaster, and our host tells me that after many vain applications for arrears of rent, he has been obliged to evict the poor judge and Mistress Justice to seek a roof elsewhere. Peaceful and civilized though this little place appears, the untamed Indian tribes are not so far off. It is now but 12 years since the Indians made a raid here and carried away 10,000 head of cattle and many women, for the aboriginal has the good taste to prefer the white to the dusky beauties of his own race. But the camps of the white men have advanced many leagues further into the Indian territory since that time, and Cañada de Gomez has little to fear now. Snacks was a type of the regular camp town store. Loafing about the bar, drinking caña, gin, and cocktails was the usual crowd from the camp. Natives in their picturesque dress and English estancieros, these many of them in the native costume also, but mostly in shirt sleeves, top boots, broad felt sombreros, and hide belts with six-shooters and knives stuck ostentatiously therein. The Englishman of the province of Santa Fe rather affects this brigand-like get-up, but I believe there is good reason for it, as there are no few bad characters about, and the hand of justice being almost impotent hereabouts, each one must look out for himself. When the men standing at the bar heard of our proposed ride, they of course overwhelmed us with advice. When in reply to their queries we said that we thought of riding through Cordoba to Tucumán, first one, a Yankee, said, "Take train from here to Cordoba, and commence your ride from there. There is nothing to interest you between here and that city." Said another, a Britisher, "No, ride from here to Cordoba. That will be all very well. To go beyond that will be madness. You will lose yourselves and die of thirst in the salinas, salt deserts where there is no water. Salt and cacti and sun, salt and sun and cacti, nothing more." Said a third, a native, "My advice is don't go at all. It is too hot to ride this time of year. What pleasure can you find in galloping through the eternal salt and sun and cacti that my friend here speaks of?" I tried to persuade this last that we were a scientific expedition that had been sent hither by the English government to inspect sun and salt and cacti, and send home returns thereon, but he would not swallow this, and set us down as harmless lunatics. We were not a little laughed at, too, when we informed our friends that we intended to accomplish our journey with one horse each, taking no remounts. This was pronounced as impossible. In this land of cheap horseflesh, it is the universal custom to travel with a tropilla, 4 or even 8 horses to each man. A mare, the madrina, with a bell tinkling at her neck, is also taken, and all the spare horses follow her like sheep do the bell sheep as she leads the way. It is only necessary to hobble the madrina when the party encamps for the night. The troops of geldings can be left to graze at will, for these animals will not stray far, but keep near the lady with an affecting platonic tenderness. This method of traveling by tropilla is certainly by far the fastest. The fashion here is to go at a full gallop, leap from one horse to another as they in turn weary, and get over about 100 miles a day, the South American caring little if he lose a few of his animals by the way. We, however, preferred our own quieter mode of traveling, which our experience in other lands has taught us was certainly possible. One horse, well looked after, will carry a man for a journey of months, at a very fair pace, too. The result proved that we were right, for we reached, later on, lands where there were no pasture, and where hard food for our horses had to be purchased at extravagant prices. Had we been traveling with 30 instead of 4 horses, we should have found it rather expensive work. Many a long yarn was spun this night for our benefit by our revolvered friends on the dangers of our way. They told us of the montañeros of Santiago, who would cut our throats and steal our horses; of the salt deserts, where we would perish of thirst, deserts in whose midst 2 tropillas have been known to meet and fight to the death for the little skin of water that was left to one party; of the deadly cuchu, or fever, of the northern provinces; of jiggers that would bring mortification to our toes, and the bicho colorado that would lay eggs in our legs, and so on. About 30 miles from here is the estancia of Las Rosas, the property of the well-known Mr. Chemist, whose horned cattle and horses are the pride of the plate, an enterprising man who has introduced blood from England, and whose horses carry all before them on the race courses of South America. On the morning after our arrival at Cañada de Gomez, we procured a trap and 2 horses and drove up to this estancia. A pleasant drive it was, too, through the clear, exhilarating air of the plains. Beneath our feet were flowers of every hue, chief among which that commonest flower of the Pampas, the scarlet verbena. The grasses hereabouts were long and of various species. All of them were now capped with plumes of silver seed, so that on the horizon the white stretches of it were exactly like the sands of a distant desert. We followed the Tropilla track to the north, which consisted merely of ruts made by huge wagons of the caravans that have for ages wended their slow way by this route. In places which are apt to be swampy in wet weather, the ruts become very deep, so that the wagons have to avoid them and make a slight circuit. Thus, new tracks are formed parallel to the old, till in some softer parts of the country the road is a band of 1,000 ruts, a mile or so in breadth. Such are all the roads of the Pampas, roads to the construction of which man has contributed no labor. The pastures we crossed today were some of the richest of this province. Here you have a typical view of the camp as we saw it when we unharnessed our horses and allowed them a rest and a roll at midday. First, just before us stretched the muddy Tropilla track, a dark line through the bright grasses. Across it lay the huge, clumsy walnut wheel of a broken-down wagon. The bones of cattle were frequent, and a little further off we could see a crowd of mangy vultures feeding on the carcass of a horse. At the entrance to the numberless bizcacha holes, among the wild pumpkins, sat, solemnly blinking, the gray owls, generally in twos, sociably. Why, by the by, does the bizcacha always plant pumpkins and owls at his door? Looking further away, we perceived on one side the silver stretch of a laguna a league or so off, with many cattle and horses by it, also numerous plover. The grass by it, not yellow and partly burnt as elsewhere, but of a vivid green. Beyond that, afar off, stretched the unbroken horizon of the plains, a long line of smoke rising from it in one place, showing where some leagues of camp were on fire. Turning round in the other direction, we could perceive some shy gama, the deer of the Pampas, playing under the shade of the solitary ombu. Beyond that, on the horizon, the waving sea of the mirage, and two tall columns as of a waterspout dark against the bright sky, two dust whirls that broke and vanished as suddenly as they had arisen. A strange, solemn land, this lonely Pampas, still too, save for the sound of the dry north wind sighing in the grass. At last we reached the wire fences and passed through the strong gates onto the lands of the great breeder of horses, and drove up to the hospitable house. A pleasant place this, and possessing what is very rare on the Pampas, a garden of flowers and one of fruit and vegetables. The native estanciero is far too lazy a man to cultivate these. He breeds his cattle in his rough, brutal way, and yet, though he number them by thousands, butter and milk are unknown luxuries in his house. He is content to eat his perpetual asado and puchero without vegetables or bread or seasoning, alfalfa and maize being the sole produce he condescends to raise from his estate. The locusts had been playing considerable havoc in Mr. Kemmis's gardens of late. The peach trees stood stripped of all leaf and fruit, the stones alone hanging bare of flesh from the skeleton twigs. The blue gum trees and the prickly pears, of which the hedge around the garden was composed, had alone resisted the ravages of these destroying swarms. As the sun set, we perceived what is a common sight enough on the Pampas in summer. All around the horizon, at 5 different points, were long bands of ruddy flame. These campfires sometimes burn and smolder on for months, devouring league after league of pasture. We had an opportunity of seeing how these fires are extinguished while we were in this neighborhood. The method is one which will illustrate, as much as anything, the value of horse flesh in this country. The peons of the estate, which we were visiting, perceived a fresh fire breaking out on the verge of their master's lands. Immediately they galloped off to it. There happened to be a troop of mares close by, grazing tranquilly. In almost less time than it takes to describe it, 2 of these were lassoed, thrown on their backs, killed, and their stomachs ripped right up with the long knife every native carries. Lassos were attached to the legs of the animals, and the mounted men dragged the bleeding carcasses across the burning grass, and a very efficacious method it proved to be, for the conflagration was thus got under in a few minutes. On the morrow, we borrowed horses from Mr. Kimmis and galloped all over the country to see if any neighboring estancieros had horses fit for our expedition to sell us. We rode to the estancia of Las Tres Lagunas, then to that of Las Lomas, then that of California, where 3 brothers from Central California were trying their fortunes, but all in vain. Save one tropilla of unbroken young riscos from the Entre Rios camps, we could find nothing. So the next morning we drove back to Cañada de Gomez in our trap. It was a sultry day, heavy with storm. When we had about half completed our journey, the sky became overclouded, and a vivid fork lighting flashed in the distance. The horses trembled. Their instinct evidently told them what was coming, for nothing is more terrible than a storm on the Pampas. All animals, and man himself, are struck with terror when they find themselves overtaken on the unsheltered wilderness by these terrific tempests. The blast sweeps over these thousands of leagues of plain with force unchecked, meeting no obstacles of hill and dale to deflect and break its strength. The wind drives all before it, the vast herds of lowing cattle, till they fall one on top of the other into the swollen rivers and are drowned. Clouds of dust are stirred up that make day as dark as night, and have been known to bury great herds, even as does the dreaded sandstorm of the Sahara. And the hailstones fall so large and with such force that they kill man and horse exposed to their fury, and, as I have myself seen, break through the tiled roofs of houses like so many round shot. But, curiously enough, where there comes but only a little and rare cultivation and civilization, the climate of a country changes. Of old, the dust storms used frequently to rush into Buenos Ayres. Now it does so rarely and to a limited extent. And wonderful though this may seem, they tell me that the presence here in the wilds of Santa Fe of a few scattered estancias, with their eucalypti, has greatly contributed to break the fury of the desert tempest, and that to see it in all its horrible majesty, one must now go further out into the wilder region of the Pampas. For not only the Indians, but drought and the hurricane itself retreat before the advance of the white man. But the storm we experienced this day was quite enough for us. It came on with amazing suddenness. One moment it was hot, sultry, and calm. The next moment a wind of hurricane strength rushed down upon us, and we shivered with cold, so rapidly the temperature fell. The dust rose in clouds. The hurricane threatened to capsize our trap and roll it over the plain before it. We had to turn it to the wind and heave to, as it were, stooping down with our heads buried in our ponchos. Then the rain came down sharp and stinging, a rain of mud, for it gathered up all the dust from the skies as it descended. A rain, too, of sticks and stones and grass and millions of prickly thistleheads. This deluge luckily did not last long, and the fury of the short-lived tempest soon subsided. But it left us most miserable objects. We were drenched. An inch of mud covered our clothes, as thickly studded with thistleheads as a plum pudding is with plums, and we were not sorry when we found ourselves once more under Schnack's hospitable roof. Not being able to purchase horses in this neighborhood, we took a train to the camp town of Fraile Muerto, which is in the province of Cordoba. Before reaching this place, we observed that the aspect of the Pampas was gradually changing, for we were nearing the region of the monte or bush, which stretches hence to the tropical forests of the north. The camps, no longer monotonous wastes of grass and thistles, were covered, save in some open patches, with mimosas and thorny bushes, commonest and most imposing among which rose the algarrobas, noble tree of the mimosa species. The algarroba is a tree of great importance in South America. In the first place, it is used in place of coal on the railway engines, and its wood serves for sleepers. In the hot provinces of Santiago del Estero it bears fruit every year, but here in the more temperate Cordoba but once in 4 years. There is a large bean-like pod full of saccharine matter. It is excellent food for cattle, and horses, when hard worked, thrive on it as well as on maize. Even human beings extract nourishment from the algarroba pod. The poor of Santiago almost entirely subsist on cakes made from it, and the children seem to be perpetually chewing the hard sweet seed in its raw state. An enterprising Frenchman attempted to prepare sugar from it, but failed to compete with the cane sugar of Tucuman. However, a very palatable spirit is extracted from it. The algarroba is of the same species as the locust tree of Cyprus and Asia Minor. On arriving at Fraile Muerto station, which is some way from the settlement, we found that civilization had progressed so far that there were 2 coaches to meet us. The driver of one, a sharp Indian, pounced on us first and claimed the caballeros as his own. We drove at a gallop across a plain of alternate pasture and brushwood, then over an iron bridge that spanned the Carcavanal, a typical river of the Pampas, flowing rapid and muddy between 2 steep, 40-feet-high banks of earth, glittering with particles of diamond-like mica. Banks that were topped with evergreen mimosas, while the interspaces of the bush were full of lovely flowers, and the lofty pampa grass with its plumes of silver feathers. Fraile Muerto is a prosperous-looking little camp town. It, for the most part, consists of one big square with a double row of trees around it. Whenever a new pueblo is founded in South America, the native colonists commence by laying out an immense square. At first, it is a mere waste, with only 3 or 4 ranchos, maybe, scattered along its lines, while all around is the tiger-haunted jungle. The next thing they do is to cut a race course through this jungle, and then they sit down and rest. They have done enough. Let Providence do the rest. From this nucleus a great city may spring, or it may not. Quien sabe? As a rule, it does not. But where there is much of the energetic foreign blood about, cities do spring up very rapidly indeed in South America. So it is with Fraile Muerto, which is fast becoming quite a considerable little village. The Spanish-American mind always seems to run in squares. His cities are built in cuadros, all of a size. He even measures length by squares, and speaks of so many cuadros where we should say so many dozen rods. The Portuguese-American prefers lines to squares and irregularity to symmetry. The network of streets in a Brazilian city is puzzling in the extreme. You do not find there the chessboard arrangement the Argentine people are so fond of. Again, when Brazilians found some new village in the interior, they prefer to make one long irregular street of it, stretching along the high road. They do not understand concentration around a central square. At Feira Santa Ana, for instance, there is one street only, with no others branching off it. Yet this town is of considerable size, and the one street it does boast is, I am afraid to say, how many miles in length. There is a cafe at either end of it. If you breakfast at one and walk briskly to the other, you will reach it just in time for dinner. At least, so the natives say. But the story seems hardly probable. I should like to see the man who performed this pedestrian feat, for there happens to be a tramway running all down this one-streeted town. And what Brazilian would walk 10 yards when he could drive, or even when he couldn't? For in that case he would remain in the end of the town he was born in, and decline to venture to the unknown further into the street. We drove into the courtyard of the Fonda of Don Pepe. Our host came forth to meet us. Don Pepe is a great character in his way, a Roman of noble family, they say, and an ex-bandit of Calabria. He is a fine, handsome, white-haired old ruffian and a terrible swearer. His sister, a most stately Roman dame, assists him in preserving order in his, at times, rather noisy establishment. This lady rolls off the sonorous Spanish and blood-curdling Italian oaths as volubly as her brother. Fraile Muerto is associated with the fortunes of the ill-fated Henley colony. About 12 years since, there came hither from England a strange crew of young English gentlemen with the ostensible object of cattle farming. If energy and skill in caña drinking and horse racing are the sole requisites for a cattle farmer, then none could be better than these. These young men, unsteady, fresh from school and college and regiment, without any practical knowledge of anything, arrived at Rosario in a batch, and considerably astonished the natives by their manners and customs. The Henleyites came down on the land in a fashion of a hostile army. They had a uniform, of which a helmet was not the least conspicuous article. Each was provided with a regulation rifle, revolver, and saber, not to speak of the very arsenal of wonderful weapons he took on his own account in addition. They were encamped for some time in the village of wooden huts, while lands were being apportioned out to them. And here they soon showed what manner of colonists they were going to be. Drinking, gambling, and horse racing was the order of the day. The capital they had brought with them took unto itself wings, for let the gringo, however knowing in his own land, skin his eyes ere he match himself on the turf with the simplest gaucho of the Pampas. So things went on, and the natives smiled at the ways of the locos ingleses, won their money, acquired their mortgaged lands, while the colonists diminished woefully in number. Many of these gentlemen ultimately were driven to take any menial work they could get. Some died of delirium tremens, others self-dispatched with their own revolvers. The remainder settled down, after the first wild burst was over, with diminished means to the business they had come over to undertake. This prosperous little town of Fraile Muerto has been built for the most part on the spoils that have been wrung from the ill-fated Englishmen by publicans and usurers. Fiascos in the way of immigration are frequent out here, and bring discredit on this fine country, whereas it is the folly, or worse, of people at home that is really to blame. There have been schemes of this nature in South America that have turned out far more unfortunately than even this one of poor, well-meaning but misguided Mr. Henley, the Paraguayan Lincolnshire farmer scheme, for instance. During our ride, I happened to see a navvy working on a remote portion of the Tucumán railway line. On my asking him the way, or some such question, he proved to be a fellow countryman. He rested his foot on his spade and started a chat with me. "Right glad I am to have a chance of talking the old language now and again," he said. He told me that he had been a jockey in his youth, then a groom in London. "And how came you out here?" I asked. "Oh, I came here as a Lincolnshire farmer," he replied, with a humorous twitch about the corners of his mouth. "As a Lincolnshire farmer? I don't quite understand." "Ha ha! Well, it do seem rum, don't it now? But that's right, a Lincolnshire farmer. Why, I saw a grand emigration scheme advertised in the papers. Lincoln farmers to go out to Paraguay and grow tobacco on land that had been bought dirt cheap from the government. Splendid climate, and so on. Bueno, I did not know a rap where Paraguay was, and didn't care. But I was main tired of town, and times was bad, so I scraped some money together, and off I went. And here I am, less of a Lincoln farmer than ever, I guess." But his case was light enough. The misery that wretched Lincoln farmer scheme brought on hundreds is inconceivable. In the first place, these immigrants, who were supposed to be experienced agriculturists from the rich lowlands of East Anglia, were anything but that. Farmers, forsooth, no more so than, and as useless in their own way as the young gentlemen of Henley Colony. Roughs from London, the offscourings of the Dials in Whitechapel, rusty acrobats, race-meeting minstrels, and the like, not unaccompanied by a large following of dirty, noisy women and puny children. Well, this motley crowd was packed off 1,000 miles inland to grow tobacco in the tropical climate of Paraguay. They reached the lands assigned to them, an uncleared jungle alternating with swamp. Here, as anyone could have foretold, fever fell on the miserable, uncared-for wretches, living as they could amid deadly miasma, so helpless and ignorant that they could not even put their hands to building huts to cover them. So they perished by the dozens, the little children, weak with privation and fever, being literally devoured by mosquitoes and jiggers till they died of putrefying sores. The remnant had to be sent south again by the exertions of private charity, and would it be believed the men of this melancholy relic, independent, helpless, surly British workmen as they were proved to be, refused to carry from the bakers the biscuit charity had provided for them and their starving families unless they were paid for doing so. Some of the specimens of the British working man one sees in South America are verily strange beasts, and not calculated to do credit to their fatherland. But there was one emigration scheme that I know of that beats all the others. A particularly pestilential district, in a state adjoining this one, was the locality chosen. The originators of the scheme were sleek, godly men of the city of London, who richly deserved to be brought out and delivered over to the tender mercies of those that have been deluded by their plausible prospectus. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Cruise of the Falcon by E. F. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. We commence a long ride. Carnival was in full swing at Fraile Muerto when we arrived. Buckets of water were being thrown liberally over passers-by, and everyone was armed with the inevitable pomito or squirt of Florida water. The dark-eyed little rogues under the black mantillas made it very hot, or rather wet and cool, for the falcons with the aid of these detestable instruments. The night was one of revelry. The twang of the guitar was heard through many an open door, and at least a dozen bailes were under way in different parts of the town. Indeed, there were as many balls as there were houses, for all the estancieros, rancheros, and gauchos for leagues around had flocked into Fraile Muerto for the occasion. Thoroughly the laughing little camp girls threw themselves into the spirit of the wild and beautiful native dances. Horse racing, cockfighting, and dancing are the only amusements of the Pampas, and the last is the only one which the fair sex can share with the sterner. They certainly are not stingy in their preparations for carnival in these parts. Many pretty masquerade dresses were to be seen among the revelers. This afternoon, a grand procession of clumsy wagons, drawn by handsome oxen, slowly perambulated the glaring, dusty streets. Wagons and oxen were tastefully decorated with flowers and colored draperies. In one wagon was a band of musicians clad fantastically in yellow coats that recalled the penitential dress of the victims of the Inquisition. While two men worked, a huge squirt or fire engine pouring volumes of water right and left. Rather too rough carnival play this, but all good-naturedly taken. Another wagon was full of pretty chinas, dressed in a uniform of red and black, laughing and squirting scent. At the Union Club, for we boast a club in our village, was the grand affair of the evening, the masked ball for the aristocracy. Thither we repaired. The club turned out to be merely a fair-sized room on the ground floor of a house. This was a particularly select entertainment, yet where the exclusive grandees of Fraile Muerto drew the line I did not exactly perceive. The door of the ballroom was on the street, and was wide open. All who wished could look in and behold the spectacle, could even, as far as I could see, enter and join the dancers. The comandante was there with his pretty daughters, the storekeeper too, and the shoemaker with his lady and family. These exhausted the list of the native aristocracy. Then came people with whom one did not like to mix, and on whom the daughters of the above swells turned up their little noses, gauchos from the camp, murderers and cattle lifters, many of them, wild fellows in native dress and of savage mien. Maté seemed to be the only refreshment provided, and nothing there is that will better pull together the wearied dancer than this invigorating decoction of the Paraguayan yerba. On the morning after our arrival, Pepe insisted on taking us round his establishment. This caravanserai of the Pampas consisted of a large square courtyard, round three sides of which was low, one-storied building, simply a series of small rooms with doors opening on the said court. On the fourth side were stables and a blacksmith's forge. "That forge," said he, "has only recently become my property. It belonged to a Frenchman. Poor fellow, he drank it all away in absinthe, got drunk on tick, as you English say, at my bar. So now it is mine." "And now," said Pepe, "come, I will show you my museum." And he took us into a small room surrounded with cases of arms and other curiosities. "These," said he, "are chiefly the spoils of your countrymen, taken by me in lieu of bad debts, all represent so much caña drink. It was a melancholy spectacle. Wesley, Richards, Cogswell, and Harrison, and like names were to be seen on many a fine arm in this collection. Here were the best shotguns and rifles out of English and French workshops, Martini Henrys, Snyders, Winchester repeaters, Colts and Smith & Wesson six-shooters, swords, sabers, and so on, the relics of the ill-fated Henley colonists. Here, too, were strange-made Italian stilettos, some such as are served out by the secret societies to their initiated, all pawned for drink. But do not imagine from all this that Pepe is a sort of fraile muerten Shylock, an unpitying, grasping usurer. On the contrary, he is a very kind-hearted old fellow who has done many a good turn for our countrymen, as well as his own, who have come to grief here. He is beloved by all, save the authorities, who entertain a wholesome dread of him, for Pepe holds very strong opinions as to his fonda being his castle, and more than one British ne'er-do-weel or Italian cutthroat has found a harbor of refuge in this hostelry. When the Serenos come to seize the refugees, old Pepe will stand at his door and swear sonorous oaths, and with 100 hoarse blasphemies threaten to rip up the tripos of any who venture to cross his threshold against his will. Carnival was now over, so it was possible to promenade the streets with a dry coat, and the natives once more began to attend to the little business they ever trouble themselves with. We let it be known throughout the village that we were in want of 4 good horses, 5-year-olds that were accustomed to eat maize and other hard food, for the camp horses will not do this, and a fortnight's starvation, at the least, is necessary before they can be induced to touch it. A pure-blood Indian offered his services. He said he knew every horse for 10 leagues round. He would gallop over the camps and bring every animal in that he thought would be likely to suit us. A curious old ruffian this was, short, stumpy, with straight, long black hair, laughing, goggly eyes, bandy legs, and a sort of duck's waddle in the place of a walk, as is that of all horse Indians. For 3 days he galloped about and brought horse after horse to us for inspection, while other ragged and wild-looking fellows, who had heard of our wants, came in with tropillas and single animals. We pitted the rival vendors against each other. It was amusing to listen to their voluble lies and denunciations. After inspecting 1 tropilla of 20, we picked out the best 2 and made a bid of 30 Bolivians for them. The owner laughed us to scorn. Why, 40 will be dirt cheap for these 2 splendid thoroughbreds. The Colorado is the fastest horse over 4 cuadros in the whole province. Besides, you spoil my whole tropilla by taking these 2 out. And so he argued after the manner of one that sells a horse in all times and among all peoples. After some haggling, we brought him down to 32 Bolivians for the 2, that is, about 55 shillings each. Quite a fancy price. But they were decent animals, and seemed to have anything but an objection to eating maize when we put some before them. They were 5-year-olds, and in addition to their other virtues were provided with papers in proper form, so we purchased them. In this country the traveler needs no passport, but his horse does. There are title deeds to horses here as to land, and any transfer has to be made before a judge of the district and registered in the archives. A new title of Guia, stamped with a judicial seal, is then delivered to the purchaser, which describes the conditions of the sale and is illustrated with a diagram of the animal's marks. These marks are large characters branded in very conspicuous fashion on the horse's flanks, so that there can be no mistake about them. So it is too with cattle, and the market value of their hides must be somewhat diminished by the custom. But all this is very necessary in this land of horse-stealing and cattle-lifting. Our old Indian generally got a few reals out of us each time he brought a horse round for inspection. These he used to invest in the replenishing of his caña jar, from which he was wont to sip freely as he galloped over the plain in search of other animals. This went on for 3 days. He got drunker and drunker till he could scarcely talk, and certainly could not walk. But his seat on horseback, and his discrimination in choosing and sharpness in selling horses, was not in the least affected. Horse dealing is a delightful pursuit for such as he. The gaucho loves to prolong the agony of a bargain. He would rather take less for his horse and linger over the haggling than be paid the sum he opens the market with straight down. We managed to pick up another decent horse for about 30 shillings, and were now ready to start. It was a glorious morning in early March that we paid Pepe our bill, drank the stirrup cup, and rode out of Fraile Muerto in full marching order. Each of us had his saddlebags under him and his blanket rolled up behind. A felt sombrero, top boots, a native hide belt 6 inches broad with a 6-shooter stuck in it, and a striped poncho over the shoulder made each man look quite an orthodox roamer of the Pampas. And now commenced a most delightful journey, concerning the direction of which I will make a few preliminary remarks. On looking at a good map, it will be seen that wild tribes of Indians, for the most part, occupy the center of South America from north to south, and that the Europeans occupy a band more or less broad along either coast. But in this part of the continent, a thin strip of civilization has been carried right across, connecting the eastern country of the white man with that of the west, the Atlantic with the Pacific, the camps of Santa Fe and Buenos Aires with the Andes and the Chilean territory. This strip is not a broad one, and as yet is but sparsely inhabited by the conquerors, but it is ever and ever broadening. The line of the frontier forts is ever advancing both north and south into the lands of the savages. Here, at Fraile Muerto, the strip is not very broad. If one travels but a few leagues to the southward, one arrives on the Indian territory of the Pampas, an almost unknown country on which the white man has no footing, even to the deserts of Patagonia and the cold shores of Magellan's Straits. If one travels to the northward, again, one will soon reach another Indian territory, that of the Gran Chaco, an unexplored waste of forest and jungle and swamp that lies between the rivers Parana and Paraguay on the east and the provinces of Santiago, Salta, etc. on the west, and stretches north through latitudes claimed by Bolivia and Brazil, who knows how far into the steaming tropics. It is down the center of this strip of civilization that the Central Argentine Railway is carried, a line that is destined to be the trunk line of the whole South American system when these countries are opened out. We propose to ride along the line as far as Cordoba, and there leave it to travel by the old Tropilla track to Santiago and Tucumán. It is by this route that of old the caravans used to wend their slow way from Potosi to Buenos Aires. From Buenos Aires to Tucumán by this Tropilla track, which winds a good deal, is 1,119 English miles, according to an old Argentine postal road book, which a friend lent me. By following this route, we should see a good deal of the country, and also much variety of scenery. It was curious to observe the gradual change in the vegetation as we advanced northward to tropical Tucumán, which is 8 degrees nearer the equator than Buenos Aires is. First comes the green Pampas of Santa Fe, where the rainfall is considerable and the climate temperate. Then gradually drier lands, the camps of Cordoba, where water is scarce, and the sky is cloudless for long months of drought. Then the regions of the Monte, the brush that forms the northern limit of the Pampas. And then a hotter and drier land where spinous bushes and giant cacti of many species can alone extract nourishment from the arid sandy soil, encrusted as it is with glittering salt. Finally, another change comes. A range of stupendous mountains blocks the horizon, the Sierras of Tucumán and Aconquija, branches of the Andes whose summits attain the height of 17,000 feet, mothers of many rivers. Under their giant shadows spreads a great plain, a land of streams and much rain, a steaming, hot, unhealthy region, breeding fatal fevers, yet rich withal, with great plantations of sugar-cane waving in the tepid breeze, and brilliant orange groves ever noisy with parrots and other gorgeous birds of the tropics. For this is the province of Tucumán, known far and wide as the Garden of South America. I must not let the memories of that delightful ride lead me to the occupying of undue space in this book with the story of it, so let us prick our horses into a little gallop, as they call it here, and speed across the plains alongside the straight line of the railway. We took it easily at first for sake of selves and horses, and made a 6 days' ride of it to Cordoba. Our first day's journey was across a parched country of burnt earth, scant in coarse pasture, with here and there a clump of algarrobas. The grass in this part of the Pampas does not cover the earth in a rich velvety carpet, as in Santa Fe, but grows in scattered tufts with bare baked earth between, a very grass of the desert, wiry and prickly. Numerous eagles, vultures, owls, and bizcachas seem to be the sole inhabitants of this wilderness, a desolate expanse, with a horizon as is usual on the Pampas and most characteristic of these plains, vague, mysterious, immense, seeming to be infinitely off, and melting into a waving mirage, as if some strange magic land far beyond. And a strange land it is that does lie beyond, for there is the wilderness of the Indian, a desert of peril and thirst and death, stretching, so immense is it, as Head writes, from tropic forests of palm in the north to the eternal snows in the dreary south. But there is one sign of civilization about us, and that, with its contrast, tends only to increase the sense of solemnity and desolation. Only 2 thin bars of iron running parallel in a very straightest line till they meet in the far perspective like a wedge, and disappear in the trembling horizon. But this insignificant-looking line of the railway has tended as much to carry progress and justice into dark lands as even that other thin red line of which we Englishmen are so justly proud. The thin edge of the wedge of civilization has now been driven deep into the barbarism of the Pampas, notwithstanding the fanatical obstruction of Cordoban priests and the vain opposition of novelty-hating gauchos, who tried to lasso the engine as it passed and found that they had something more stubborn than an infuriated bull to deal with. We rode on in the teeth of the hot north wind till we came to where a bushfire was smoldering over some leagues of country. All the grass had been consumed, the algarroba trees had been all more or less carbonized, and tongues of fire leapt up hungrily here and there. Between the hot sky above and the baking ashes beneath us, we soon acquired a very respectable thirst that an old toper would have given much for. But, alas, we had no means of alleviating it, so it was not of much use to us. Before dusk we reached the station of Ballesteros. We expected to find a little town here, but could perceive nothing but 2 or 3 wretched huts, none of which was an inn. The only decent-looking establishment was a railway station, so we repaired thither, and to our delight found that the station-master was an Englishman, Mr. Coulson. He received us with great hospitality, and we did justice, after our exhilarating ride, to the hearty supper he put before us, as did our horses to their alfalfa and algarroba pods. We were now gradually leaving the region of the foreigners, but few British estancieros are to be found beyond Fraile Muerto, and we were to change the comfortable homesteads and civilized ways of the gringo for the at any rate as hospitable, if more primitive, homes and manners of the old Andalusian colonists. There are several native estancias around Ballesteros, so of course a juez, a comisario of police, and a comandante have been put in authority over the rising pueblo. There is some amusing scandal running about concerning these great men, which is worth repeating, so illustrative is it of life in these wild camps. What I am about to relate will seem almost incredible to those who have passed their lives among the well-ordered communities of Europe. But here, be it remembered, we are in the midst of a half-barbaric people, and a people that have never known what justice is, and whose state of civilization is in many respects far inferior to that of our recent foes, the Kaffirs of South Africa. Each of the 3 functionaries I mentioned above imagines himself to be the boss of the place, for their powers are rather vague, and they are hardly men capable of understanding nice distinctions. Of the 3, the judge, I believe, alone can write, and that only to the extent of being able to sign his name to official documents. This legal luminary receives no fixed pay, but is supposed to reserve 1/2 of all the fees he receives and the fines he exacts, a method which, of course, leads to unlimited extortion. The poor old gentleman, who looks more like a gaucho than a judge, has suffered a run of very bad luck of late. His cattle had perished of drought, fees and fines did not come in, for people would not be married or commit crimes as they should, so he was at last at his wits' end even how to procure a sufficiency of beef to keep up his judicial proportions. About a week before our arrival, he hit upon the following happy plan. He procured a few bottles of vile gin on credit from the pulperia and invited all his friends to a little carnival baile at his house. Several of these abused his hospitality and his gin to such an extent that on leaving towards the early hours of the morning, they commenced to reel about the township in a boisterous and unbecoming manner, and waxed quarrelsome to boot. This was duly reported to their host, who summoned them all to his presence, severely censured them, and then fined each offender 5 pesos. He dined sumptuously every night for a week thereafter. Another instructive incident recently occurred at Ballesteros. It seems that a certain unfortunate debtor was so pestered by his importunate creditors that he fled into another province. It happened that a storekeeper here owed certain moneys to the fugitive. On learning this, our old friend the judge, losing no time, hurried around to attach the debt, with the intention of apportioning it among the creditors, after, of course, deducting a fair percentage for court fees. But alas, he was too late. It happened that the commissary of police was one of the creditors, and had wisely anticipated all the others. He had visited the storekeeper and obliged him to deliver the whole sum over to him. A stormy meeting between judge and commissary ensued in the open road before the assembled populace. The judge demanded a restitution of the moneys by the commissary. The latter refused to do anything of the kind, and openly accused the old gentleman of desiring to appropriate all to himself and rob the creditors. Thereupon the judge, gliding over the retort courteous and other intermediate stages of discussion, passed on at once to the countercheck quarrelsome, and said, "Signor Commissario, you lie," at the same time striking him across the face with his rebenque, or whip of plaited hide. On this, the commissario reported by knocking the judge down with the back of his sword, called assistance, and arrested that high functionary. Next, he had him placed on a horse with his feet tied underneath its belly, and marched him off to Fraile Muerto, where he put him in the stocks. Barbarous enough, too, as a rule, are these camp-town stocks. There is no convenience for sitting down, as in our comfortable old English stocks, where Hudibras took his ease. Here the feet are imprisoned at some height from the ground, while the body is left to shift for itself, dangling down, often with the head undermost. In this uncomfortable position, an unfortunate wretch is often left untended and without food for days, through sun and rain and dew. Another rather good story, and an authentic one, is told of our judge. Some time back he was playing at cards in the baker's house with a capataz of railway navvies. The capataz was unlucky and lost considerably. Suspecting the judge of foul play, he refused to pay up. Thereupon the judge determined to sue him, but being so far conversant with the law as to know that nemo in sua lite potest judicare, he assigned this debt of honor to the baker, who then haled the offending capataz before him. Our judge solemnly listened to the case, inflicted a fine, and sentenced the defendant to imprisonment until it was paid. But the capataz was a sharp man, and found means to repay the judge for this judicial farce. He went off to another, I suppose a superior judge, who, though he did not think it right to set aside the decision of his learned brother, at any rate inflicted a heavy fine on him for countenancing unlicensed gambling. In this land of liberty a license is needful for nearly everything, a game of cards, a private party, or a ball. Such are the magistrates who are supposed to administer justice in the camps, petty tyrants who imagine that their powers have no limit, whom the fear of assassination alone keeps in check. The poor people, the friendless widows whom they can bully and rob with impunity, are of course quite unaware that there are higher tribunals to which there is an appeal from the decisions of these ignorant and unjust judges. Perhaps it is well, after all, that they are so unaware in this land, where, if rumor be true, the highest as well as the lowest official has his price. The laws of this republic are excellent in theory, codified as they are after the schemes of Bentham and the French jurisconsults, but men capable of administering them are sadly wanting. The law as regards murder here is very extraordinary, too harsh and too lenient at the same time. Accidental and justifiable homicide is placed more or less on the same footing as willful murder. Thus, if an honest man by accident or in self-defense kills another, he is imprisoned a while and then sent into the army to serve on the Indian frontier. No pleasant and luxurious station that. Again, if a villain stab an old man in the back to rob him of his little hoard, he likewise is transformed into a soldier as punishment, and like all others has his chance of rising in the ranks. The late station master of Ballesteros was brutally murdered by a peon. He is by no means the only British station master that has been assassinated at his post on these railways. His murderer is now a non-commissioned officer, and was pointed out to me at the head of an escort of prisoners on the march. This night I am writing my notes in a bedroom with a candle in front of me on the table. The light has attracted all the insects in the neighborhood, who are immolating themselves wholesale in the tempting flame, a very entomological museum that only South America could turn out at so short a notice. There are all manner of moths and beetles and strange creatures of all sizes and shapes and numbers of legs, some lean, some fat, of all colors, some very uncanny of appearance, and all humming and buzzing in different notes and keys. Verily, this is the land of bichos. Every month has bichos of its own, peculiar to itself, but the omnipresent mosquito flourishes through all the months. Of this plague, too, there are many species. Some are enormous fellows, striped like tigers, and capable, I should imagine, of sucking your blood through a thick hide boot. Others small and black, but no less irritating. That word bicho, by the way, is a very useful one. I suppose originally it was intended to signify a beetle, but it means a good deal more than that now. It is more comprehensive in its meanings than even the Yankee bug. The term bicho is used here to signify not only an insect, but any strange beast. The gaucho calls the tiger a great bicho. If he were to perceive any animal, say an elephant, that were new to him, he would speak of it as that bicho. Not only to animals, but even to inanimate things is the term applied. I heard a native call a grain unknown to him a bicho. Old Pepe of Fraile Muerto would call his morning draught his bicho. And people talk here of putting spirit in their water to kill the bicho, and very careful they are, too, to do this. The water bicho has a poor chance indeed with the average South American. A violent storm of thunder, wind, and rain refreshed the parched soil this night, and was very grateful after the recent heats. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Cruise of the Falcon by E.F. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Rio Segundo. On the morrow, we saddled betimes and rode through the town, or rather nucleus of a town, consisting as it did of a store, one other house, a pair of stocks, and a racecourse. We galloped over the plain, brighter and more beautiful after the rain. Here by the monte of prickly bushes, under whose lee the grass was pressed down, showing where the wild beasts had crouched for shelter during the storm. Here by clumps of feathery pampa grass, and over greenish pastures thickly dotted with the scarlet and purple blossoms of verbenas and polyanthi. A southwest wind blew in our faces, odorous of mint and vanilla and 1,000 flowers, and fresh and invigorating after the norte of yesterday, dry and hot as it was from its passage over 1,000 leagues of parched steppes. Who can do justice to these glorious pampas, to the irresistible fascination of this vast expanse of grass and flowers, to the intoxicating delight of a gallop over them at breezy dawn, and to that peculiar quiet charm and sense of ecstatic calm that subdues even the most unimaginative man, when sitting by the evening encampment he is a spectator of that magnificent appearance, a sunset on these ocean-like solitudes. There is no scenery, not even of the great mountains, that so overwhelms a man with a sense of his littleness, with a consciousness of what an immense unknown there is around him, as that of the South American steppes, where all nature is so vast and vague. Just before we entered the township of Villa Maria, which we had chosen as the destination of our second day's journey, we traversed a pretty wilderness of rank weeds, 10 feet in height, all new to us, luxuriant, of many scents and flowers, and noisy with the song of bird and hum of cicada. Riding through this, we suddenly came upon a strange scene worthy of the brush of a long. Dark between us and the golden sunset, there came towards us through the varied vegetation a troop of some 30 women, walking in slow and solemn procession. Dusky half-breeds and Indians these, with their shoulders and raven hair covered with the black shawl of the country, and barefooted. Before them walked 4 girls, who bore a little gaudily painted image standing erect on a stretcher. This was a celebrated saint, who was now on his way to pay a visit to a neighboring saint. Every native likes, if possible, to have a little wooden saint of his own in his rancho. It is believed that these saints are of sociable disposition and like to meet each other at times. So, San Martin in Lopez's rancho is carried to visit Santa Rosa in Gonzalez's rancho, an excuse for much caña drinking and gambling. Some of these saints are celebrated for the miraculous cures they perform. Such a one saint, for instance, is great at the curing of rheumatism. When this is the case, he is often a good thing to his owner, who lets him out to the sufferers at so much a day. A man will even pawn his saint sometimes, but this is looked upon as unlucky, and the saint has been known to lose his virtues after having been thus treated. The priests do not much encourage this system of private saints. They like to have a monopoly in them, I suppose, and to act as go-betweens to saints and sufferers. Far from my intention is it to ridicule any of the rites of the Roman Catholic Church, but the religion of the South American camps is not the Roman Catholic religion, and none deplore this more than the educated dignitaries of the church at Buenos Ayres, but a superstition of the very grossest kind encouraged by an ignorant native priesthood, which, as Mr. Bates says in his excellent work on South America, on everything pertaining to morals and the ordinary decencies of life, has its own opinions and ideas, which are certainly somewhat at variance with those usually entertained in Europe on such matters. Villa Maria is an important little place, being at the junction of the Cordoba Railway and the new and yet unfinished line to Mendoza and the Andes. Here we passed the night in a hotel kept by Monsieur Albert, a Frenchman, who prepared for us a capital dinner that reminded us of Europe, and which was washed down with wines from the slopes of the Cordilleras, the vintages of Mendoza, Rioja, and San Juan, which are by no means despicable. We were now experiencing for the first time the attacks of that plague of the Pampas, the bicho colorado. This minute pest burrows into the lower half of the human leg, and there proceeds to lay its eggs under the skin. When the young bicho is hatched, he works his way out of his cradle to the outer world, a performance that produces the most intolerable itching. These little beasts do not attack one singly, but in hundreds, and in some cases produce nasty sores. But aguardiente or other spirits, well rubbed in, generally brings relief. On our third day we rode to the camp railway station of Chañares, a distance of only 22 miles. But here we had to halt for the night, as a waterless, pastureless wilderness lay between this and the next stage, Laguna Larga, 40 miles further on. This day we perceived a broad purple streak along the horizon, like a sea of blood. On approaching it, this proved to be thickly growing polyanthi, covering a vast area of plain. Not only a land of bichos is this, but of thorns. As we unsaddled our horses and lay ourselves under a big mimosa among the ants for our midday halt and siesta, we were made unpleasantly aware of how thorny a land we were approaching. The grass of this arid portion of the Pampas is a very grass of the desert, stiff, hard, sharp as a needle. Every plant and bush and tree is covered with thorns. There are balls of seed, too, studded round with cruel needles like porcupines. If you pluck these, your hands are filled with the minute and irritating points. Some of these seed balls are as big as large plums, and roll along with the wind. When they strike one's coat, they anchor themselves there and cling so tenaciously that in wrenching them away, much of the material of the cloth comes away also. Our poor horses did not seem to appreciate this sort of vegetation in the way of pasture, but the algarrobas were covered with pods, which we plucked and fed them with, to their evident gratification. At Chañares, jovial Mr. O'Donoghue, the station master, and his kind wife received us with true Irish hospitality. After our asado and praties, unwanted luxury, we camped out for the night on the platform and slept the sleep of the just until midnight, when the train to Cordoba thundered in. "Caramba! What a lot of passengers for Cordoba!" I heard the guard say as he saw our prostrate forms. "Ah, no, it's those yacht fellows, for I can see Don Arturo's nose peeping above his blankets." The guards of the trains, old English sailors most of them, knew us by this time, and were wont to exchange greetings with us as we passed each other daily on the line, for the train runs to Cordoba one day and returns to Rosario the next. That particular nose by which they recognized us this night was one of the great features of the Falcon. Its owner is very proud of it, and indeed, once seen, it is not soon to be forgotten, with its noble proportions colored by the suns of many climes. Our fourth day's journey was to Laguna Larga, a longer ride than usual. To one traveling over these plains, each day brings some new feature in the vegetation. This day we crossed a large space where grew a grass 3 feet in height, topped with the most lovely feathery seeds. These, waving in the wind, caused the plain to assume the appearance of a rolling sea of softest wool or down, a most pleasing and curious effect. We noticed how far more numerous the birds were in this region, where the Pampas merged into the jungle, than in the treeless Santa Fe. Peewits, vultures, eagles, and many other varieties were here, while a vast multitude of green paroquets kept up the perpetual chatter over our heads. An immense cloud of martins, too, were flying north, doubtless emigrating from the impending winter of bleak Patagonia. A wonderful number of them. Many were resting a while on the telegraph wires. They crowded on them, sitting close together, fluttering and chattering, living festoons of birds stretching a league away. We then crossed a very parched district, waterless and treeless, where a strong stink of the skunk was the prevailing odor of the sultry air. Towards midday we sighted right ahead a square black mass rising conspicuously over the level plain. This turned out to be a tank in which the scant water of a neighboring laguna is collected after rainfall in order to supply the railway engines. We called a halt, unsaddled our horses, and indulged in a welcome draught of water, brackish, muddy, and tepid though it was. A native was in charge of the tank. Beside the hut in which he lived, there was another wretched mud rancho, into whose roof a stick was thrust, with a white rag flying at its summit, indicating that this was a grog shop, for even this ungodly, homeless spot in the wilderness must needs have its pulperia. It is astonishing how far off the thirsty traveler can distinguish that blessed white flag in the clear atmosphere of these level steppes. We lit a fire by the tank, and bringing forth from our saddlebags some ribs of beef we had brought with us, pierced them with our iron asador spit, which we then stuck into the ground in the midst of the fire. Thus was soon ready for us that national dish of South America, the asado. A luxury it is, too, out in the camps, with the sauce of a healthy appetite. but an asado eaten with knife and fork within doors is hardly to be recommended. We washed this down with some caña from the pulperia, enjoyed a siesta, and then rode on to the station of Laguna Larga, where Mr. Wynne, the station master, who was expecting us, had prepared a good square supper for the travelers. This night, like the last, we passed on the platform comfortably enough. Early in the afternoon of our 5th day's ride, we reached the banks of the Rio Segundo, a river that rises in the sierras of Cordoba and ultimately flows into the Mar Chiquita, an inland lake whose waters never reach the sea, but are absorbed by the thirsty wilderness. The Rio Segundo is here a broad, rapid stream of clear water flowing over a sandy bed. Extensive sandbanks border its edges, backed by banks overgrown with tall grasses and shrubs, a jungle inhabited by many pumas and parrots. We met a native who gave us instructions where to cross the river so as to avoid the quicksands. The water was low, so we found no difficulty in fording. This is by no means always the case. Many men and cattle are lost at this ford yearly. In a real crescente it is, of course, quite impossible to effect a passage. These crescentes of the rivers of the Pampas are as terrible and sudden as those of South Africa. A few hours' heavy rain in the far sierras, and down comes the flood with a thunderous roar, sweeping all before it, bearing down on its swollen waters huge trees and drowned cattle and the wrecks of habitations. The water of this river is very wholesome, and is strongly impregnated with the sarsaparilla that grows thickly on its banks in places. Having effected a safe passage, we gave our horses a rest, while we indulged in the very unwonted luxury of a bath. For this purpose, we waded to a pretty willowy island in the middle of the stream. The little township and station of Rio Segundo is but a mile distant from the river bank. Here we passed the night. Mr. Mott, the station master, gave us much information as to the profusion of game in the neighboring montes. The pumas are almost the only sportsmen who revel in this grand hunting ground, where are to be found innumerable wood pigeons, parrots, 3 varieties of partridges, teal, snipe, duck, geese, tunas, ostriches, jaguars, deer, and many other beasts and birds. The next, our 6th day's march, was to be our last in the company of the railway line. We were no longer to have the certain hospitality of a British station master to look forward to at the end of each day's journey, for this night we were to reach the city of Cordoba. The Sierras now loomed distinctly on the northwest horizon, refreshing indeed to the eye after these hundreds of leagues of unbroken plain. We greeted the hills once more with almost as keen a delight as the mariner the loom of land after a long voyage on the plains of the salt sea. The country between the Segundo and Cordoba is of a very pleasing character. We had evidently left the Pampas proper at last, and were entering the region of the bush that stretches hence to the tropic forests of the north. We rode through groves of algarroba and beautiful flowering shrubs, carpeted with the variegated blossoms of verbena, polyanthus, and other plants. The land, no longer of a dead level, was slightly undulating. As we were galloping down the pleasant glades, one of us shouted in delight, "Hurrah! Here is a peach tree covered with fruit!" We all drew near, but were doomed to disappointment. It was but some poisonous plum of the monte, amber of hue and comely, but acrid in taste and not any kin to the familiar old fruit we had mistaken it for. At midday we hobbled our horses, plucked some algarrobas for them, and lunched off some sardines, biscuit, and caña we had brought with us. As I was sitting down, I suddenly perceived 2 bright eyes glaring at me from a large hole in the ground. I dropped my sardine and put my hand to my knife, not knowing what strange beast this might be, and what were his intentions. But I soon perceived that it was but an innocent, amiable creature after all, against whose character I have never heard any accusation brought. An unlovely, scaly monster, somewhat resembling an alligator, yet inoffensive enough, being only a poor iguana that was peeping out of his house with no evil design, merely wondering what we intruders on his solitude might be. I presented him with a bit of biscuit, which, accepting gratefully, he retired unobtrusively into his house. At last we reached a ridge overlooking a vast expanse of country, to our astonishment, for we were unaware that we had been ascending so much, and never expected to see Cordoba so far below us. It was a magnificent view. Beyond the jungle that sloped downwards from where we stood, there lay extended a vast level plain, well watered with many silver streams, bordered with rows of poplars. Arable fields and pastures stretched far to a distant range of grand mountains, swelling range behind range. Lofty indeed they seemed to us after the interminable plains, and indeed some of the summits of these sierras are 7,000 feet in height, and in the center of this plain, in the bend of a broad river winding out of sight into distant groves, we perceived the fair white city, with many domes and spires of churches, some of a bright white stone, others of marble, others gleaming with gold. To us, coming straight from the wilderness, this sudden first view of Cordoba was as that of the delectable city to the worn pilgrim, of that quaint history which is so delicious to the mind with its old world fragrance. Yes, before us was the world-renowned Cordoba, the Cordoba of the Jesuit fathers, the city of the churches and the ringing of bells, the sanctimonious town of priests and doctors, the oasis of learning in the wilderness, in whose antique university how many generations of youth have acquired the Aristotelian philosophy and all the humanities, and inhumanities to boot, if report be true. A mysterious place, this ancient stronghold of the much-dreaded Society of Jesus in the heart of South America, with a false, learned, and narrow-minded population to this day over which the priests have retained a great deal of their old power. When the railway was first brought up to the gates of Cordoba, the frailes felt that the old days had gone forever, and that the dreaded light was coming, the old order changing for the new. In every church they preached fiercely against the accursed thing, and, had they dared, would have urged the pious citizens to tear up the rails and curse the fatal iron way. But let us linger no longer on the hill that overlooks the ancient city, but ride boldly in, more boldly far than we would have done in the olden days, when the Inquisition with its tortures awaited the heretic gringo who dared venture here. From the ridge upon which we stood, the track gradually widened until it became quite a decent road, for Cordoba, like all other cities in this land, is a mere oasis of civilization in the wilderness. Its streets are continued as roads but a few hundred yards outside the town, and then dwindle away to scarce distinguishable tracks. As we descended, we became conscious of a great and sudden change in the nature around us. No longer the level plain, so stoneless that one could not much as find the smallest pebble wherewith to threaten a snarling cur, but here, at the edge of the Sierras, the granite peeped out occasionally through the soil, a country of rocks and of running water, and where the feet of horses are shod with iron, as is never the case of the Pampas. Across the road and alongside of it ran, with much sound, streams of clear sparkling water. We passed, too, huge wagons, slow, groaning horribly, drawn by oxen, wagons of hard red wood, in the construction of which no iron had been used, not even for one nail or tire of wheel, but the parts of which were lashed and laced together with thongs of rawhide. Our poor unshodden horses of the Pampas were affrighted at the strange surroundings. They stumbled and shied at every step. Never had they before been down so steep an incline, felt such stony ground under their feet, or heard such sound of running water. There was a little watercourse that was carried across the road in a sunken wooden trough or canal, some 18 inches broad at most. Though small, it babbled along noisily enough. The horses could not make this out at all. They sniffed at it suspiciously, shook their heads, became very uneasy, and refused to cross it. Ultimately, by dint of much persuasion of whip and spur, they did jump it. Each in his turn pulled himself together, took a tremendous leap, and cleared it by yards and yards, a ridiculous spectacle. The prudent creatures evidently were determined to make no mistake about it, and give as wide a berth as possible to the uncanny phenomenon. There are no suburbs to this city. The wilderness stretches down to the edge of its medieval streets and squares. Just outside, it is true, there is a wretched cientura of rubbish, offal, bones, broken bricks, and the like, among which, like jackals, dwells a miserable pack of squatters, a low type of half-breeds, hideous and repulsive in aspect. Their squalid mud ranchos are scattered pell-mell over this disreputable locality without any pretensions to order. We rode into the city, which seems a well-laid-out and agreeable place at its first aspect. We traversed long, straight streets of one-storied white houses with the usual prison-like grated windows looking on the street. Clear water flowed down every gutter. The streets here are paved with stone. On hearing the clanging of their hoofs on these, our horses became almost unmanageable in their alarm, and when they did quiet down a little, proceeded with steps gingerly and timid, as if red-hot iron was beneath their feet. We repaired to the Hotel de Europa, to which we had been recommended, and sent our horses to a stable to be looked after during our stay at Cordoba, with injunctions that they should be shod, another new experience for the poor beasts. The genial host of the Europa, who is a German, made us very comfortable in his excellently managed hostelry. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Cruise of the Falcon by E. F. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Cordoba. On the morrow, after our arrival, we sallied forth to inspect the city. We found ourselves once more in a civilized center, for tramways, American bars, and French cafes have followed the railway, and now relieve the sense of oppression and ennui which pervades the atmosphere of the slow, grave old university town. We had been awakened early by the ringing of many bells in many old churches, so had a good day before us to explore the streets and handsome squares of the city of priests and women. For indeed, priests and women seem to form the bulk of the population of Cordoba. The frailes are a sour-looking lot enough, though some of the young clericals are regular petit-maîtres in their way, and seem to have quite a feminine taste for lace and millinery. The women are not gifted with much beauty, with the exception, of course, of those of the high caste, pure white Spanish beauties, who are invariably dressed in the latest Paris fashion. But of these there are but very few. All the others are half-breeds of a particularly disagreeable dark muddy complexion and possessing the harsh Indian type of feature. Indeed, the population hereabouts has no right to rank itself with white men at all. These people are but the mongrel descendants of Indians that have been tamed by the Jesuits. This extensive crossing of the Spanish with the Indian blood has, in the opinion of those who know, proved to be a great curse to these countries, for the result has been a useless breed that cumbers the face of the earth. Not as in North America, where the aboriginal races have vanished like smoke before the advance of the white man and his civilization. Here the Indian blood has mingled with that of the Latin colonists, overpowered it, indeed, and imbued it with its own barbarism, so that in many regions the conquerors have adopted the manners, dress, and even language of the conquered tribes. The Negro and mulatto belles of the West Indies know how to set off and match their complexion and peculiar style of beauty with appropriate dress and gaudy tints. But the Indo-Spanish half-breed and China of Cordoba envelops herself from head to foot in a shabby-looking black shawl or sheet, which, especially when rusty with age, does not tend to show off to advantage her muddy face. Though her toilet be thus simple, and does not entail heavy milliners and chapellerie bills, the China belle is very particular in one respect: boots. She must have a pair of nice-fitting French-style boots. No more acceptable present can you make your Cordoban sweetheart, should you have the bad taste to possess one, than una par de botas nuevas. Cordoba, by the way, like its namesake in Old Spain, is a great place for the working of leather, and its damsels evidently consider that there is nothing like leather, and despise all other additions to their doubtful charms. When the traveler has explored the cathedral with its massive gilding, the university, and some of the curious old churches, life is too short to visit them all, he cannot do better than light his cigar and stroll around the two great squares, the Plaza 25 de Mayo and the Alameda. There is a great contrast between these two. The latter is strictly Old World and Spanish. A solemnity pervades the severe enclosure, deserted as it generally is, save for some silent stalking fraile with shovel hat or black-draped china, well harmonizing with the spot. This square is laid out with strictest mathematical regularity. Round it are the usual white, grated-windowed, one-storied houses, with no shop windows gay with display of goods. Lifeless, prison-like. A lake of water occupies the center of the Alameda, in the middle of which is an island cut into some mathematical figure, with a bright white temple of Greek architecture on it. There is a cold, artificial, confined look about the whole place that seems strikingly emblematic of the old life of the ecclesiastical stronghold, austere, working in a narrow groove, never looking beyond its own limited horizon of the cloister wall. Rows of fine willows once bordered this lake, but during the tremendous hurricane that swept over Cordoba 2 years back, all of these were uprooted. This must have been a fearful tempest. It bent double every heavy iron and brazen cross that tops the manifold steeples of this city of churches, and thus they still remain as we saw them, sloping all one way, a sign to the traveler of what a South American pampero can do at times. This dreamy Alameda, so lonely and stern of aspect that one would imagine it had never been awakened to any show of life, save by the excitement of some auto da fe of heathen Indians, does wake up in a languid sort of way once a day. Towards the late afternoon, when the shadows of the Sierra come down to the city, and the Southern Cross with a myriad stars begin to illuminate the delightful night of inland South America, the haughty Spanish beauties come forth in their carriages and drive round and round the lake for 3/4 of an hour or so, while a considerable crowd of chinas and others of the lower orders promenade on foot, marveling at the white beauty of the upper caste. The other square, the Plaza 25 de Mayo, is in the center of the city, and it is far more lively than the gloomy Alameda, for it is here that the energetic, money-making gringos most do congregate. Fine shops and brilliant cafes surround it. At one side is the old Gothic cathedral, perhaps the finest specimen of medieval architecture in the New World. A pleasant and well-tended garden occupies the center, with 2 avenues crossing it diagonally from the corners of the square, as is the fashion of most of the old Spanish plazas. Shrubs, splashing fountains, and winding walks fill up the interspace. Here, every evening, the military band plays excellently the enchanting airs of old Spain. A visit to the North Market in the early morning is worth the while to the European stranger. Ugly old women and girls, half-bred Indians from the country, sit on the bare ground all over the quaint old enclosure, not chattering overmuch, nor importuning the passer-by to purchase, but rather stolidly sucking the perpetual mate through the bombilla, each wrapped in the black funereal shroud I have described, squatting in front of her small stock of wares. Some have but a little mound of algarroba pods, maize, or alfalfa before them, about 6 worth in all, which, nevertheless, they have perhaps brought hither several leagues, traveling on foot through the night. Others vend melons, wheaten cakes, and strange fruits, while hide horse gear, old and new, has its separate corner of the market allotted to it. And boots, of course, that chief production of Cordoba, are temptingly laid out in long rows before the marketing china. We loafed about the ancient city for 3 days, made a trip to some of the pleasant vales at the foot of the Sierra, and then prepared for our ride to Tucumán. There is an English photographer established in Cordoba, who alone of any we met had undertaken the journey from here to Santiago del Estero. From him, accordingly, we procured a description of the old Tropilla track and a list of the good halting places. This track, which is a portion of that great route across South America, along which, in the olden days, the strings of jingling mules were wont to bring the bars of silver from the mines of Potosi to Buenos Ayres, has been deserted by travelers since the construction of the Tucumán Railway. The caravans of wagons from the interior now alone make use of it. From Cordoba to Santiago del Estero, the capital of the province of the same name, is, according to some, 130 Cordoban leagues, 3½ miles to a league. According to others, more. The latter, I think, are right, for the track winds considerably, and we were 16 days accomplishing the distance, riding at no mean pace for about 12 hours each day. The railway to Tucumán strikes straight across the salinas, or salt deserts, an almost impracticable route for horses, for apart from lack of pasture and fresh water, there are times when, after heavy rains in the Sierras, a strong wind blows the waters toward the desert in a mass so that they roll over it like the Red Sea during Pharaoh's famous march, and convert the salt plain into a broad inland sea, with no land visible on any horizon. The railway is carried along a raised bank, which is always above the level of the inundation. On the other hand, the road to Tucumán via Santiago sweeps 100 miles to the eastward of the railway, skirts the salt desert, and winds among the undulating hills of the province of Santiago, one of the poorest and most thinly populated of the republic, a mere jungle for the most part, lying between the Salinas on one side and the Indian hunting grounds of El Chaco beyond the great Rio Salado on the other, a province between two deserts. This country, according to our friend the photographer, would not fail to interest us, for its scenery is picturesque, and it is inhabited by a primitive people, poor yet hospitable, dignified and courteous, and preserving all the manners and customs of their ancestors, the old conquistadores, who came here under Pizarro ages ago. The Santiagueños, however, are much hated and feared by the Argentines of the south, having acquired an unenviable reputation as bandits, murderers, and cattle lifters. Let me anticipate somewhat by stating that among this ill-famed people we met with greater kindness and hospitality than in any other of the 5 provinces which we traversed in this expedition. The Santiagueños, it is true, returned the compliment by accusing the Cordobans of being the greatest assassins and thieves in South America. The Cordobans, in their turn, heartily abused both their neighbors of Santa Fe and Santiago, and so it is throughout the republic. But all unite in giving a very bad character indeed to the men of Santiago. As far as my experience, and that of others who know these countries better, goes, the reports as to the dangers of traveling in this part of South America are grossly exaggerated. I do not suppose it would be quite prudent to walk all over the republic alone and unarmed, but it would still be less prudent to do so in many countries in Europe I know of. Organized bands of banditti, as they have in Mexico, are quite unknown here, unless it may be in revolution times, when every South American becomes more or less a brigand for the nonce. Considering how impotent the arm of justice is in these remote provinces, that there is practically no police, and that these vast montes could shelter large bands of robbers and enable them to defy the authorities with absolute impunity, it is wonderful that there is so little crime. It is indeed creditable to these poor half-breeds that, left to themselves as they are, they should be so law-observing and orderly. Mule trains laden with silver dollars often make enormous journeys here without an armed escort being deemed necessary to accompany them. If the people that inhabited these wild steppes were of Anglo-Saxon blood, it strikes me that this would hardly be the case, and that in the absence of other law, that of Judge Lynch and the Vigilance Committee would soon become necessary. We were now to leave the land of paper, so we had to supply ourselves at the Cordoba branch of the London and River Plate Bank with chirolas, small silver Bolivian coins, which are current in the northern provinces, and others of anything but pure silver, bearing on one side an impression of the blessed cinchona tree. The value of a very few sovereigns in this spurious metal weighs somewhat, so we had to divide these coins among the party, and no small addition did they make to our baggage. We were strongly recommended to take a native peon with us, and a friend at the bank found us the very man. "A regular ruffian," he said, "doubtlessly an old horse thief, and therefore the very one to see that your horses are not stolen. A native endowed with that wonderful instinct every true gaucho possesses, which enables him, when yet afar off, to detect the presence of water or pasture, to tell where a river can be forded with the least difficulty, and the like. A very useful man. You will find, perhaps," he continued, "that he will like to hurry over some portions of the road, as he is wanted in more than one place." This indeed we found to be the case. On one occasion we became aware that he was taking us by a very circuitous route to the place we wished to reach. The following conversation then ensued. "Is there not a way shorter than this one, Manuel?" "How no, senor. There is a road a little shorter." "Then why have you not taken it?" "Because, senor, I know someone on that shortcut." He said this simply, without further comment, as if this was the most natural reason in the world. I suppose he once had a misfortune there, South American euphemism for having murdered a man, and was being looked out for by revengeful relatives of the deceased. This worthy called on us at the Europa, and much disappointed us by his appearance. We expected to see a regular cutthroat-looking bandit in poncho, charipas, and massive silver spurs with a long knife at his back. But Manuel was a very different-looking person. With the exception of the alpargatas on his feet, his dress was in no respect that of the orthodox South American bravo. He was clad in a light tweed cutaway coat and trousers, the present of some Englishmen, very worn and ragged. His face, dark and bearded though it was, had no ferocity in its expression. His smile was bland and amiable as that of the heathen Chinese. Here we had a pleasant-looking, weather-beaten, middle-aged man, rather down at the heels, disreputable undoubtedly, but no fit model for a melodramatic villain. There was something in the face of this terrible being that pleased us, so we soon struck a bargain with him. He engaged to ride with us to Tucumán as our peon and supply his own horse. "Have you got a horse, Manuel?" asked Jourdain. "Como no, senor." "Then we will start tomorrow morning." This Manuel did not seem to approve of. "My horse is 20 leagues from here," he said. "By the day after tomorrow I can bring it, and be ready to start." Thus it was arranged. Jourdain uncharitably suggested, when Manuel had turned his back, that he was not in the possession of any definite, distinct horse, but looked upon all horses as more or less his property, and only required this space of 24 hours to enable him to pick out from the neighboring camps a steed to his liking. Poor Manuel! I hardly think this was fair, though, suspiciously enough, he did have no guia for his horse when the said beast turned up. Anyhow, if he had appropriated another's, he had made a good selection, for that horse proved to be the hardiest of our troop. Manuel himself, too, turned out to be a most excellent fellow, very useful, honest, and obliging. We parted with sorrow on both sides when the journey was completed. As Arnaud's horse showed some tendency to soar back, he purchased another, a big black ex-racer, and we converted his old Colorado into a baggage animal. This change of duty the animal much appreciated. Arnaud, to begin with, is no featherweight. Now he had but a light burden to bear, and had it much his own way on the journey. He could trot on ahead and feed on some clumps of delicate grass till we came up, then trot on again at his own sweet will, so long as he kept up with the rest of the party and showed no tendency to roll and disarrange his burden, as he generally did after his girths were tightened up. We formed quite an imposing troop as we fell in early on the morning of the 17th of March in front of the hotel. First came the baggage animal with our saddlebags on his back, also a sack of necessaries for camp life we had purchased in Cordoba, mates and bombillas, an asador, a yard and a half of bologna sausage to fall back on in the wilderness, a supply of sugar, yerba mate, pepper, salt, and sulfate of quinine, for it was the season of cuchu in Tucuman, goodly ribs of beef, and some of the little flat loaves of the country, and, of course, tobacco. A kettle dangled melodiously at his neck. After this animal, who thus bore on his responsible back all that appertained to the baggage, commissariat, and ambulance departments, came we three gringos in top boots and ponchos, each armed with a big revolver and a big bottle, the latter to be filled, when occasion offered, with caña and water. Then followed the sage Manuel, armed with his perpetual cigarette, looking in his seedy cutaway far less bandit-like than the rest of the party. He was mounted on a strange, lean, black horse with bloodshot eyes, a dissipated-looking beast, and seemingly quite incapable of accomplishing so long a journey. But Manuel knew what he was about, and when we criticized his mount, he would smile and say, "Es muy guapo, you will see." We did see, and wondered. This was a horse from the Pampas, and unlike our own, had never been taught to eat hard food. Thus, in the pastureless lands we traversed, the poor beast positively starved for days. He stood and looked on with astonishment when our horses greedily ate algarroba or maize, but he himself disdained to satisfy his hunger with these. It was but occasionally he came across edible grass, yet, marvelous to say, this horse that seemed to exist on air was fresher every night and in better condition when we reached Tucuman than our own better-fed animals. He was muy guapo with a vengeance. A gaucho's horse, like the gaucho himself, is as tough as nails and capable of enduring with stoical resignation hunger, thirst, and fatigue. We rode down to the Primero, the broad river which runs along the north side of the city, crossed it by a fine stone bridge, and soon found ourselves in the open, uncultivated country on the old Tropilla track, marked by the deep ruts of the lumbering wagons. When we were still near the town, Manuel rode up to my side, and, pointing to a cluster of mud ranchos some few hundred yards off to the right of our road, said rather shyly, "I have a sweetheart up there." The gaucho, I must tell you, is like the Eastern European, rather bashful when alluding to his love relations. "Well," I replied, "I suppose she would like you to say good-bye to her as you pass by." "Quien sabe," said Manuel, with a shrug of the shoulders, but, this hesitatingly, "she is very poor, is Anita." He then explained that this damsel was under his sole protection, and that he should like to have an advance of a few dollars on his wages to enable her to live during his absence. This Dulcinea was certainly not very extravagant in her menage, for Manuel said he only wanted about 14 shillings. This would quite suffice her while he was away about a month. We gave him his 14 shillings, and off he galloped to the rancho of his love. After, no doubt, an affecting farewell, he returned smiling and told us that the señorita sent us her respects and wished the caballeros a safe journey. I am grieved to say another lady turned up in Tucuman, who likewise had claims on Manuel's purse. Our attendant was evidently a regular roue. It will be very difficult to avoid monotony and repetition in my narrative of this ride. Each day's journey, it is true, showed us some new features to admire in the scenery and vegetation, but it cannot be expected that the reader will appreciate the meager description of the ever-changing beauties of this summer land as we did the delightful reality. Monotony we found none. All was fair, strange, and new to us. This morning we passed the Tropilla, a picturesque and old-world sight. Slowly it came toward us, a long train of huge, lumbering wagons drawn by mules, solidly built of the hard red wood with no springs or iron in their construction, creaking and groaning horribly. Miles off, one could hear the weird lamentation of the tortured timber. These wagons were laden with hides. Strange and wild-looking men in the gay-colored ponchos of the north rode alongside them, and behind followed a large number of spare mules. The chief of the caravan was better dressed than the rest, wore boots with silver spurs and a valuable poncho of vicuña hair, while a brazen trumpet swung by his side, with which he sounded his orders from one end of the caravan to the other. As we passed, the two parties greeted each other in stately Spanish fashion, and Manuel asked a few questions from the chief as to the state of the road, the rivers and fords, and how many days they were out, whence they had come, whither they were bound, for travelers on these great steppes hail each other and exchange news very much in the same way as two vessels meeting in mid-ocean. The discipline of a tropilla, indeed, very much resembles that of a ship. This South American caravan has its captain, whose powers over his wild subordinates are as great as that of the sea captain, nay, greater, for there is no inquiry on reaching port in this lawless land, should he even have inflicted death while chastising a mutinous peon. There is no South American plimsoll for the crews of the caravan. These tropillas undertake enormous journeys, extending over many months, journeys whose length may be measured by thousands of miles. The men are generally armed so as to be able to resist any hostile Indians they may encounter on their lonely way. When attacked, they form their wagons in a ring and fight behind them, somewhat in the fashion of South African Boers. The foremost wagon of the line of march is often provided with a small cannon on a swivel. The railways, however, have now to a considerable extent done away with this, as with many other of the picturesque features of Argentine life. About midday, we came across another small tropilla, halting by the side of the track among the mimosas. The men in their picturesque garb lay about, lazily smoking, while a juicy asado was grilling temptingly over their fire, and a huge demijohn of red wine from the Andes lay among the flowers ready for the meal. The physiognomy of the men and the whole scene recalled vividly to my mind the wayside descriptions one reads in Don Quixote and Gil Blas. So lonely is the land we now traversed that we only came across one more tropilla for the next 300 miles of our journey. Other travelers, none. Just as our appetites told us that it was time for our own midday meal, we came to a public house. This was a mud hut shaped like a sentry box, about 5 feet high and 4 feet broad. The side towards the road was open, and there stood a little table covered with a very dirty bit of native lace. On this were laid out all the resources of the establishment, the whole capital of the enterprising owner. This consisted of one square-faced bottle of vile gin, a tumbler, 3 wheaten cakes, some tails of strong black tobacco, and several watermelons. At first, this establishment seemed to be deserted, but on looking over the table we perceived the attendant barmaid, for there, squatting on the mud floor, was a very ugly half-breed girl, apathetically sucking mate through a black bombilla, evidently troubling herself very little as to whether travelers patronized her restaurant or not. These Argentines are a very independent lot and won't go out of their way to ask you to employ them. If you purchase anything at a store, they serve you with an air as if they were conferring a great favor on you. The servility and importunity of a London tradesman would astonish and disgust them. The lady rose from the mud with a gesture of annoyance at being disturbed, and for a real sold us the large watermelon, delicious on this sultry day. We gathered some wood, lit a fire by the side of the track, and over it cooked a succulent asado of the ribs of beef we had brought with us in the commissariat sack. We invited the bitter barmaid to join us at lunch. She melted, and smilingly acquiesced. So we all sat down and fell to with our fingers, native fashion. The caña we had brought with us washed down the roast. Then the mate was prepared and handed round from one to the other, our horses the while rolling in the grass and enjoying the rich herbage. The barmaid now waxed quite loquacious. In reply to our queries, she sighed and said she was solitaria. Her husband was serving as a soldier on the Indian frontier, forced into the army for merely stealing a miserable horse, she indignantly explained. Having enjoyed our meal and our siesta, we collected our gear, saddled our horses, and bid adieu to the ugly grass widow, who insisted on standing us a glass of her vile gin all around. We went at a hand gallop over the undulating plain of bush and flowers, whose sole inhabitants seemed to be parrots, vultures, and bizcachas, until we reached Jesus Maria, a small village 33 miles from Cordoba. This is an old, decayed Jesuit settlement. There is a fine old church in it, and the ruins of a convent, solid and grand, towering over a clump of sordid ranchos and grass-grown streets. Just outside the town are a few small plantations of maize, beyond the wilderness of thorn. It was curious to see this stately ecclesiastical edifice among such surroundings, as foreign to it as were its builders, the old Jesuit missionaries, to the savage natives of the country. There is a very fair tienda at Jesus Maria, quite a luxurious hotel for this country, where our horses and selves were well fed and lodged for the night. One is very lucky if he gets a bed at all when traveling in these provinces. The Argentine of the camps does not need such a thing. He sleeps anywhere, out of doors by preference, and if he have a warm blanket, he considers that he has all that the most fastidious could require. When the traveler does get a bed, as we did this night, it will be what is called a catre, which consists of a wooden frame with strips of hide strapped across it. The catre is generally too short for a decently tall man. His head will hang over one end, his legs over the other, unless he curl himself up like the domestic whiting. As in the East, the traveler is supposed to bring his own bedding with him. As the native saddle consists of a mass of ponchos and blankets lashed on to a wooden frame on the horse's back, what was saddle by day serves admirably as bedding by night. Our this night's bedroom was an apartment striking for its unostentatious simplicity. The walls and floors were of mud. There was no fireplace, no window, no furniture, nothing indeed but 4 catres arranged in a row. There was no door either to the doorway, so we enjoyed ample ventilation. Privacy is not much valued here. If one feels dirty in the morning, no uncommon matter with a filthy Britisher, one must sally forth to the horse pond or to the well to perform one's ablutions. But this country is not intended for the over-fastidious traveler. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Cruise of the Falcon by E. F. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. On the Tropilla track to Potosi. March 18th. At daybreak, Manuel gathered some sticks, lit a fire on the floor of our bedroom, and prepared our matutinal mate. This is indeed a grand drink to pull one together. It beats coffee altogether. It has, I believe, another property, that of acting as a substitute for vegetables, and correcting the evil effects of a meat diet. For the natives of the Pampas is exclusively carnivorous, gorges himself with beef like a wild beast, when he can get it, eating no vegetables, nor even bread. But he fills up all his leisure moments between meals in sucking up from the bombilla this marvelously sustaining decoction of the Paraguayan yerba. This day we rode across a charming country, more undulating than ever, for we were skirting the outer ridges of the Sierra. We crossed many dry beds of rivers, where oleanders flushed the bed of silent torrents, gravel spread, and traversed, to repeat an expression I have before used, a land of birds and flowers, a bocage of many shrubs, all in blossom, of many colors, of many scents, with fruits amber and purple. Among others we observed the various mimosas, the honey tree with its snow-white blossoms smelling of honey, cacti, and prickly pears with large ripe fruit. Below our feet was soft grass in places. Everywhere beautiful flowers, gorgeous as if cultivated with greatest care in a British hothouse. We were very hot and thirsty by midday, for the parching north wind was blowing, but all the river beds we passed were dry, so we had to ride on. At last, about 2 p.m., we reached a small, shallow pool of foul water, left by the last rains. We had to make the best of this, so called a halt, unsaddled, lit our fire, and got the asado under way under the shade of a large algarroba blanca. The muddy water of the pool was not very nice, rotten and hot as it was. However, we enjoyed the asado, which we flavored with the little red peppers which grew plentifully at our feet. Then came the usual siesta, very necessary in this climate, under the drowsy shade of our tree, among the polyanthi blossoms, while insects kept up a perpetual hum around, and the parrots a screaming aloft at our intrusion. We reached this evening a little place called Las Talas, which is important enough to possess a judge, a worthy man who keeps a store and a billiard room. We put our horses in his corral for the night, and gave them a feed of alfalfa. He kindly let us have a mud outhouse, inhabited by frogs, lizards, and fleas, for our own accommodation. He would have let us occupy the billiard room had it not been for a great match that was coming off therein this night between the two great billiard players of the district. March 19th. This day's journey was across a similar country. At long intervals we passed a house. No rich estancia, such as not to be found in this poor province, but a mere rancho of some small proprietor or squatter. Round each, as a rule, was a small plot of maize or alfalfa. We slept this night in the village of Avellaneda. March 20th. This was a lovely day, hot, of course, but tempered with delightful breeze. We were now in the Sierra, and the track wound down pleasant wooded valleys and over ridges whence we looked over many leagues of undulating jungle and pasture. We passed through a forest of charcoal, where a monte fire must have been raging fiercely for weeks, the ground being still uncomfortably hot beneath our horses' feet. Footnote. I trust that my readers by this time understand that monte does not signify mountain, as one would not unnaturally suppose, but what the Australians understand by the term bush. Our midday halt and asado was by the banks of a stream of clear water running over a sandy bed. Here, too, we found a deep, cool pool, wherein, to Manuel's surprise, we bathed. In the afternoon we came to a new country. We left behind us the monte, with its various shrubs, and traversed a land where hill and dale was covered with pampa grass, while clusters of dark, stunted palm trees were scattered here and there. By and by these became thicker, till at last we penetrated a dense forest of palms. From the hilltops we perceived that as far as our vision could reach, the whole landscape was black with this gloomy-looking species of that graceful family. Here and there rapid streams crossed our path, cleaving steep channels through the dark, loamy soil. At sunset we reached a solitary house on a height, which is known by the name of Santa Cruz. It is a large and straggling building of unbaked brick, and served as the post house in the days before the Tucumán Railway withdrew travelers from this route. It stands alone on a bare hill, and commands one of the most solemn and melancholy views imaginable. All around it one looks over a seemingly illimitable expanse of black palm heads, covering mountains and vast plains, right away to the horizon. The owner came out as he saw us approach, a dark, handsome, pure-blooded white, with all the sternness and dignified politeness of his Spanish stock. A wild-looking lot of domestic animals, pigs, children, and 2 or 3 cutthroat-looking fellows followed to stare at the strangers in the garb of civilization. Relatively speaking, for Bond Street would have stared for other reasons. We saluted him in the ceremonious manner of the land, whereupon he invited us to dismount. After a little conversation and mate, he placed a mud outhouse, far inferior to an English pigsty, at our disposal. Herein we arranged all our impedimenta, but slept outside in our blankets. Our horses were safely lodged in the corral. The ladies of the house brought us the mate, and we were much struck by their remarkable beauty. At times, in the wildest parts of the Republic, the traveler comes across the most perfect type of refined white beauty among poor people like these were. One of these was the loveliest woman of the Spanish type of beauty I had ever seen, with splendid complexion, teeth, and eyes, and long raven hair hanging in 2 tails almost to her heels. There was evidently no Indian blood in this family. Here was the old Spanish stock of the conquistadores, unsullied by mixtures with lower races. A regular patriarchal house was this, where all the old-fashioned customs of the grand colonial days when Spain was great were still rigidly observed. Our host was surrounded not only by his stalwart sons and beautiful-eyed daughters, but by his pretty grandchildren and his now aged and helpless father and mother, a happy and upright family of the good old style, over whose heads the peaceful years pass by uneventful and uncounted, as the sons tend their herds and grow their maize in the clearings of the forest of waving palm, unmindful of the revolutions and the ambitions that stir the hearts of the citizens of the great cities by the sea. When we had rolled ourselves up in our blankets for the night, we heard our host, a good Catholic that he is, reading out the evening prayers to his assembled family, while at intervals the hum of their subdued voices joining in was heard above the shrill cicada and the crackle of the palm leaves. In the morning, Jardine asked our host to what amount we were indebted to him. "Give me what you think right, senor," said he. "Of course, you were my guest last night for supper. What may be the worth of the alfalfa we gave your horses in money, I know not. You from the city know better than I what things are worth in money." We know what this "leaving it to you, sir," means in England, but here our host spoke it in all simplicity, for after we had given him what we thought to be right, he held a consultation with his beautiful wife, and then insisted on returning it all, with the exception of 12 reals, saying that he was sure the alfalfa was not worth more than that, and that sum at any rate would pay him very well. Such was the primitive country we had now reached, a land where hospitality is still as much a duty as among the Arabs themselves. Here, where inns are almost unknown, the traveler as a matter of course rides up to any house, rich or poor, doffs his hat, and asks for hospitality for the night. The host responds by bidding him dismount, and informs him that all he has is at his disposition. In the house of a wealthy man, as wealth goes in this poor country, you would insult your host by offering payment. In the house of a poorer man, the traveler, if he can afford it, pays for the alfalfa for his horses, maybe for the beef he himself consumes, but never for the lodging. A man without a cent can travel from one end of this republic to the other and never want, for no one dare refuse food to the stranger, if there be any in the house. The Argentine has his vices, and they are great vices, but he has his virtues also, and they are also great. March 21st. This day's ride was across a desolate country, an undulating waste of dark palms, with here and there, in strong contrast with their gloom, extensive barren stretches of salt sands glaring in the sunshine, for we were now traveling along the narrow strip of land that lies between the Sierra and the Salinas, and partakes of the character of both. We passed no house during the day, and, having taken no beef with us, had to content ourselves with bologna sausage and water for our first meal. At sunset, we came across a solitary house, the estancia of Rosario, a more substantial-looking place than we had yet seen in this province. The owner also had shown a tendency to please the eye when planning out his dwelling, a very rare thing in this country, where a man builds his ugly mud house for use alone and considers it very foolish to waste his sweet leisure in any superfluous ornamental work. As I have before remarked, the native's estancia is rarely surrounded by any attempt at a garden. He is far too lazy, as a rule, even to cultivate vegetables, far less flowers and ornamental shrubs. But here we found very delightful residence indeed, with many signs of refinement within and about it. The house was built on an eminence overlooking an extensive landscape of hill and dale, jungle, pasture, and palm forest. Beautiful creepers wound about the pillars of the wooden portico. A really pretty garden, with well laid out beds spread in front, surrounded with a hedge of cactus and prickly pear. As we rode into the enclosure of this model farm of South America, a regular menagerie of dogs, geese, ducks, and hens saluted us. We perceived, sitting under the flower-covered portico now glowing in the setting sun, a comely matron of the true Castilian cast of countenance. Busy over the lace she was working, she yet had time to superintend all the little country duties at which her group of pretty daughters and the Indian servants around her were employed. A large fire of wood blazed in the center of the courtyard, over which hung a huge copper cauldron, from which came forth a pleasant simmering and gurgling and a not unpleasant sweet smell. The girls stirred, fed, and tasted the contents at every instant. Great expectancy and excitement seemed to center in that preparation, and no wonder, for like the primroses, mothers and daughters prided themselves on being the most industrious housewives and the most clever fruit preservers of the province. They were making nothing less than ropa, that is, prickly pear jam, and what little country family is not excited when comes the important preserving season? The Indian girls came in constantly from the bush with huge baskets of the wild fruit on their heads, while the daughters of the house deftly peeled them. No easy matter for a novice to do this without filling his hands with millions of irritating, almost invisible darts. Figs, too, from the patriarchal fig trees were being laid out to dry on raised platforms of plaited reeds. As we rode in, there was a flutter of alarm among the girls, and they gathered around their mother like chickens round a hen, and gazed at us wonderingly with their big black eyes, for a body of armed strangers is not always a welcome sight in this wild and revolution-ridden country. The lady of the house rose stately from her chair, and returned our salute with a dignified bow. We explained to her that we were only poor, harmless, benighted gringos who craved her hospitality for the night. As a matter of course, she offered her all at our disposal. So, dismounting, we sent our horses to the corral with Manuel, and sat down with the handsome girls and their comely mamma to drink mate. Our story much interested them. They had read of the yacht in the Cordoban papers, and also of our intended ride. "Therefore," our hostess said smilingly, with true Spanish grace, "you are not strangers to us, but at home." She told us that they were citizens of Cordoba, where her husband now was. She and her daughters were passing a few months in this their country farm for the benefit of their healths. For the second time in 24 hours, the Falcons all irrevocably lost their hearts. March 22nd. On the morrow, it was with reluctance that we gathered our impedimenta together in order to leave this oasis of civilization and the pleasant society of fair and gentle ladies. But we were not to start quite so soon as we expected. Manuel came up to us and informed us that our horses had broken through the corral in the night and had decamped. This was startling news. They might have wandered leagues away by this time, and small chance of recovering them in that case. Or, the terrible thought flashed across our minds, stolen. "No," says Manuel confidently, "they are not stolen. See," pointing to their fresh footprints in the soft soil of the corral, "they have gone through that break, and that too not 3 hours ago, and none of the men's footprints around here are nearly as fresh as that." To have distinguished the prints of our horses' feet, iron-shod as they were, from the others was easy enough, but it required the instinct of the gaucho to detect that no man had been in the neighborhood at the time of their departure, for some of the human footprints of Brown seemed quite as fresh to us as the marks of our animals. Manuel was confident, though, and he proved to be right, for after tracking the horses some 2 miles through the bush, we found them quietly grazing by the side of a stream. So we captured the deserters and brought them back. Having saddled our runaway horses, we continued our journey. The undulating country was now densely overgrown with cacti, prickly pears, palms, and thorny mimosas, a land of poor and rare pasture but of plentiful water, for down every valley a little arroyo of limpid water runs over the yellow sands. At midday we came to a mud rancho. The woman who seemed to be its sole inhabitant permitted us to rest a while under the huge carob tree, which, as usual hereabouts, spread its broad branches some 20 yards in front of the threshold, and whose shade serves in this primitive land as a sort of spare room for friends and travelers. This lady provided us with some algarroba for our horses, for ourselves charqui and maize ears, which latter, roasted over the fire, are a very fair substitute for bread. Here, away from the perennial pastures of the Pampas, it is usual for each ranchero to cultivate his little plot of maize or alfalfa. Necessity forces him to become, against his instincts, somewhat of an agriculturalist as well as a shepherd. We lit our fire under the carob, cooked our meat, and made merry during the sultry noon of this torrid land. For those of my readers who have never tasted jerky, a few words on this widely consumed delicacy will not be amiss. Jerky is merely beef cut into long, thin strips and dried in the sun. When fresh, it is not bad, but it rarely is fresh, and after these lean shreds have been hanging outside a rancho in the hot, dusty air, for I am afraid to say how long, they form anything but a luxurious diet. The jerky then becomes so much third-rate leather. All the juices have been completely dried out of it, and the grilling of it on an asador over a wood fire does not tend to soften it. The toughness that beef thus treated can acquire is a thing to be experienced, not told. Conceive first the ideal abstract, stringy toughness. Then, as to flavor, imagine a sort of charnel house, fly-blown taste, for be it remembered that all these months that the jerky is hanging in the sun, an average half-inch deep layer of flies has settled on it. Lastly, do not forget that this is one of the dustiest regions in the world, and that you will consume your orthodox peck of dirt before you have got through half a dozen meals of these delectable rags, and you will have formed some idea of what jerky is, a teeth-testing dish with a vengeance. Having torn and worried and masticated some particularly choice old high-toned fragments, we lay down under our carob tree to enjoy our well-earned siesta and rest our aching jaws. But we were soon awakened by an approaching sound, a confused murmur coming from the north. Then we distinguished the lowing of a vast multitude of oxen, the tread of thousands of hoofs, and the shouting of men. At last the great herd appeared out of the bush, 1,000 head of cattle at least, lean and halt, and weary with their long journey over the herbless, waterless country that lay to the north of us. About 20 wild-looking horsemen were in charge, with gay ponchos fluttering in the breeze. Some were barefooted, others had their feet encased in raw skins of foals' legs. This is the orthodox gaucho chasher. It is prepared by simply cutting off the hind leg of a foal and withdrawing the bone and the flesh. The man's foot and leg are then thrust into this natural boot. To guard the legs of the riders against the fearful thorns of the northern jungle, each horse had 2 shields or breastplates of stout rawhide, extending like 2 wings in front of the saddle and falling to below the stirrup irons. About 80 remount horses followed the herd. The cattle were rounded in for their midday halt just above us. Then the chief, a great swell with silver spurs, rich poncho, polished top boots with very high heels, and mounted on a splendid horse, rode up to the rancho and craved permission to take water from the laguna for his beasts. An introduction was soon effected between this gentleman and ourselves, and he insisted on our joining him at breakfast. Vain was it to declare that we had just completed our meal. Breakfast again with him we must. There was one little bull in the herd that was very lame, so our new friend had him lassoed, pithed, cut up, and converted into asados in an incredibly short space of time. We sat down with him, ate the sweet beef with our fingers, and drank the red wine he had brought with him with much pleasure. Luxurious indeed were these to us after our charky and tepid laguna water. Bidding farewell to our hospitable friend, we rode on till we reached the first township we had seen since Jesus Maria. This was Cañares, a wretched little place in the midst of an uninhabited, untilled plain of palm and thorns. The raison d'etre of a town in such a spot is more than I could discover. There were only from 20 to 30 houses, and half of these seemed to be deserted and in ruins, for the unbaked mud bricks of this country do not form very substantial buildings. They soon fall to pieces when left to themselves. We dismounted in front of the solitary store, entered it, and called for a tot of caña all around before commencing business. The bottle was put before us, and one glass. Water they had none on the establishment. We inquired of the storekeeper if it was possible to find accommodation for ourselves and our horses for the night in this city. He thought that to find this would be a matter of difficulty, as most of the houses were one-roomed. By this time half the population was around us, for the news of our arrival had spread like wildfire, the visit of travelers, and what is more, foreign travelers, being a very rare occurrence indeed here. Some made suggestions as to where we might possibly get what we required. One little Indian girl, carrying a naked, very open-eyed baby, said she knew of a house that belonged to a recently deceased gentleman. This mansion was now deserted, as the defunct had left no testament or kin behind him, and it might suit us. We visited this eligible villa, which was in the outskirts of the city. If in the days of the late lamented proprietor it was anything like it is now, I do not wonder that he decided to leave it for a more comfortable mansion in another world. It was a mud rancho. The roof and two of the walls had fallen in, and the ruins had evidently been considered by the neighbors as a most suitable deposit for all sorts of household refuse and filth. Better to pitch our camp outside of the town than here, and this we accordingly determined to do, after purchasing a stock of provisions. But at this juncture, an important personage, attracted by the crowd, and imagining that this was a revolution that must be nipped in the bud, came on the scene. This was no less than the comandante, who was only distinguished from his humbler fellow citizens by having a rusty pistol and an ancient cavalry sword stuck into his broad belt. A pompous man, as became his dignity, but a very well-disposed little person was this. Robust, well-fed, and oily, both in countenance and manner, he much resembled my idea of the renowned Sancho Panza. That worthy, when governor of his long-promised island, must have been something like this magistrate. He shook hands with us, waved his hand in a patronizing manner round the village, and said, "Welcome to our town," the hour sounding much as if it signified "my," for he evidently never forgot that he was the presiding genius of the place. "Our town is at the entire disposal of the caballeros, our herds, our horses, our domestic hearths." There was nothing that was not ours. We were lords of all we surveyed, according to him. We explained that we really could not trespass so much on his generosity as to accept the whole city, but were very much obliged to him nevertheless. We would be content with food for ourselves and our horses, and cover for the night if possible. Brought down from this florid Castilian talk to matter of fact, the poor fellow looked perplexed. It was evidently more difficult to satisfy this simple want than to give us the entire town. He stopped his discourse, looked anxious and doubtful, scratched his head, made and lit a cigarette. Then he placed his forefinger to the side of his nose, and with a thoughtful frown contemplated the weathercock on the church steeple. So he stood for some moments, while the little children, silent and with open mouths, gazed with awe at their pondering ruler. Suddenly he slapped his thigh, rubbed his fat hands merrily, and said, "Come, senores, come, I know now." He took us to a house where dwelt an old lady and her two daughters. She had one large bare mud room on the street, which he kindly placed at our service. It was quite a sumptuous apartment, for it even had a floor of wooden planks, and the mud walls were whitewashed to the height of 6 feet. Windows, of course, there were none, but there was a doorway big enough to answer all purposes. This was a very garrulous old lady. She tried to monopolize us altogether, and would not permit her comely daughters to come near us. A most argus-eyed duenna, she cruelly took the young ladies altogether out of the establishment as soon as we arrived, and locked the poor things up somewhere at the other extremity of the town. We tied up our horses in the courtyard for the night, but as it was impossible to procure any algarroba or alfalfa for them, the poor beasts had to content themselves with a large pile of the branches of some tree. However, they seemed to enjoy their frugal repast. Even Manuel's horse fell to heartily. At lunchtime he had patiently fasted, gazing contemptuously at the others as they munched their algarroba. Our hostess drove the bats, cockroaches, snakes, lizards, and other tenants of our apartment into the street, and swept and garnished this room till it looked so large and beautiful that it inspired the usually stolid Manuel with a most luminous idea. "What a fine room this would be for a baile," he said. "The very thing," we cried, so we determined to give a grand ball to the whole town this night. In this quaint country it is quite the thing for a passing stranger to do this, and the people will not be shy at accepting his invitation. A musician will easily be found, and $2 worth of vile gin is all that is necessary in the way of refreshments. We impressed a blind and villainous-looking gaucho who could play baile music on the guitar, and after dinner proceeded to decorate our room. We stuck about 30 tallow candles around the walls, borrowed some wooden benches, and got a few bottles of square-face from the store, and all was ready. We then issued our invitations. Our hostess was in raptures over the whole thing. She even released her daughters and permitted them to accept our invitation. Of course, all the aristocracy was invited, the judge, the comandante, the storekeeper, and any of the other sects that might belong to them. The dancing was soon in full swing, and a merry time we had of it. The chinas had donned their feast-day frocks, had adorned themselves with cherry-colored ribbons, and looked pretty enough as their dark eyes flashed with delight and excitement. Twang, 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 twang. All night flowed out the old Spanish airs from the guitar, and as the people danced the guitarist sang in a nasal drone words to the tunes he played, as is the custom here, words generally of his own composition, love songs, translating the subtle meanings of the figures of the dance. For many of these quaint and stately dances are whole stories of a love, such as the zampa, the handkerchief dance, and the gato, in which the fingers are snapped like castanets. Only 2 persons take part in these dances, a man and a woman. The man is wooing the woman. She is coy and turns away. He follows, implores. All the gamut of feeling and passion is traversed in this dumb show, in which each movement of the supple, lithe forms of these marvelous dancers is full of expression. And all the while the guitar player sings in rough but often powerful words the story of the dance, the passionate wooing of the man, the coyness, the subtle byplay of the woman, lovesick yet feigning indifference, again the lover's despair, and ultimately his triumph, when at last the girl can hide her heart no longer, returns his passion, and confesses her love. It was an awful and rare sight to see Jourdain in his top boots dancing the gato with our venerable but jovial hostess as a partner. There was no sleep for us that night, for our indefatigable guests did justice to our entertainment, and kept it up till dawn, as is the nature of their race, winding themselves up to a madness, a terpsichorean delirium. It was a demonic whirl of supple limbs, with at times a bedlam shouting. The atmosphere of the room was hot and stifling, with the heavy clouds of dust raised by the twinkling feet and the fumes of tobacco. Those who did not dance themselves sat down, clapped their hands in time with the measure, and shouted incoherently to encourage the frenzy of those that did. It was a strange spectacle, and showed us that in the dance, if in nothing else, the Indo-Spaniard can be more than energetic. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Cruise of the Falcon by E.F. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The Montes of Santiago. March 23rd. Having closed the ball, we saddled our horses and resumed our journey. I am afraid that some of our guests could easily have been taken for Anglo-Saxons this morning, for, unfairly enough, anyone at all disguised in drink is at once put down as one of that bibulous race by the South American. Our gin, too, was strong, and to tell the truth vile, but the beverages supplied at balls are not proverbially of the best quality even in England. A choice deputation of revelers accompanied us a good way outside the town. Then we shook hands all around, or rather 2 or 3 times all around, for the deputation was singularly short of memory. The comandante came with me with his clanging saber and his beaming face at least 6 separate times. On each occasion he came back to the attack saying, "Ah, Don Eduardo, I have not embraced you, nor bidden you thee farewell yet. Goodbye, dear friend, goodbye." At last we broke away from the kind and friendly people and proceeded to brace ourselves up with a smart gallop after our night's dissipation. The country was now becoming poorer and more thinly inhabited as we progressed. We were approaching an almost waterless and rainless region, utterly unfit for cultivation of any kind. From dawn till the late afternoon we traveled on this day without seeing any sign of human life. We had now crossed the frontier and were in the ill-famed, poverty-stricken province of Santiago, almost a desert itself, surrounded by veritable deserts. At last we saw before us a little rancho with a corral by it, but no pasture anywhere, no plot of maize or alfalfa, or indeed any sign to show on what the inhabitants of the hovel subsisted. We rode up to it. An Indian woman with a child in her arms came out. "Have you got any charqui to sell?" we asked. "No, señor." "Any maize?" "No, señor." "Have you any food at all in this rancho?" "No, señor." We were parched with thirst, as were our poor horses, so we asked the woman if she could supply us with some water. "I have got no water, señor," she replied. There is in the neighborhood of nearly every rancho in this part of the country a laguna, or little artificially dammed-in pond, in which stink the hot and putrescent dregs of the last rains. But the laguna here had been dried up for weeks. "Where is the nearest water, then?" we asked. "Quien sabe," was the reply. "Who knows? They say that the laguna 2 leagues further on is also dry." These people are certainly not unlike the animals they breed in many of their habits, as hardy and enduring as the beasts of the field. Often, as in this instance, a native will find himself in the dry season at many leagues' distance from the nearest water. This troubles him but very little. Notwithstanding the dry, thirst-giving nature of his diet, he can exist without drinking for days comfortably enough. Twice a week or so he will go down to water with his cattle to the nearest laguna and then slake his thirst. How unlike the poor bibulous white man, who has such an unfortunate tendency to get thirsty at all sorts of odd moments. So we had to ride on without food or drink all day until sunset, when we reached a comfortable-looking house. A plantation of prickly pears and a plot of alfalfa were on one side of it, a muddy pond on the other. The master came out to greet us with the usual stately politeness. He was a man of some substance, for his broad hide belt was adorned with many coins, a gold condor gleaming in the midst of them, and he wore at his back a long knife in a heavy silver sheath. He was able to supply us with as much alfalfa and water as we required, and told us that we were at liberty to sleep under the large paradise tree in front of the house. So we unsaddled our horses and placed a welcome feed of alfalfa before them, and then bethought us of our own supper, which was also not unwelcome, considering that it was our first meal this day. We had mutton for a change this night, for we purchased a plump live sheep from our host for 12 reals, about 4 shillings. We took him under our tree and made all ready for a truly Homeric repast. We lit a glorious fire, while Manuel, now quite in his element, cut the sheep's throat, deftly skinned and disemboweled it, and then hung the carcass on a branch. As we had now more than sufficient meat for 2 days, we did not care about keeping the innards, so Manuel took these in his hand, walked up to the señora of the house, bowed, doffed his hat in stately fashion, and with a neat little speech presented them to her as a small token of his gratitude for all her kindness. A don of the old Spanish court could not have presented a necklace of pearls to a great court lady with more polished courtesy than Manuel and his strings of raw tripes to the buxom Dulcinea of the Estancia Algarroba. We really appreciated our splendid roast mutton this night, unaccompanied though it was by bread or vegetables. Our host, Don Inocentia Acosta could not supply us with these. It was, I suppose, beneath the dignity of his stock of shepherd gentlemen to plant a potato. We turned in under our blankets to leeward of the fire so that smoke might keep the mosquitoes from us, for these pests were numerous this night. As we were making our preparations for the night, our host came out to us and advised us to sleep with our revolvers loaded at our sides. "For," said he, "this is a wild part of the country. Who knows what bad men may pass by tonight?" A month or two back, two young fellows who had brought some cattle to the south for sale, and were returning with the money, slept one night under that very tree where you are. The next morning we found them lying there robbed, and with their throats cut from ear to ear. However, we slept snugly by our fire under the paradise tree, undisturbed save by the dogs, who, smelling the blood of our sheep, prowled around our camp constantly. Manuel had placed the sheep's head under his own head for safety. At midnight, 3 or 4 big, bold dogs crept up, made a sudden rush at him, rolled his head aside, and decamped in a moment with a delicate morsel, the sheep's, not Manuel's, head. A fearful uproar ensued, and sonorous Castilian oaths fell like a cataract from our faithful peon's mouth. We all leapt up and seized our revolvers, thinking that an Indian raid at the least was on us. On Manuel's explaining, we laughed heartily at the adventure, to his disgust, for he would not be consoled for the loss of his sheep's head. Then we rolled ourselves in our blankets, lit our pipes, and smoked ourselves to sleep once more. March 24th. At daybreak our fire was still alight, so we made some mate and cooked some appetizing kebabs of the kidneys and other choice morsels of our sheep. Then we saddled, slung the remains of the carcass over Manuel's horse, and galloped off. At an early hour in the afternoon we reached the township of Ojo del Agua, consisting of one large square, a church at one side of it, and about 20 mean houses scattered around. Through the broad spaces between these one perceived the wilderness, whose luxuriant growth ran through and overflowed all the square itself. Yet this is the pueblo that our last night's host spoke of as muy linda, very pretty, and possessing mucho gente. We put up at the most respectable store, where some awful-looking ruffians, gauchos of gauchos, would insist on our drinking with them. These were weather-beaten, cutthroat-looking fellows with knives ostentatiously long, montañeros, who came down to town occasionally to purchase mate or other necessaries, when, as now, they knew that there were no soldiers about. The montes about here seem to have a very bad name. I suppose there must be some fire where there is so much smoke. Our host, rather a timid fellow, told us that these men were banditti when chance offered, prowled about the Tropilla track, attacked small parties of travelers, and cut camp to unknown fastnesses when they were pursued after some more daring outrage than usual. We were warned to be careful, when camping out by night especially. The coinage in Santiago is curious in itself, and there is but little of it. I drank a glass of caña at the store and presented the smallest coin current, the silver chiroya of Bolivia, worth 2 reals. I received in exchange a little triangular bit of silver, which, on inspection, turned out to be the quarter of a chiroya, for here, in default of smaller change, the people cut up their coins, 2 cigars and a vale or IOU for another quarter real with a storekeeper's stamp and signature on it. The storekeepers in the remoter provinces often do this petty banking, and issue these vales to large extent in lieu of giving small change. A very good business, too, it must be for them, for not only do they thus derive the banker's ordinary profits, but indirectly others also, for the holder of the vale generally, I should imagine, feels himself rather a mean cuss when he enters the store to get it cashed, and ends by becoming ashamed of himself and taking it out in drinks or other kind instead of in specie. Our host informed us that the country ahead of us was very rough, that the old Tropilla track was quite impassable, as there was no food to be found on it for man or horse for at least 80 miles. a land of rocks and deserts, uninhabited and waterless, traversed only by gaucho bandits when escaping pursuit. He therefore advised us to leave this track for a time and make a detour to the eastward, so passing through the pueblo of Salarina. March 25th. The vegetation, as I have before remarked, had been gradually changing as we advanced, becoming more and more of the tropics. It reached its climax of luxuriance in the country we traversed during the next 3 days, before becoming stunted and ugly again on the borders of the salt desert we had subsequently to ride across. The coloring of the jungle seemed now of an almost unnatural brilliancy. Strange thorny shrubs, flowers, and capsicums with leaves of all shapes and hues thickly covered the ground, but nearly all were of a dazzling metallic luster, some gleaming like blue steel, others like burnished yellow gold or red copper or still darker bronze. The snakes and birds and beetles, too, that fed on the acrid juices of these seemed to have acquired from them the same mineral sheen, so brightly flashed their gorgeous wings and scales. Glorious convolvuli, with large blossoms of various colors, wound luxuriantly over every bush. One creeper, with white waxen flowers, sweet scent, and bright emerald leaves, struck us for its remarkable beauty. We procured some seed of this and sent it home. Perchance the child of Central South America will flourish in an English hothouse. The prickly pear trees, covered with delicious ripe fruit, were everywhere. This was the only food-producing plant of the monte. Not only we ourselves, but our horses also appreciated the cool pulp when we were thirsty. Giant cacti at intervals soared above the lesser growth of the jungle. After riding some few leagues this day, we came to some open spaces in the bush, clear spots of bare dry earth, where we perceived growing in patches a low, insignificant-looking plant with soft, white-petaled flowers and leaves of vivid green. "The choo-choo," said Manuel. Yes, this was the fatal plant against which we had been so frequently warned. Further on we saw acres of it. It grows only where no other living plant is, on the bare desert spots of the country, in solitude, as if all the other herbs avoid its poisonous influence, forming little bright green isles of verdure on the yellow earth. I do not know whether it be poisonous to man, but if a horse swallow but a few leaves of the deadly plant, the symptoms of violent intoxication will first be declared, and the poor beast will die within an hour, raving mad and in great agony. The fact of its growing only in pastureless districts makes it particularly dangerous. The horses that are native to the subtropical plains where it grows know it and avoid it instinctively, but strange horses like our own from the Pampas will greedily devour it when they come across it. We had, in consequence, to look carefully after our animals and never let them wander about to graze when any of this was near. Choo-choo, by the way, not only signifies this horse-poisoning plant, but also the man-poisoning fever of Tucuman and the northern provinces. We were in luck this day, for at noon we reached a rancho called Iguya, and found that we were in time for a grand feast. An ox had been killed, a great event, so that the people of the place were making merry. Like vultures, the gauchos and others had smelt the blood from afar, and had gathered here to participate in the luxury of a feed of fresh meat. Of course, we also were invited to fall to with our fingers at the sweet asados, and to help them drain the bottle of square face as it went its rounds. Ultimately, we departed, content and happy, for had we not enjoyed a very square meal? In the evening, we reached Quebrachos, a town which, like all these pretentious Santiagan settlements, was laid out in a huge square, not by 4/5 filled up with the mud houses. At one end was a church, a curious edifice, ambitious in design, of unbaked mud, unfinished, but half fallen in. The architect had tried too much. Crumbling mud is far too unstable a material wherewith to construct a pretentious Gothic cathedral like this promised to be had it held out. The inhabitants of this bleak mud square were exceedingly hospitable. The comandante lodged us for the night, and a courteous and handsome old gentleman invited us to dinner. He was a colonel in the army, but as a follower of General Metry, the ex-president, he was out of service pro tem and in receipt of no pay. For, as I have already explained, in these enlightened and go-ahead republics, there is a clean sweep of the broom with each change of government. When one party goes, out too go all the subordinates, even down to the ticket clerks of the government railways, and even, I should not be surprised to hear, the licensed shoeblacks of the capital. The colonel was a very genial old gentleman and cheerful, notwithstanding that Providence had been playing at Job with him with a vengeance of late. Not only was his party out of office, but everything had been going wrong with him, he said. A recent flight of locusts had devoured all his maize. A few days back, a jaguar had robbed him of a valuable horse. And now he had received very bad news indeed from his estate on the Rio Saladillo, 18 leagues to the eastward. The Indians had made a raid on his cattle there, driven off some hundreds of head, and lanced some of his peones. We were informed that we were the first foreigners that had visited this town, save one, and this latter was so pleased with it that he had taken up his residence there. What he found to be so pleased at, our informant could not tell us. Anyhow, this eccentric individual, on hearing that there were some European travelers in the pueblo, called upon us and welcomed us with great warmth. He proved to be an Italian, and according to his own account, a ne'er-do-weel who had tried many professions in his day. He was a garrulous yet solemn little fellow. He plucked us by the sleeve and rushed off into a detailed narrative of his former life in the true ancient mariner style. He had been for 18 years a soldier in Italy, then deserted. After this he was a sailor in the Spanish Navy for so long, deserted again. Next he became the husband of a shrew, deserted once more, and so on through a variety of professions, finishing off always with a desertion or abrupt running away. "And what are you now?" I inquired, imagining that he kept a little grog shop, was a cobbler, barber, or something of the like nature. But he gravely replied, "I am the government schoolmaster of the National School of Quebrachos." He was the village domine of this little hole in the desert, and was now seriously contemplating yet one more desertion from this not over-lucrative post. It rains but seldom in the central portions of the Argentine Republic, but when it does rain, it is to an English shower what the Niagara is to the falls of the Upper Serpentine. This night a fearful storm swept over the land, a hurricane of wind, terrible thunder, and such a deluge of water as quite accounted for the deep fissures and rents that cut the monte we had so recently traversed in all directions. The dogs of Quebrachos were as hospitable as the inhabitants, and not wanting in kind attention to the strangers. They came from the four corners of the square and mustered in front of the open doorway of the room in which we slept to guard us through the perils of the night. They told themselves off in 2 watches, about 20 to each watch, and so relieved each other in the awful chorus which they kept up diligently till morning. When we rose at dawn, they came to us with 40 wagging tails, and looked up to our faces with self-satisfied looks, as if waiting for the thanks which were their due. We did not feel very grateful to them for their noisy guard, but assumed the virtue, though we had it not, and expressed to them our undying gratitude for their generous conduct. The officers of the guard dismissed the other dogs, and consented to join us at breakfast over the remains of our sheep. Then, with expressions of mutual goodwill, we parted. March 26th. We did not set off very early this morning, but waited to see whether the weather would clear, for it still rained heavily. This, the autumnal, is the rainy season here. It is only during these months of February and March that there is any rainfall at all. When this fails, as not unfrequently happens, there is great distress in these provinces, and the cattle must either be driven eastward to the rivers by the Indian Chaco for pasture and water, or southward for sale. Our Italian acquaintance called on us at about 10 o'clock. He was a casual pedagogue, conducting his school on free and easy principles. He said, "I must now show you around the town. Besides, I want to have a chat with you about Europe. Come to the school with me and have maté." "I am afraid we will disturb you at your duties," I remarked. "My duties? Nonsense. I won't ring the bell for school as long as you are in Quebrachos. We'll give the urchins a holiday. Besides, I am tired of working for nothing. Can man work unless he be fed? Bueno, the provincial government have not paid me for 9 months. They will give me paper instead of salary. Paper will not buy bread." He showed me one of these despised bits of paper. He receives one each month, a large, elaborate, printed document gay with stamps and seals, an acknowledgment that the provincial government of Santiago del Estero owes him so many dollars, fuertes, for a month's salary. In the original agreement with him, the government contracts to pay him his salary each month in gold or its equivalent in banknotes at the then rate of exchange. But these wretched IOUs, which the government will never redeem, which no storekeeper will take, utterly unnegotiable in short, are all the poor wretch is receiving. No wonder that he contemplates another desertion from such a thankless office. It suits the venal heads of the departments very well, in more than one way, that government debt should be paid in these IOUs, for the following trickery is notoriously practiced. The government employee, the poor ignorant holder of the paper, finding that he cannot cash it, that it is next to useless to him, will in many cases be only too willing to part with it at any sacrifice for a sum far below its nominal value. Then steps in a third party who buys the paper from him for a mere song, a speculator who has a brother or a brother-in-law or a cousin who is a compadre of some big man in office, or is possessed of some such backstairs key to that mysterious and abstraction for the unlearned, the government. This influence being brought to bear, the treasury winks and cashes the paper at its full nominal value, when the speculator, his relative, and the big man in office share the spoils and hold their tongues. Large fortunes have been acquired in this manner in this enlightened republic. Quebrachos is but a very small place, at the very outside possessing 20 houses and huts, and yet within these narrow limits we have 3 public houses, an imposing store where you can buy English pickles and beer, half a church, a school, a comandante, a judge, a schoolmaster, and an idiot beggar. A Santiagan settlement is like a San Dominican regiment, where all are officers and there are no privates. Or the old Falcon, where we had a self-dubbed admiral, a captain, a first lieutenant, a second lieutenant, and a crew composed of one small boy. Our friend the schoolmaster did, after all, summon his pupils before we left. Not to study, however, but to take a lesson in practical engineering. The flood of last night had invaded the schoolroom, and a bank of sand had formed outside the door, preventing the escape of water. So there was the good-natured pedagogue, bare-legged and in shirt-sleeves, spade in hand, directing a lot of half-naked, ragged, half-breed urchins to dig a canal through the sand into the square, so as to drain the flooded academy. We bid adieu to our kind hosts and rode off in a lull in the storm. It soon, however, broke on us again with all the fury of thunder and wind and rain. We were, of course, drenched in a very short time. Manuel utterly despised the rain, for, as he said, "See my coat? It is an English coat, and water cannot go through it, at least not much." He had evidently great faith in the tweed cutaway of the white man, and though he did become wet through, as ourselves, he insisted that the water found its way only through the numerous rents of the old garment. The impenetrability of the material he never doubted for a moment. It rained so heavily that the sandy-floored monte was soon covered with over 2 feet of foaming water. It thus became impossible to distinguish the track, but we followed the current of the waters, which we knew was in our direction, for the brown roaring flood was rushing into the north to swell the Rio Saladillo into wild crescentes with these millions and millions of tons of water. Water, difficult though it was to imagine, that would never reach the salt sea, but dry up beneath the hot sun in the vast Laguna de los Porongos, an inland sea in the desert that has no outlet to the ocean. From a balloon some 100 yards or so above, the whole plain we were now traversing would, I imagine, have presented the aspect of a shoreless, murky sea, with many bushes rising above its surface. We progressed with difficulty. Our horses became alarmed and stumbled continually in the rapid water, whose bottom they could not see. At times we suddenly found ourselves in holes where the whole of our saddles were under water, and the animals were carried off their legs by the rapid tide. Indeed, things looked far from pleasant, and, more or less lost as we were, there was a probability of night overtaking us while we were floundering about in the flood, a not agreeable prospect. Of a sudden the sky cleared and was blue again. The sun shone brightly and the birds burst into song. Lovely indeed this wild monte now appeared. All the vegetation was fresh and dripping with diamond-like drops. The tropic evergreens were greener than ever after the welcome moisture. The huge cacti, 20 to 30 feet in height, were the chief feature in the landscape, pointing their gaunt arms, with their rectangular elbows, heavenward like some huge polypi, quaint and weird growths, very aged some of them, rotten and brown skeletons with all the outer green pulp long gone, lying on the ground, or standing only till the next strong wind blew them down. Beautiful convolvuli wound all around them, while air plants depended like hanging gardens from every branch with their delicate blossoms. Below, the yellow sands were hidden by the rushing waters, but the patches of golden blossoming chamomile rose like little islands here and there. At last, to our delight, we came across a hospitable house on a slight elevation overlooking the flooded land. On riding up, a gentleman came out with an unmistakable Teutonic cast of features. We introduced ourselves to him and craved hospitality for the night. He told us to off-saddle and enter within. We found ourselves, to our surprise, in a well-furnished room, with good engravings on the walls and a bookshelf full of standard German works. We seemed to have been transported of a sudden to Europe and civilization once again. Our host then, before making any further remarks to us, called the native handmaiden and ordered her to bring in some hot water and sugar. Then he opened a mysterious cupboard, full of curious instruments and bottles. From this he drew a decanter. Then, turning to us, he said in good English, deliberately and with pauses between the sentences, as he poured out with much delicacy and in exact proportions the contents of the decanter and hot water jug into 4 tumblers, "I, too, am a gringo, Dr. Sharn, a medical man in practice at Santiago. And now, as a doctor, I am going to prescribe for you after your wedding. Hot water and sugar, that is enough. Now, then, the rum. I think that's about the right dose. Come now, drink this down while it is hot." Bowing to his superior knowledge as to what was good for us, we swallowed the medicine heroically, and that too without making wry faces over it. We found the doctor to be a very well-informed man who spoke French, English, and Spanish as well as his native tongue. We were lucky in finding him on this country estate, where he was now passing a few weeks, a pleasant change after the sultry, unhealthy city of Santiago. We got all our clothes dry and enjoyed a deep sleep in beds for a change this night, for this was a very Capua. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Cruise of the Falcon by E. F. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The Rio Saladillo and the Salt Desert. March 27th. It was not till noon this day that we saddled and rode off, for we had but a short journey before us to the banks of the Rio Saladillo, where we had decided to pass the night. After traversing some 6 leagues of sandy glades, we reached our destination just as the sun was setting. The mud rancho where dwelt the ferryman was some 100 yards or so from the river, which was invisible from it on account of the lofty canebrakes that intervened. As we approached this habitation, we heard a sound of voices and music, and on riding through an opening in the bush, we burst suddenly on a village festival. In addition to the ferryman's, there were 2 other ranchos here, with a white rag flying over the roof of one declaring it to be a pulperia, perhaps the only grog shop for a day's journey around. Each of these miserable huts stood in its own little enclosure, surrounded by a fence of prickly pear and cactus to protect the cattle within from the tigers and pumas that are so numerous in these montes. Along a sandy glade in front of the grog shop, a primitive race course had been laid out, and great race meeting was now evidently being held, for here was a gathering of mounted men, some 200 at least, and such a gathering! All the gauchos for 3 days' journey around must have been collected here. Half-breeds, most of them, though not a few were half-naked, pure-blood Indians. A more cutthroat-looking lot of ruffians I never beheld. Ragged, weather-beaten outlaws, each with his long knife at his back, many with boyas and lassos ready to bring down any stray cattle that might come by to tickle their appetite on their lonely wanderings. In front of the pulperia, a baile was being energetically carried on. We rode up to the ferryman's hut. He came out to meet us, a handsome, clear-complexioned, snowy-haired old Genevese. "Lodging for the night? Como no, señores caballeros. Dismount, dismount. Beppo, unsaddle these horses. Come in, señores caballeros. You are very welcome." He told us that he was most delighted that we had arrived here so opportunely, as we could stand by him with our 6 shooters in the event of a row. He considerably dreaded these race gatherings, for an awful orgy always follows them, and a gaucho maddened with drink is a reckless savage, all the bloodlust that is in the instinct of his race rising to the surface. "Besides," said our friend, "these are bad men around here today, murderous thieves who would think it but a good joke to cut the throat of an old gringo like me, and they think I have money in the rancho, the devils." As we sat in the old man's porch, we could see the fresh arrivals on the scene, for they still kept flocking in, late though it was, 2 or 3 on one horse in many cases, bare-legged ruffians with big toes thrust in loops of hide for stirrups, half drunk, waving long knives and bottles of gin above their heads and yelling discordantly. They generally came up at a full gallop and reined up suddenly in front of the huts. All looked askant at ourselves and our horses tied up within the cactus fence, doubtlessly reckoning up the chances of success in an attempt to run off with the animals in the night. Our ancient host, Bartolo, told us that he had been settled here for 24 years. Before the construction of the railway across the Salinas, the mails to Tucumán passed by here, and he had the monopoly of carrying them across the river on inflated hides in the old fashion that Xenophon or Herodotus, or both, described, and which is still in practice in Mesopotamia and many eastern lands. Those were good days for Don Bartolo, but now trade is slack, and few travelers need his services as a ferryman. The old soldier had been a sailor in his youth. He had also been a soldier in Italy and at the siege of Montevideo in 1842 under Garibaldi. His life, he told us, had often been in danger in this lone spot in the wilderness, where, of course, law, police, and justice are unknown luxuries. Men here are left to do what they like, and they do it. These race meetings at the ferry, he said, end, as a rule, in considerable knifing, regular duels with the murderous cuchillo being a favorite amusement when the gin had done its work. He once kept a public house, but abandoned this trade as being too dangerous for a foreigner. "And now, about dinner for you," continued Don Bartolo, who did his best to make us thoroughly at home. He called his servants and ordered a fat sheep to be killed on the spot. Our mouths watered on hearing this. We sighed with excessive joy, and our hearts warmed toward the benevolent old man. A pretty little half-naked innocent boy, some 7 years old, now ran up, and with a bewitching smile asked in dulcet tones if he could kill the sheep. His fine hazel eyes glistened with anticipation of such a treat. A knife was handed to him. With a bloodthirsty grin, he wiped the keen blade, and then, with a half a dozen children younger than himself shrieking and tumbling over each other at his heels, he ran proudly up to the sheep and, very deftly, it must be confessed, let out the creature's life. Loudly did the happy infants cheer when they saw the red blood flow, for such is the sweet Argentine child, such is gentle play. In this Indo-Spanish race, a thirst of blood seems to be sucked in with the mother's milk. Cold-blooded torture is the one amusement of babyhood. The child of the Pampas despises dolls and toys, but give him a dog or other dumb animal, he will amuse himself for hours. First, he will practice his father's lasso on it, and half choke the poor beast. Then he will tie it up, and get further excitement by running pins into it, putting out its eyes, and such like petty childish games, innocent little darling that he is. And now that the sheep is cooking, let us go on to the racecourse and see the fun. A curious meeting, this, to one accustomed only to our British sport. I wonder if one of our blatant bookmakers would find himself at home here, or one of our jockeys, for the matter of that. It would, I imagine, rather astonish the winning rider, for instance, at home to feel a knife plunged between his ribs by another disappointed rider who was coming in a good second behind him. This, however, occurred at the last race meeting here, and was not looked upon as very extraordinary. The course was drawn down a sandy glade between the giant cacti. Right down the middle of it was a row of posts supporting a hide rope. It is the custom here for but 2 horses to race at a time, and this barrier is intended to separate them from each other. There was only one match today that had been arranged beforehand. The others were scratch races got up on the course. This, the race of the day, was for $20 for 420 yards, between 2 great swells, the only present who wore boots. It had just been run when we came on the scene. It seems that one had come in 3 lengths ahead, but the loser disputed the result and refused to pay up. One of the barrier posts had been knocked down, as he alleged, by the winning horse. Now, to foul this rail invalidates a race. The winner denied this and accused the other of riding against the post purposely when he saw he had no chance of winning. There seemed to be no judge, none at any rate, whose decisions anyone paid the slightest attention to. So the dispute waxed hot. All the wild horsemen grouped around the 2 infuriated jockeys. Each gaucho, of course, struck up for the horse he had laid his money on, and a good deal of perjury was knocking about in the air. It happened that he who had come in first was a stranger, so nearly all the money, and hence the sympathies of the spectators, were with the other. Therefore, finding himself overpowered and his protestations against the cheating vain, the winner leapt on his horse, swore a great oath, and galloped furiously away into the jungle, followed by the jeers of the crowd. This matter settled, preparations were made for another race. The would-be competitors, some mere boys half naked on bareback steeds, rode about in the throng shouting out challenges in regular bookmaker style. Some wanted to back their horses against special animals, others against the field, or the field bar one, somewhat thus: "Ho, ho, I'll race my Colorado (chestnut) for 2 squares, for $2, against any horse save Jose's big Saino (bay). Ho, ho, caballeros!" In the interval between the races, we looked around to see what substitute they had here for Aunt Sally, Negro minstrels, and other Derby Day amusements. It was rather a serious meeting. We saw in one place 3 men sitting around a fire and silently, sadly playing at some game with a very greasy pack of cards as they sucked their mate. About 2 dozen gauchos stood round them, watching the game with solemn apathy. By the way, the peculiar seriousness of the half-breed is not indicative of a contemplative mind, but of a torpid indolence. His, indeed, is the reverie qui ne pense à rien. Farther on, we came across a ragged minstrel playing on a cracked guitar. There was a jabbering idiot on the course, too, whose ears had been cut off, by Indians probably, and whose costume consisted solely of a thin, torn poncho and thick dirt. He groaned and wept and wrung his hands energetically, and evidently was reaping no small harvest. "Another race! Make way! Make way!" A long, lean, lantern-jawed fellow, looking like a Don Quixote in bad circumstances, with only one leg, rode to and fro on a hard-looking black horse. He carried a long staff on his legless side, which he stamped on the ground as he rode along, like Peter the Hermit in the old woodcuts. He was very eager indeed to race his horse. "I'll run anyone 4 squares for a patacon," he shouted continually with a stentorian voice. Many present evidently considered that they had a very fair chance of success if matched against this one-legged sportsman. "Bueno! I'll race you on my bay," cried one, and 4 or 5 others also accepted his challenge. But that one-legged structure of skin and bone knew what he was about. He affected not to hear these, but continued to yell out his challenge like one possessed, so drawing on more and more to answer it, for all now doubted his earnestness and looked upon him as some poor, half-daft fellow. But at last, all of a sudden, he turned sharply around and pounced on one jovial-looking fellow mounted on a black horse, who had just then jestingly accepted the challenge. "Good, my friend, then we will race," he said, to the discomfiture of the joker. He had waited his time until one whom he thought he could easily beat had shouted acceptance of his offer. Cunning old turfite that he was! The jovial one was rather taken aback, but could not withdraw now, and race he must. So the 2 dismounted and prepared for the contest. It seems strange to a gringo to see a jockey take off his trousers in order to ride a race, but the jovial one did this. The one-legged one did not happen to have on even one trouser, so could not. It is the custom in this country to strip nearly naked on such occasions. Our 2 friends divested themselves of drawers, ponchos, and sombreros, fastened handkerchiefs around their heads, and stood in their shirts. They then withdrew the heavy saddles from their horses and rode bareback to the starting point. Now commenced the betting among the crowd, and bet they did with a vengeance. There is no more reckless a gambler than your gaucho. When the fever of play is on him, he will gamble away his bridle, his blanket, his horse, his knife, his all, and then walk away, stolid, taking his reverses like a philosopher. A ruined man, yet not cast down, for he will soon steal another horse, and may be luckier next time. We walked to the starting point to see the start, which is managed here very differently from the way it is managed in England. The riders start themselves. There are a dozen false starts, at least, to every race. "Are you ready?" says one. "Good. Then by mutual consent off they go. If one be dissatisfied with the start, he draws up short after a few yards, and they begin again, not without a preliminary wrangle. At last, both drop their rebenques, and they are off in earnest. The horses are at their full speed from the very first stride. They are especially trained to this. There is no pulling in, no making a fine race of it. But slash, slash go the hide rebenques from the beginning to the end of the race, and at a tremendous rate they go over the small distances they generally run here. The Knight of the Rueful Countenance won this race easily. Many more races followed, some for as low stakes as 4d. or 5d., but all very exciting to the spectators and productive of much gambling. Cockfighting filled up the intervals. But the red sun had now set behind the horizon, and the sudden night at these latitudes was upon us, so the meeting broke up, and the crowd returned to the open space by the 3 ranchos to carouse and make merry. After a good deal of half-scorched, half-raw beef had been devoured by the fires that were now scattered over the camp, a very witch's ball, so fantastic it appeared, was started in the pulperia, overflowing, so many were dancers, to the limits of the tiger-haunted monte. The band consisted of a haggard and ferocious-looking gaucho guitarist and a crazy, almost naked Indian boy who accompanied him on a drum, which he beat in a monotonous tom-tom fashion. The young ladies who were present at the ball were plump, dark, not uncomely, but smacking somewhat of the immortal Dulcinea, fat and garlic being the chief reminiscence I have of them. They were all barefooted and danced wonderfully, lithesome as snakes, in the rather licentious native dances. The sole ornament each girl wore was a flower behind her ear, or a glowworm picked up in the monte gleaming among her raven tresses. The guitarist turned out to be a rather celebrated majo or troubadour, one of the wandering minstrels of Andalusian type that have long died out in old Spain, but are still not uncommon on the Pampas. This bard chanted to us in a nasal tone some of his own compositions, plaintive triestas and stirring vidalitas, with choruses to them in which the drummer and bystanders loudly joined, songs in which the exploits of gaucho heroes are told. All the while he twanged his cracked guitar not unskilfully. Most of these native airs are of a melancholy wildness, monotonous, but of a strangely impressive monotony, like that of many primitive races. Airs, too, that curiously affect even a civilized ear, for they seem to awaken and stir in the soul far vague memories, the buried instincts and sentiments of a remote barbarian ancestry. The dance waxed mad and furious. The dancers were beside themselves with frenzy, but neither man nor supple damsel seemed to be weary, and all the while these ragged beggars, these outlaw cattle thieves, were as smilingly courteous, as polite, and as well-behaved, as dignified as the proudest hidalgo of old Castile. At a late hour we retired to rest, sleeping in our blankets à la belle étoile, with our horses under the clear, dewy sky, with the revolvers under our saddles, which served us as pillows. But all night long the campfires burned and the mad orgy continued. The dance, the shouting, the gambling, the gin-drinking, the guitar, and the monotonous tom-tom of that dreadful drum. How weary that wretched little Indian boy must have felt. March 28th. When we awoke the next morning at 7 and prepared our mate, the revelers were still hard at it in front of the pulperia. The tom-tom still banged away, while crackers were let off at intervals, as if to revive the flagging energies of the dancers up to the proper pitch. We went down to the river and found it to be a wide, rapid stream with steep earth banks on either side, and sandbanks and quicksands rising here and there in the midst of it, not by any means a nice place to ford. The natives call this portion of the Rio Dulce the Saladillo, but the maps designate by the latter name a tributary stream which here joins the main watercourse. The Rio Dulce is a considerable river. It rises in the lofty sierras of Tucumán, and after traversing the Salinas, flows by here toward the Chaco, pouring its waters into that extensive inland sea, the Laguna de los Porongos, which lies in a depression in the Great Plain, draining it, but having no outlet to the sea. By the banks we found the chata, a very rough sort of ferry boat, awaiting us. Several men and women, and a harpist, all very disheveled, half drunk, and showing unmistakable signs of having kept it up all night, were to cross with us to their respective homes beyond the river. The boat was far too small and rickety to carry our horses across, but 3 dusky half-breeds volunteered to swim them over for what would be the equivalent to 3 shillings. It was a gloomy morning, with a cold south wind blowing. The river was quite 1/4 of a mile wide here, swollen and rapid with the rain, so they earned their money well. The fellows were more than half seas over, and had a powerful tot of raw gin all around after they were stripped to keep the cold out. We hardly liked to trust our animals to them, and the wife of one of them shared our fears. She vainly endeavored to drag her inebriated lord back into the boat, but he eluded her. The lady then made us hand over his share of the pay to her, as she said that he was not to be trusted with it, and would be murdering her or someone other if he imbibed any more of the square-face. The men, drunk though they were, took our horses across very cleverly. They were strong swimmers, going hand over hand, dog fashion, one ahead with the halters of 2 horses in his teeth, leading the way, the other 2 swimming after, rounding in the other animals and urging them the way they should go with shoutings and splashings. We crossed in the chata, resaddled our shivering steeds, and pushed on at a gallop across a very desolate and dreary country. We were now traversing the eastern corner of the Salinas, and could form a good idea of the character of these salt deserts. No grass or herb of any kind grew on the sandy soil, but huge cacti, whose trunks 2 men could scarcely span with their outstretched arms, giants of their tribe, were frequent. I believe that in no part of the world do these plants attain so great a size. Their rectangular arms branched out like those of huge candelabra, and for the most part, so ancient were they, the green covering was entirely stripped off them, revealing the hard wood beneath. Decaying monsters that stood like weird skeletons, gaunt and stark and unhealthy yellow of hue, all over the infertile plain. The thorns of these cacti were fully 7 inches in length. Their fine points easily pierced the stoutest boot and inflicted nasty wounds that healed with difficulty. The only other plants we came across on this wilderness were a sort of espinas, or thorny shrubs, whose leaves had a saline flavor. As a result of the recent rains, we came occasionally upon extensive shallow lagunas, but where the sand was dry, it glistened with a dazzling brightness with the salt deposit that covered it. The reflections from this would soon have peeled the skin off our faces, had not sun and exposure pretty well hardened and darkened us by this time. In the damper places, we were besieged by millions of mosquitoes that literally covered ourselves and our horses. There were 3 distinct species of them. There were some that I could scarcely recognize as our old enemies, nearly as big as wasps, and striped like them, yellow and black. Ferocious beasts that pierced even through our clothes, and through Jourdain's boots, according to him, with their diabolical suckers. They were wonderfully tame, too, never flying from the avenging hand like their wily cousins in Europe. But what availed it to immolate a dozen or 1,000 in this land of bichos? We reached our night's halting place before dark, a curious little settlement. First picture its surroundings, a plain of dry mud, in places covered with salt and everywhere cleft with deep, broad sun cracks, and cacti scattered here and there, alone in the way of vegetation. In the center of this not over-cheerful prospect was one of the ordinary unfinished squares of low houses of unbaked mud that I have had so frequently to allude to. The square, the buildings, the plain, the inhabitants, all of the same depressing yellow color. Such is the jaundiced pueblo of Salavina, among whose prosperous fleas we passed an uneventful night. March 29th. This day we forced our way through hostile legions of mosquitoes and thorns to the village of Juanilla. This is indeed a spinous region. The thorns of this day's bushes beat anything I have ever experienced in the way of thorns. I cut some and carried them off as trophies, and am now writing this with one converted into a penholder. It would be the envy of any porcupine. It is a foot long, and its base is larger than a 6-penny bit. At midday we came to a miserable rancho whose sole occupants were a woman and her child. She gave us permission to light a fire under the mimosa tree in front of her door, and we soon grilled the beef we had brought with us from Salavina. As we sat by the fire, eating our succulent asado, a bundle of brick-colored rags sauntered slowly down to us. This was the lady of the house, who led by the hand her little, naked, fly-boned child. A lean spaniel bitch followed her, also with its offspring, a still leaner, most melancholy-looking puppy. Indeed, a miserable procession. The woman was pretty, or rather would have been pretty, had she been fed, washed, and combed out. 2 long raven plaits of hair hung down her back to her heels. Her eyes were black and large. She came down toward us slowly and stately, with all the Spanish hauteur of mien and carriage. Then she sat beside us, and with a long nasal drawl and slow delivery of speech, which the Spaniards of South America have acquired from the Indians, she asked, not begged, for a bit of bread for her child. He was ailing, she said. Bread, she thought, might be good for him. She had none in the rancho, turkey alone, dry leather, what a diet for a sick baby. Miserably poor the woman seemed to be, scarcely able to drag along her existence. Famine had dimmed her fine eyes, and weakness had reduced her to a half-daft condition. She did not pay attention to any remark we made till it was repeated 3 or 4 times. She was subdued by want to an utter apathy and torpor, a not uncommon state of things in poor Santiago, notwithstanding that its people are so hospitable and ready to share their little all with the stranger. "Will la señora do us the honor of joining us at our meal?" "Como no, señor," she replied, and I think our fresh beef, biscuit, and caña did the poor soul good. The spaniel, too, came up, and with plaintive patience waited for an invitation to have a share in the good things. She, too, had an ailing puppy who would be benefited by bread, and she found means to tell us as much in her own pathetic way. We made the woman a little present of yerba and sugar before we left, and she insisted on giving us a bottle of prickly pear jam in return, for with all her poverty she was far too proud to accept anything in the way of alms. After crossing 8 leagues more of salt plain, we reached Juanilla, where there were 3 or 4 houses and a store. Outside this store were sitting several very stately gentlemen, chattering and smoking. They rose and politely begged us to dismount. We piled up our impedimenta under the leaves of the house and entered into conversation with the gossiping compadres, who were evidently the big men and elders of the place. The people about here are, for the most part, of pure Spanish blood, many tracing back their descent to the old conquistadores, followers of Fernandez Pizarro. But curiously enough, the language spoken hereabouts by all is not Spanish, but the Indian dialect, Quichua, the ancient tongue of the Incas of Peru. These elders all conversed in this language, but of course understood Spanish as well, as many of the lower orders do not. The Quichua tongue is only spoken in the northern provinces of the Argentine Republic, on the frontier of Bolivia. Our new friends of Juanilla were all fine types of the antique colonist, reminding one of the portraits by these old Spanish masters. Velázquez painted heads like these, long, fierce-eyed, stern, and bearded. In the becoming native dress, they looked like men of a long past age, as they verily are in all their manners. Tall, gaunt, angular men of the true Don Quixote breed. We chatted and drank gin with these antique Santiaguenos, while a small boy was sent in search of maize for our horses. In the midst of the slow, dignified conversation, a sudden commotion was heard in the pueblo, and even these stolid sages showed unmistakable signs of excitement. What extraordinary event was it that could stir these profoundly still natures? Nothing less than the racehorses, 2 of them, that were being brought out for their afternoon gallop. The whole population of Juanilla, some 30, including women and babes, turned out to inspect the beautiful animals. This was the one event, the sole excitement to break the sleepy, dead-and-alive day of this dull South American village. These 2 horses are the pride, the hope of Juanilla, the objects of the greatest solicitude. They are tended with minute care, fed at intervals day and night in a scientific way, till they become as hard as nails or as jarky. Before their alfalfa is laid before them, every unwholesome bit or particle of foreign matter is carefully picked out. In fact, they have a fine old time of it, and are treated as gods, even as some sacred bull of Memphis kinging it in his manger. We saw the horses gallop, and agreed with the proud owner that the Tordillo gray was a likely animal to put one's money on. When the maize arrived, very dear it is, by the way, in this province of the desert, we found it was ungrained, so we had to sit down and disintegrate the tough ears ourselves. This is no easy work, and would inflict sore havoc on the delicate-skinned hand, which ours are not, anyhow. After a square meal of puchero, we turned in the primitive way of the country, under our blankets in the middle of the main and only street, for there were no policemen here to disturb our slumbers and bid us move on. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Cruise of the Falcon by E.F. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Santiago del Estero. March 30th. On leaving Juanilla, our route lay across a rather less desert country. We were off early, before the mosquitoes had slept off the last night's orgy. But they got up soon after us, when the sun warmed their wings, half paralyzed by the cold of the morning dew. We cooked and devoured our midday asado in the middle of the village of Atamiski, in front of the butcher's house. This was a typical dwelling of the country, a one-roomed rancho with no window. Inside was nothing save fleas and dirt, but outside was all the careful housewife's apparatus. First, in front of the door, was a mud structure like a beehive. This was the oven wherein the bread is baked. Near this was a hollowed stump of a tree forming a big mortar, in which a woman was crushing maize or algarroba pods with a wooden pestle. The meat, charqui, hung in festoons from the branches of a large mimosa. This is certainly a most out-of-door people. In this province, the cooking of a household is done outside. The family eat outside. At night, lock up the house and sleep outside. In short, they exist altogether outside, wisely seeing what worse than pigsties their ranchos are. But why do they take the trouble of constructing houses at all, since they apparently make no matter of use of them? I cannot imagine, unless, upon mature consideration, it be for the laudable object of becoming householders, and so having a vote. But I forget we are in enlightened, universal franchise South America, not in feudal England. Here we found that the inhabitants understood but little Spanish, and spoke Quichua exclusively. In the evening we reached Loreto, the largest town between Cordoba and Santiago, but that is not saying much. The photographer of Cordoba had spoken to us of Loreto, and marked it down on the road plan he had prepared for us as a town of women. Such towns, where men are few, the population being almost exclusively made up of the fair sex, are not rare in some parts of the Argentine Republic. In all parts of this province, the traveler is especially struck by the disproportion of the sexes. This I have heard attributed to the revolutions, and to the sweeping conscriptions the tyrant governor of a province often decrees in order to strengthen his personal power. This Argentine Confederation has been, and still to a lesser extent will be, until the Unitarios get the upper hand for good, a collection of almost independent states or provinces. Each has its separate provincial government, its provincial army, its local satrap, who often as not sets at naught the impotent edicts of the central national government. In this province of Santiago, some few years ago, reigned almost as kings, or more exactly as powerful feudal barons, the Taboadas, a noble family, haughty and ambitious. The flower of the land was taken by these to serve in the provincial army, which they maintained on a far higher footing than was necessary to protect the Indian frontier. Thousands of gaucho cavalry were kept ever in readiness to advance against the neighboring provinces when disputes arose between the Taboadas and rival satraps. It was this state of things, I am told, that accounts for the now paucity of men in Loreto and other towns. The Nero-like cruelties and lusts, the unbridled tyranny of these republican presidents, dictators, and governors would hardly be credited by folks at home. These men, ignorant as a rule, mere gauchos, some of them, raise themselves to the little brief authority by the means of assassination, treachery, and crime. And with these same they protect themselves through their rapacious career, until the assassin's knife makes way for some greater tyrant. The Montoneros, or organized bands of gaucho outlaws, became the ready tool of any would-be despot who offers hope of plunder, and the wild hordes of the Pampas are brought down to overrun the civilization of the city. It is this system that has ruined what would otherwise be flourishing towns and centers of commerce and industry. The stranger is struck with astonishment, and is at a loss for an explanation when he comes across so many towns in this republic, considerable and ancient, many of them, that are now falling in ruins and whose grass-grown streets are almost deserted by man. About half a mile or so outside the town of women was a rancho. Here indeed was a man, but he was not a whole one, for he was lying very pale and weak on a catre in front of his hut, having been severely wounded by a jaguar that he had hunted and driven at bay. He was feebly sucking mate when we approached. 2 small, naked brown children sat by him on the ground, each with 2 broad rings of flies settled around his eyes like the black rims of spectacles. For, like the Egyptian infant, the Argentine country child never bethinks him of brushing away these flies, but sits down, seemingly perfectly comfortable, with 50 or 60 thus roosting around his optics. There the 2 pot-bellied little urchins squatted, stolidly chewing algarroba pods, which seemed to be the sole diet of the poorer children of this province. Not a very nourishing one, either. To procure enough sustenance in this way necessitates about 13 hours of persistent chewing a day. Thus, the stomachs of the young here, like those of all savages who live on vegetables and roots alone, are bulky and ox-like in proportion. This man could sell us alfalfa and charqui, and behind his house was a small pond of muddy water, so we determined to camp here for the night, instead of thrusting ourselves on the hospitality of the Lauretanos. Besides, it was far from certain if forage would be procurable within the walls of the town. And yet again, would it not have been an over-adventuresome and perilous thing to have passed down those mud streets, and found ourselves alone and unprotected males among so many women? Caramba! It was too perilous, and legends of fierce Amazons rose to our memory, and the fearful laws of that city of fair girls where Tennyson's princess held her sway. So we off-saddled and prepared our camp by the side of the mosquito-haunted laguna. Smoke could not keep off their sting. But women, not that we falcons are misogynists, heaven forbid. But from the watchtower of the city did the sentinel maiden perceive the 4 horsemen from a far country, and she reported us to the governess. Then was a consultation held, and the elder said, "Let us send some forth, that they may slay these gringo intruders, gringos and males to boot. It is horrible." But the younger women were loath that this should be done, for they had perceived that the horsemen were not uncomely, and being women, they felt much curiosity to know what these men in so strange apparel and stained with long travel might be. Now, happily, the younger women were the majority in the council, so there were sent forth to invite us as friends within the walls 2 delegates, one an elder and stately matron, one a graceful dark-eyed girl. Afar off we saw them approaching, so we tried to look our best, shook the dust off our ponchos, gave our sombreros a gay cavalier-like askewness, twirled our mustaches, and put on our most superior smiles. They came up, and then we felt small indeed, for they paid no manner of attention to us. They had walked hither, not for us, but to visit the sick man who was their relative, and to bear him grateful delicacies. All I have written above was the mere offspring of our wanton imaginations, the conjecture of our vanity, when we perceived the 2 black-draped figures coming out of the town towards us. After these ministers of mercy had seen to the wants of the wounded man, they condescended to notice us, and inquired of him what we were. On hearing our tale, the elder woman came up, and with a very pleasant manner invited us to her house in the town. "Señores caballeros," she said, "I have an apartment in my house which is not in use, and which I shall be happy to place at your disposition for the night, if you will accept of it. There is a well hard by, and I can supply you with a sufficiency of beef, maize, and alfalfa." We accepted her gracious offer, resaddled, put our baggage on the pack animal, and followed her into the town. The poor horses evidently did not relish this, for we had ridden them 55 miles this day, and they naturally thought the time for repose had arrived. But they had not far to go ere they were again unsaddled and at ease. While our asado was cooking in the courtyard, we took a stroll through the town. The small number of men in the place was certainly extraordinary. At last, in one of the stores, We did find quite a considerable group of our own sex drinking, cutthroat-looking gauchos, all with long knives, some with revolvers, but who politely insisted on our drinking with them. Here, too, was an individual who deserves particular mention, a dark man, beardless, with bright, beady eyes and much of the Indian in his blood. He was well dressed, but in barbaric fashion that differed considerably from that of the gauchos round in its details. A scarlet kerchief was around his head below his sombrero. His ponchos was of gaudy colors and strange pattern. His silver spurs were massive, and gold earrings were in his ears. When he spoke, it was with a pompous nasal drawl, very deliberate and offensive to ears unaccustomed to it. This man was a Bolivian Coya, a traveling herbalist or quack doctor. These Indian and half-breed Coyas have a great reputation all over South America. They travel with their packs of drugs to the southernmost camps of Buenos Ayres and northwards to the shores of Panama. They are looked upon with much reverence by the gauchos of the Pampas as great medicine men, conjurers, and miracle workers. That there is much humbug in these Coyas is true, but there is much besides. There is a sort of primitive college in Bolivia where the would-be Coyas receive their diplomas. This college has no buildings, no books. The primeval forest serves for both. The elder Coyas take the young aspirants out into the middle of that glorious Bolivian vegetation and expound to them, day after day, the properties and secret virtues, the poisonous effects of all the herbs and animal distillations as handed down by tradition from generation to generation, from Coya to Coya, long ere the Spaniard stepped on the American shore. All the instruction is oral. None of this lore has ever been committed to writing. I doubt if 1 out of 20 of the learned dons and doctors of the College of Coyas can read or write. When the young man has imbibed all this antique wisdom, a wand painted in spiral stripes is given to him, he is solemnly called by the name of Coya, and he is sent forth to wander over the wide continent on his healing errand. Not to be despised is the medical science of these unlettered men. That traditionary system, that empirical wisdom of many centuries, contains many wonderful and useful secrets unknown to our European schools. I have heard of several extraordinary cures performed by them on skeptical Englishmen, not at all likely to be taken in by a common quack. For all fevers, snake bites, and diseases peculiar to this country, give me the Bolivian Coyas with their striped wand. They know the leaf that is the magical dispeller of fever. They can extract charms from innocent-looking insects that will allay the pains of rheumatism. They can teach you how to mix your mother-in-law's mate with an essence that will bring peace to your household. They will sell you chips of wood, the which, if you throw them in a stream or pond, will poison or intoxicate all the fish, so that they float on the surface and can be easily caught. But as a surgeon, the Coya is not to be relied on. Of anatomy, physiology, or any other ology, of course, he knows nothing whatever, though he will talk all sorts of incomprehensible jargon about them for your benefit. March 31st. From Loreto, a 2 days' journey brought us to Santiago del Estero, the capital of the province. Our route lay across a much pleasanter country than that we had left. The vegetation, more tropical in nature, was fresh and green after the recent rains. Below the bushes was spread a soft carpet, not of grass, but of lovely flowers, verbenas, polyanthi, tulips, chamomile, and others. Towering above the lower bushes were stately trees, the quebrachos colorados, betokening that we were near the limit of the monte and at the commencement of the tropical forest. The bushes were not too near each other here, as in the denser montes further south, but scattered, so that through the interspaces the eye was relieved by extensive views over the sea-like spreads of flowers. The convolvuli and creepers, too, that overflowed the bush, the trees, the bushes, were all in manifold flower and in fruit as well. All bore fruit. There was the prickly pear with its heavy load of juicy orbs, and the ancoche with its pearl-like drops, sweet to the taste and wholesome. There was a huge cactus, too, hereabouts, that bore plentiful fruit, somewhat like that of the prickly pear in outward appearance, but larger. Some of these were bursting open with ripeness, and disclosed the delicious pulp within, cool as spring water, and of a blood-red color. This is called the aucli here, a lovely fruit, and one of the most useful in South America. In the rainless, arid district of the Andes, in Santiago and other provinces remote from the seacoast, where the rainfall is irregular and rare, and where, after long months of cloudless, burning skies, the pastures wither up, the lagunas dry, and the cattle perish of drought. In rocky regions, too, baked by the vertical sun, where no other plant can find sustenance, the blessed aucli flourishes. These stout, prickly stems and manifold round fruit, covered with a thick green rind, blushing slightly with the red pulp within, are fleshy and juicy to excess, full of an insipid sap sucked in from the heavy dews of the night. These plants are admirably constructed for the absorption of the floating vapors. In the seca, the drought, the ranchero will go out and cut down with his machete a quantity of these soft, pulpy cacti, which the cattle will eagerly devour, both stem and fruit, therein finding an abundance of both food and drink. Were it not for the aucli, many portions of this province, now inhabited, would have to be left utterly desolate. We found the cool fruit, which can be eaten with impunity, very grateful. In the pleasant fields we crossed this day, all of the winged people of the province seemed to have gathered. Never did I behold so many birds together. Thousands of cooing doves and chattering parrots and strange rainbow-colored little creatures that never rested. Goranchos, vultures, and owls were there too, in legions, but preserving a more dignified appearance and seeming to despise the frivolity of their cousins. A land of fruit and birds and flowers, but of bichos and espinas too. We heard from people that we met that the Rio Dulce, which we had to cross once more, was swollen by the rains and not practicable at the passage of Gauchana, so we had to follow a longer route and ride by the banks of the river to a point about a league distant from the city of Santiago, where there was another chata. We passed by a little town called Mamolo, where there was the usual square, this one more unfinished than any we had yet seen. There were but 6 houses scattered around it, and the jungle grew so dense and tall in the center of it that it was impossible from one side to see the houses on the other. I do not know how these pueblos are founded, but the august founders, whoever they may be, evidently as a rule expected that enormous cities were to rise on the spots of their choice. On so extensive a scale did they draw out the skeletons of these future Babylons. This, they told us, was an ancient pueblo, yet jaguars and pumas roamed unmolested in its square. At a rancho here we tasted a new and strange drink, which we all pretended to like, algarroba beer. To make this, the pods are well mashed in a hollow tree stump, water is poured on them, fermentation takes place, and in 24 hours you have your foaming ale. I cannot say much for algarroba beer, but algarroba spirit is by no means to be despised, and the cakes made from the pounded beans are very nice indeed. After riding about 40 miles, we entered a forest nearly entirely leveled to the ground by what must have been a most terrific hurricane. On emerging from it, we came to an estancia called Robles, where we passed the night, being received with true Santiagueñan hospitality. There was a Frenchman staying in the house, an engineer, who was engaged in constructing canals of irrigation for the sugar plantations near Santiago. He was in possession of a Paris paper 3 months old, which we devoured eagerly. April 1st. This morning we rode down to the ford on the Rio Dulce, which was but a few leagues distant. We found the river in high flood. It here flowed between sandy shores, sloping up to a dense jungle, and was of considerable breadth. There were some men willing to swim our horses across. Perilous work in this crescente, for heavy trees floated down rapidly on the turbid water. These men drove the horses into the stream nearly a mile above the spot they proposed landing at on the other side, so strong was the current. We in the rough chata accomplished the voyage in the same manner. When we reached the other bank, we were landed on a quicksand. Several Indians now commenced to run rapidly backwards and forwards over this, and so soon formed a fairly hard road for ourselves and horses. This method of making a temporarily solid path across a quicksand is very effectual. In Africa, they first drive the oxen across a river that the sands may become sufficiently hard to allow their heavy wagons to cross without danger of their sinking permanently into the treacherous bottom. When we were beyond the river, we beheld, at about a league off, the ancient city of Santiago del Estero. The gleaming dome of the old cathedral dominated all, contrasting strangely by its size and the wealth lavished on its construction with the barbarism and poverty of the broad province we looked down upon. We were now entering a new country. As we approached the city, the untilled wilderness vanished. Canals of irrigation flowed sluggishly on either side of the road, for there was a road, and all around us, with a rustling and a crackling sound, waved great plantations of sugar cane. We were in the tropic north again, and with a sudden burst, as it were. No longer were around us the parched montes and salinas, but a damp, rainy, steaming land covered with a rank vegetation, the unhealthy, tepid tropics of Central South America. We rode into the city, a largish town, but thoroughly Argentine. There are but few gringos here. A mean place, so mean that there is not even a tramway in it, and no South American city can even pretend to be respectable without that. The miserable houses are of mud, brick being the exception. Paving there is none to speak of. The streets are of soft black mud. A disreputable, disheveled-looking sort of capital, whose inhabitants have a large proportion of Indian blood in their veins, the indolent, useless Indian blood, that is the curse of this republic. As we rode in, we saw the children, mahogany-colored with bright dark eyes and straight black hair, wallowing naked in the rich mud of the streets. There was a wild, barbaric look about the dirty city and its inhabitants that struck us much. We rode to the one hotel, the Hôtel de Paris, a new institution. Of old, the traveler had to throw himself on the hospitality of the inhabitants or camp outside. A native keeps this, the first native hotel that we had experienced in this republic, may it be the last. The landlord was a haughty aristocrat who would not condescend to look after the comfort of his guests in the least, but stalked like a monarch through his palace, eyeing his guests as if they were so many intruders on his peace. The hotel was a strange old place, and not wanting in magnificence. The house once of some governor or great man, a tyrant Taboada maybe. The patio was large, with a beautiful columned gallery all around it, delicately painted, but now crumbling to pieces from neglect. There was something of the ruined Moorish palace in the look of the whole building. There was a large courtyard behind the patio, in the center of which was a huge wooden structure like a hen coop. This was the cockpit, with its tiers of seats. We were divided into different bedrooms overlooking the patio, large rooms with gaudy draperies on the walls, now hanging in mildewed shreds, but betraying former grandeur and ostentation of wealth. I was quartered with another traveler, a Bolivian, who was driving cattle south, but was here laid up halfway with a very bad attack of the chuchu, or intermittent fever. Not a pleasant companion, for he groaned awfully when the shivering fit came on him. He told me he was taking 80 grains of sulfate of quinine a day, which is a largish dose, but not infrequently ordered here by the doctors. The Plaza of Santiago is fine in its way, and surrounded by rather imposing public buildings. A white plastered column, commemorative of liberty or something else, is in the center of it, of course tumbling to pieces, for here, as in China, dilapidation is but rarely repaired. The day of our arrival, the municipality had awoke to a spasmodic fit of cleaning up. Some gaucho prisoners, guarded by stunted, dirty half-breed soldiers, were, smoking the while, hoeing up the grass which had been allowed to rankly overgrow all the flags of the desolate plaza, wherein no human being ever seemed to walk, fine promenade though it would make. The street sights of Santiago are of the country. China girls, wild and half-naked, ride cross-legged on mules laden with alfalfa for sale. Sandaled gauchos loaf about solemnly and noiselessly. At intervals in the gloomy streets are stores where cheap Brummagem and Manchester goods, gaudy and of bad quality, are exposed to view. With the exception of these last, the houses are like prisons, with grated windows admitting but feeble light from the street. Outside some of the best of these dungeons, white high-caste ladies, bonnetless, with their 2 raven tails hanging to their waists, and in dainty high-heeled shoes, sit on chairs in the street, chatting, fanning, drinking maté, and smoking cigarettes in a very free and easy manner. These are the noblest of the land, wives and daughters of deputies and generals, and in this fashion do the elite of Santiago take the air. It is a very out-of-door life, that of the people, and indeed the habitations are not such as would tempt one to stay indoors much. An out-of-doors life, but not a French out-of-door life. There are no brilliant cafes here, no splendid shops, no flaneurs. The citizens have no cheerful promenades, so stand and sit, a melancholy-looking race, outside their prison-like houses, like so many prisoners out for an airing. From here to Tucumán is a 3 days' easy journey on horseback by the usual route, but on account of the flooded condition of the Rio Dulce, which we had yet once more to cross, we were recommended to make a detour, and follow its banks to a point some 14 leagues from here. End of chapter 16.